Project for Happiness is a project that initiated by K.E.N Starfish Foundation. The whole project is to encourage and to support the university students to do community projects. We groom future leaders, not only in terms of having the ability to create more economical or financial wealth, but in the same time also make our society a better society.
Today's event, I think, is very inspiring. They put a lot of effort. They have actually identified problems and issues in the community, and they work hard to come up with solutions.
Projects like this is always initiated with what I can do to someone else. I see a lot of sharing, which is very pure. I'm really proud to be part of this group because it has made a lot of difference to a lot of people.
Welcome all to the K.E.N Starfish Foundation Project for Happiness 2019 Presentation Day.
In the last 6 years, we have sponsored altogether 125 projects.
I must say that I'm really totally impressed with what we've seen today. It's really mind-boggling to see young ones come up with ideas.
You can see that there are many talented students. There are many passionate people that can actually be very creative and innovative.
Together, we know we can make a difference. It's never too late to do good, but earlier.
If you ever want to start your own business, you can always start a business and think of your pet project. For me, my pet project is Unity.
Think, what can I do to create value? When you have that value, you can do your K.E.N Foundation. Yeah, you can help.
We want to emphasize on the fact that mental illness is as common as flu, and it's okay to talk about it. So we believe that through discussion of mental health, it feels like very meaningful and it can bring happiness to them.
We should never give up on people with mental illness, because when I is replaced by we, illness can become wellness.
I'm the project leader for this project for green sustainable environment mangrove setting.
We're not only helping the local ecosystem, we're also helping the local economy.
Why do we choose Chicken Coop project? It's because of our main beneficiary, Umar. He used to raise chickens, but then it's in small scale. And also the coop wasn't strong and sustainable enough. So that's why we want to help them to build a better one.
Our main project goals to build a sustainable chicken coop for the family, to educate the orang asli on chicken rearing, and to teach them how to market the chickens in order to gain the most profit. Thank you.
Winner goes to, our choice is Chicken Coop. Congratulations, Chicken Coop.
Projects for Happiness by K.E.N Starfish Foundation that brought all these young people together and has been around for the last 5 years. I think it's a very, very important effort, and I hope more people will be involved.
I was so shocked to see so many people they're working towards the happiness of others, and then they are cross-cultural, they are cross-races, and which is really, really good.
Happiness signifies not just a personal worth, but it is something about sharing with a larger community.
They has expanded in the sense of like there are more projects now. I think the awareness has spread through one university or even to a different region like East Malaysia. And this year I noticed also that they are covering more areas. 2 universities are doing mental health. environmental, clean the river, plant mangrove tree, is something more relevant and realistic.
In 2013, when we decided to form a foundation, what is the purpose of forming this foundation? I think the main purpose is to make a difference to our community, so that our community will become better because of us.
I've seen so many very relevant projects that you guys, students, are giving your thought into how to solve problems of the environment, of the society, of the economy even.
All right, count together with me. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so how do you like the new logo?
Our main objective of our project is to help the non-Chinese students from the Chinese school to get them interested in learning Mandarin. Purely is the heart, I guess, the heart to continue on and having passion on what you are doing. If you want to help people, you just can help them by crossing the road. Just anything simple, something simple makes people happy.
What mind flu means is that mental illness is just as common as a flu, so it can get to anyone. G.R.E.E.N Starfish Foundation, they came to our university, and to promote the project for happiness, they wanted to encourage more and more youth to take part in contributing back to the community.
This project is to ensure the sustainable of the mangrove plant towards the environment, which will protect our environment at the seashore. This is also important for the sea creatures or the maritime life to ensure their sustainability and increase their population. The main objective of the G.R.E.E.N Starfish is actually to develop the youth in terms of the skills of communication and dealing with people, and also to generate and develop a new idea for the future.
The best project 2018 Projects for Happiness goes to the team that taught Mandarin to the kids.
Congratulations! Congratulations as well to Project Mangrove and Mind Flu. All right, thanks guys.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning everyone. I am Alamin and I will be your host for today. Welcome to the second judging session of Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present the community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Here at Projects for Happiness, we believe your action changes the world. For today, we will be having two sessions. During the morning from 9 a.m. until 1:15 p.m. and on the evening session from 2 p.m. until 6 p.m. To kickstart the day, I would like to invite our participants, together with our judges, to open up the camera for the group photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please open up your camera.
Mr. Ding, please smile.
All right. Can we have Annie to help us out on taking the picture?
All right, guys. Say cheese. Everyone looks great.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Allow me to introduce our panel of judges for this morning. First and foremost, we will be having Mr. Cheng Ping Kiat, Executive Chairman of G.R.E.E.N Holdings Berhad. We will also be having Mr. Wong Luk Hang, Member of Scientific Advisory Board for Cancer Research Malaysia. Mr. Ding Li Leong, Chief Editor cum Senior General Manager of Oriental Daily News. Professor Madya Dr. Wan Zuhainis binti Saad, Director of Academic Excellence Division for the Ministry of Higher Education. And lastly, Mr. T. Lee Meng, Business Consultant and CEO Coach. The judging agenda for today will be as shown here. The presenter will be given 8 minutes to present the proposal, which will be followed with a 10 minutes Q&A session with our judges. For our first project for today, did you know that the mental illness is an uprising disease in our society? To bring awareness via theatrical performance, let us invite Carmen Hao Joyi from New Era University College to present their project, When the Dark Hits Me. Carmen, the stage is yours.
A very good morning to everyone. I'm Carmen, which is the project leader of When the Dark Hits Me. So, When the Dark Hits Me is a stage play which was performed at the Black Box Theatre of New Era University College. This play is the graduation production of 14th Department of Drama and Visuals in New Era University College. The main creative team consists of 10 students and produced a total of 5 shows, which have been well received. It was originally going to be restaged in March 2020, but was later interrupted due to the epidemic. So a little bit of information of the stage play. When the Dark Hits Me is adapted from 4.48 Psychosis. 4.48 Psychosis is the legacy of British playwright Sarah Kent. The play has no specific setting, characters, and stage instructions. It is known as a stream of consciousness play. The script focuses on the inner struggles of a mentally ill person who spends all day with medical staff, but in the process, he's never really understood by the others. So the association with New Era University students, since COVID has around us since 2019, and currently this batch of students has remained online classes for almost 1.5 years, including me. All of the theatre projects we have done before were online, and even some of us never had a chance to hold a physical theatre performance. And so we hope by going through this project, we can inspire the students to understand the research and the investigation required to produce a theatre performance. So why this project? First of all, depression is a common disorder worldwide. Mental illness has long been considered unsafe and scary, especially in Asia. Humans cannot face their fears directly, and when mental illness strikes them, they deny it. Second of all, the situation happened to the director's mom. In 2017, mental illness hits the director's Yun Ling's mom, and prejudice made it difficult for them to face the society. Due to the lack of awareness of mental illness, it took them a long time to discover the problem. They encountered a lot of difficulties in the process of treatment in the government hospitals, and there's been no effective form of treatment due to the large volume of patients. There was always long queues in the hospital in exchange for 10 minutes treatment by fill-up questionnaire. They never saw the same doctor at the time of the checkup, which indirectly contributed to the worsening of their condition. Objective. First of all, is to presenting the state of a depression patient. Society has a misconception about depression. The stereotype of the disorder is sadness, self-pity, and crying. But in reality, depression is a mental illness caused by abnormal brain activity. So we hope going through this project, public can understand depression patient's state of mind instead of blindly sympathize with them. Besides that, to question the medical system in Malaysia, treating depression requires a professional team because the medication and the counseling must go by hand in hand. However, when patients only face a series of yes and no questionnaire from doctors, can it achieve medical effect? Next, the project beneficiaries. First of all, is the creative team to allow the team members to gain a deeper understanding of depression and giving young people the opportunity to reach the community and to observe. Second of all, is the department association with NUEC, which is New Era University College. As I mentioned just now, this batch of students have never had a chance to participate in theatre performance, physical theatre performance, instead of doing the online one. And next, the audience. The audience are given chance to understand depression from different perspectives, and also the public. During the publicity of the performance, we will print poster and flyers, and we will try to collaborate with NGOs to increase the public awareness in depression. Next, expected project result and outcomes. First of all, to increase the understanding of depression of these creative group members and Department of Drama and Visual students. Next, to allow the audience to have a more comprehensive understanding of the illness. Next, the time frame. We are planning to do our pre-production at mid-June to the mid-September. We will have collaboration with Lifeline Association and Move Creative. And by the late August to mid-September, we will have our rehearsal. And by mid-September, we will have our bump-in show days, and we will have 5 shows. The budget. So first is for the stage design. We have sets and props. Next is for wardrobes. We have costumes and rental fees for performance venue, and also the publicity materials. So total, our budget is 8,417 ringgit. So the team members, project leader, which is me, director Yun Ling, performance, we have 4, stage manager, stage design Jessie, lighting design Wong Jue Heng, Lim Sili, sound design Yun Ling, department assistant, we will associate with the New Era University students. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. A presentation of using theatres to raise awareness of depression. Let's invite our judges to spotlight some of the thoughts.
So Carmen, how many audience do you expect for your 5 shows? What is your target? And where is the venue for your performance?
We are planning to have this stage play at Now Theatre, which is located at Sungai Besi, is a small theatre, and we are planning to hit 70 audience per show, and we have 5 shows, so total is almost 400 audience. Yep.
Okay, and why do you choose that particular theater? This in your college, don't they have suitable venue for the performance?
First of all, we have been thought about the Black Box Theatre in our college, which is New Era, but according to our experience, when we do the stage play at our school, it is difficult to attract people, audience, and public to come into our school to watch the stage play. But when we do at the outside of the school, the theatre, it can more easily to attract people to come in to watch our stage play, because people may have stereotype to students' projects. They will think that's not matured, not good enough. Yeah.
So are you going to charge for the for the show? I mean, for the audience?
Yeah. Yeah.
You will charge. How much will you charge?
We are planning to do normal price ticket, 30 ringgit per ticket. Yeah.
If you charge 30 ringgit, assuming you have 400, so you will have 1,200.
Because we have thought about this price also, but finally we think that our team need to get paid, no matter like if it's just a token. Yeah, so we need to have fun for our team members. We need to have allowance for our food and transport. So yeah.
You mean the volunteer need to be paid?
No. For the department assistant of the New University College students, they are basically as volunteers. Yeah, they come to learn and to gain experience. But for the main team member, like the directors or the stage design, we are planning to let them to get paid. Yeah.
Aman, can you go back to the slides on your objective again?
Okay, let me share again.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering about the second point about questioning the medical system in Malaysia. The thought that I'm having is, is it possible to do more than just question? We know the situation in our country need more than just questioning. Sometimes maybe a deeper suggestion or awareness on some critical action plan. So that's just a thought. What do you think?
The director have shared with me that her mom, when they go to their treatment in the government hospital, they are always waiting for checkup, for questionnaire, and they can't get a proper treatment.
I understand that that's what you mentioned earlier. So from there, you can see that there are many possible other things that we can do to make a difference. So it's just a thought that if you can, to bring it to a deeper level than sometimes just criticizing or questioning. Yeah. So this could be also a testament of what your stand is all about. I mean, it's just a thought and a suggestion.
I think if the audience come in to watch our stage play, we can't tell like if 70 audience come here, like how many of them has gained the awareness or understand about the mental illness, but is to let them know this is not a scary thing, and also to let the patients who is struggling in this mental illness to understand, like, some people
Yes,
in the society.
that is a good and noble objective, definitely. Yeah, but like I said, my thought goes deeper to our country state of affair, or the medical system in our country. Yeah. So it's something for your team to think about. Maybe you can put it in the message clearer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But the point that what I'm trying to say is that we are here to make a difference, right, to our country, and of course the state of affair in our country, definitely. All right.
Okay.
Hi, Carmen. I have a question for you. 68% of your budget of 8,004 is actually spent on Now Theatre. Now, if you want to build awareness and you're having 5 shows, the maximum you hit with your target of 70 per show is 350 people. But in your paper that I read, that you submitted, you also talk about how you're going to publicize, like you presented earlier, posters, and there's also mention of touring other states to increase awareness. Spending 68% on just one location will not enable you to have that impact. So what are the thoughts of the members about doing this for fun and at the same time inform about mental illness versus a more perhaps noble cause of how do we increase awareness of this dreaded disease? How do we remove the taboo? What must we do to increase and expand awareness in the public?
So just as I mentioned just now, we plan to stage in March 2020, and at that time we have a association with the Lifeline Association. We have already discussed about it and going through by cooperate with them to going other places to play this show, to let public to know more about this. So we are already planning to cooperate with the Lifeline Association, and we are planning to reach more NGOs. So yeah.
Was any survey done to the audience that watch your shows? Like, what was the impact on them?
We have been done in 2019, and a lot of audience react to us and have their feedback to us, like they can feel the struggling in our performance, and they have more thoughts about the mental illness patients. Yeah, but we didn't have a chance to do like survey or questionnaire to the public. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Carmen.
Yeah.
I also like to echo Mr. T's concern just now on the objective, perhaps instead of questioning the medical health, perhaps how you can find solution in terms of working together with them, with your help. You're doing this to create awareness of mental health, which is actually you're doing it with them, together with them. You find how you would want to take this opportunity to work with them, the Ministry of Health, for example, and to support or to facilitate them. So instead of questioning them, right? And as Mr. Wong mentioned just now on how, there are many ways you can create awareness through webinars, rather than spending a lot of that expenses on just at one place. So there are many ways and means to create that, to show that awareness through channels. I saw you have your Instagram, through TikTok, for example. So there are many ways of, so instead of, perhaps you can find other ways to share that awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions from the judges?
No.
Okay, if there's none, please allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Okay, hello, Carmen, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
So how does it feel to be first in line?
Well, I feel really nervous just now.
It was a great presentation, I can say. So I'm a little bit wondering, since you're going to do a show about theaters and such, would you like to share with us what are you currently studying in New Era?
I'm studying in drama and visuals, and this course will have two field of work. One is drama and one is visual. And drama is to learn how to do a theater performance. Is about stage performance, theater arts. And for visuals, we do short film. We learn how to write a story and to direct a story to make a short film. Yeah.
So it's more like a comprehensive learning of what you're going to do if you ever go to the stage writing.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very wonderful. All right, since you say that you're in a drama and visual, I gotta ask this. Who are your favorite actors?
Oh, who are my favorites? For Malaysia actors, I like Amarul Effendi a lot. Yeah, I like his performance. And also, I like the way he shows himself and how he acts his characters. Yeah.
Very, very useful. So I learned that this isn't your first time doing this sort of project. So can you share with us how did you thought of using the theme of depression with theatrical performance?
Oh, this stage play has been performed in 2019, and I was not one of the team member for that time, and I watched the performance as an audience, and I have that thought and the feelings that this performance is really kind of interesting and is impressive to attract me to know more about it, and started to know more and want to understand about how mental illness patients feels and how they doing about their life and how they do their treatment. Yeah.
So you started as a viewer and end up being an actor. How does that change make you feel?
Oh, I feel really, really happy though. Because it's a really good chance to be a team member of this stage play, and I hope we can do it nicely, do it well, and yeah.
I'm sure that you're going to do very great in this project. So since we're talking about mental illness, I'm sure you've done your research on it since you're proposing it as a theater. What are some misconceptions of the public towards mental illness that you would like to dispel for us?
The stereotype of their imagination is like the patients will being like crazy in the public situation, and they will cry sometimes. Yeah, that's right though, but it's not like crying all day and being crazy all day. Most of the time the patient they are really serious to treat themselves. They're really hardworking to doing the thing that they are doing. They are really serious about their life. They are not just like play or being crazy. So yeah, so most of them didn't realize that they have depression when they haven't to go to see a doctor. They don't know, they just feel like really stressed or really sad, and they can't breathe in this society and in their life. And when they go to see the doctor tell them, oh, you are depression or you are mental illness. That's it, the point when they know themselves got sick. Yeah, so mostly the audience or the public doesn't know about this. Yeah.
Right. Very, very, very wonderful. So there is the last question for you is, if there are people who are suffering from mental illness, how can these people look out for help?
First of all, I think the families, their parents, their family members is really important. They are the family members is their support mostly all the time. So I think they should get the help from their families. Yeah.
All right. So first and foremost, let us seek help from our family. Okay. All right. Our judges had a good discussion. Let us hear what our judges have to say for you.
Yeah, Lahong, you're on the mic. Unmute your mic.
Hi, Carmen. We think you have a good project. However, we'd like to actually challenge you and your team to go back and rethink how to create a much bigger impact. For example, in your paper that you presented, you mentioned 200 audience that you will touch. Now you're saying it's 400, okay? But we think if you focus more on impact, it may be thousands, it may be thousands of people, right? And that's impact. That's your real intent of doing. And perhaps ways of doing this would be, for example, your view about doing it in your university and have the place kind of free may not be limiting your ability to attract. That depends on how you promote. And if you think about how to promote, then you do things differently about how to promote. Yeah. At the same time, you may think about how to use some of the budget to perhaps video a show and then sharing it with the community. You know, in the My Starfish Foundation, we have a big community, and we'll be happy to anchor the sharing and the creation of the impact with you. So we'd like you to actually go back, give a lot more thoughts into how to create impact rather than focusing on, you know, spending your money on Now Theatre and limiting the reach to just, you know, at most, like you say, 400 people. So think about the other part about how do you touch others that may not be able to be present in the 5 shows.
Okay.
I'd like to add as well. You know, I think it's an excellent initiative to highlight the awareness about depression, about the mental healthness. Mental wellness. And however, we see that you know, your plan, you know, is not solid enough. Yeah. So that the impact that you make, you know, will be smaller. Since you're going to spend so much time and effort and also budget to do the project, might as well you do it well. Okay. You know, you spend the bulk of your money in the theater rental, 5,700, you know, which is we think that is not necessary. If you do it in the university, supported by the university and by the college, and then you can actually give out free tickets, yeah, you know, to the students or even to the public, the community. You know, we hope that you can create much bigger impact. Okay, how you spend your money is important. It's not necessary that you must spend money for each and every item. Some of these so-called props you can make yourself, or you get people to donate. You know, for the costume, for example, you can go and so-called you know, borrow Yeah, for example, dual space, there is the performing group that, we have been supporting. You can borrow the costume from them. Yeah, instead of, have to buy a new one or maybe have to rent. Yeah, so I think, you see, one of the purpose of Project for Happiness is, besides making a difference to the community, is also to train the student. Train the student, how do you work with a very tight budget and yet make a big impact. This one will test your creativity, test your negotiation skill, and test your problem solving skill. Don't solve problems just by spending money. That is easy. However, budget is always very, very limited. You have to demonstrate to us that how can you use the least budget, and yet create the biggest impact, right? So we want you to put in more thoughts into this, your program. Please go back, discuss with your member, and come back to us, yeah, and represent your case. Liming?
I just want to add one last point, Carmen. Yeah, that is actually the hallmark of leadership. Is actually your ability also to enroll people, yeah, to your idea. All right, so that's important. So do as much as you can. A lot of volunteer means you can cut down further costs and create a bigger impact. You can identify your supporter, your tribe to come in. All right, a lot of people believe in your cause. They don't mind volunteering. Okay.
Okay.
And also, we do not think that it's necessary to pay a volunteer. It's a community work.
Yes, that's why it's called volunteer.
Yeah, Mr. Ding?
Yeah, do your show go on live? Do the show go on live on the Facebook or on anything? Anywhere?
You mean the stage play?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are thinking like to do the physical and the online at the same time. So we are still thinking about this. Yeah.
You should do it so more people can be benefit from it. Because I don't think people will travel from JB or Malacca come just for the show.
Okay.
Not outstation people, they can benefit from it.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is a cheaper way of doing it.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Carmen Hao Juyi from New Era University for sharing her project with us. We are looking forward to your amendments. Up next, we have a project about water. As we all know, everyone needs water to survive. To improve the accessibility of clean water for the local residents in Sabah, let us invite Jeff Mu Zongting from Universiti Malaysia Sabah to present the project, Make Water Potable and Safe to Drink. Without further ado, Jeff, the floor is yours.
Good morning to my Starfish Foundation, fellow judges, and everyone. I'm Jeff, the presenter for the project Make Water Potable and Safe to Drink. Why is water important? Because water covers the basic needs. We need water to wash clothes, we need water to wash dishes, and most importantly, we need water to drink. Of 70% of water in Earth, only 1% is served as fresh water that is yet to be treated. Water becomes an issue when water is hard to be accessed. Water demand increases because population increases. In 2018, about 10 million liters of water demand is needed per day for Pita's community. This engaged the previous water treatment done by governmental implementations to organization collaborations and community services. Water treatment can be done from large scale to small scale. Large scale as in building a big water treatment plant to let water pass through several filtration units to obtain clean water. Small scale as in self-treating water to make it potable. Self-treat water procedure is popular nowadays due to easily accessible and small amount of materials required. Theoretically, only 60 grams of aluminum sulfate and 2 grams of chlorine are needed to treat 1,000 liters of water. Our project will be located at Kampung Pituru, Pitas, Sabah. Why Pitas? According to Mael Mari, the chairman of MPKK Kampung Pituru, the residents heavily depends on rainwater and untreated water as their primary source of water. Rainwater and untreated water is harmful because it contains a lot of microorganisms that can cause illness to our body once consumed. Next, why this project? This is because of water shortage in Pitas. Even though there are constant water treatment projects done by governmental authorities and other organizations, however, due to increase in populations, the water demand is increasing from time to time. Next, we would like to continue the spirit of community services. Previously, UNIMAS had collaborated with authorities to conduct a water treatment or water filtration system where they filter out the clay content from the untreated water. Hence, we apply the concept of water supply knowledge into this project and continue the community service in Pitas area. Lastly, our team are familiar with water supply knowledge. We know that to make water potable, we don't need to create a large water treatment plant. A little chemicals will do. For the impact and beneficiaries, we have 20 representatives from each 20 families. The beneficiaries will learn hands-on water treatment and spread this technique to the others in Pitas area. These are our team members. There are 24 of us together with supervisor Dr. Vera. What will we do throughout this project? The time frame will be divided into 2 days, 26 June and 25 June and 26 June respectively. On 25 June, theoretical explanation regarding potable water and water treatment will be given to the community. Jar test will be conducted by our team. Jar test is a scientific experiment. It is done to let the community able to compare the water with and without treated chemicals. However, jar test is not to provide scientific explanation to the community. It is to provide a comparison for them. Next, we'll have a demonstrations for water treatment conducted by us. And on 26th of June, there will be hands-on activity in which our team would be divided into small groups and guide that 20 representatives from 20 local families so that they can conduct the hands-on activity, hands-on water treatment by themselves. This is the hands-on activity that will be carried out. Aluminum sulfate, chlorine, activated carbon added into 20 liters of water in the bucket, followed by pH test, and finally the water is safe to drink. This activity is simple, yet it determines whether you are going to get stomachache or not later on due to the with and without the additions of chemicals. For the expected results and outcomes, we expected to raise the awareness of potable water after this project in Pitas community. We expect to incubate hands-on water treatment skill among the community and eventually let this skill spread out across the community. We expected the representatives to learn and knows how to refill the chemicals, just what exactly amounts of chemicals are needed to treat water. These are our project expenses. We have aluminum sulfate and chlorine, which are the major chemicals in water treatment. We have digital scale, measuring cylinder, beaker, stick, activated carbon, net filter, hose tube for jar test demonstration. We have litmus paper for pH test. We have bucket to fill in the raw water. We have drum blue to store the treated water that will be placed near the head villager's house so that villagers can access to treated water. The total expenses will be 1,651. These are all from me. Thank you.
Applying scientific knowledge to address water poverty. Let us have our judges to share the questions.
Jeff, you mentioned that this project will benefit 20 families, yeah? And for the material that you're going to buy, how long can they last? And what happens if after the so-called the expected duration, what will happen?
Thank you for the questions. The chemicals will last for 2 years minimum, so it can last very long. And since only little amounts of chemicals is needed, so that it is very affordable for the residents, especially the underprivileged community, to restock the chemicals and treat the water from time to time.
Okay.
Jeff, is it just one tank you're doing and put at the village head's house or what?
Just one 50-liter drum blue tank that will store the treated water near the villager's house.
And would 50 liter be enough for 20 families?
Because this water will be used during water emergency in case that water crisis is really serious. Because nowadays there are water treatment plants built in that area. So, but then there will still be case of water shortage in Pitas area. So that drum blue is built for water emergency.
But 50 liters is very little for 20 families. I don't know how many per family, even if you just use it for drinking. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Is it, just like Mr. Wong's question, is it in the concentrated form? I saw it's actually in powder form, and when you say 50 liter means it has been diluted, that it can be used for that 20 families.
The powder form will be added into the raw water, stirred for a while, and it will be considered as part of the water treatment process.
But the question just now, whether it is enough 50 liter for that 20 residents, 20 families.
If the villagers use the water widely a lot, which makes it unable to finish, which makes it finish very fast, then maybe we can have to consider buying another drum blue, which added up to 100 liter.
What is the current source of the water, Jeff? Where do they get the water to be treated?
Rainwater.
Rainwater.
It's either rainwater or they have this car carrying the water from water treatment plants to that Pitas area.
What if during the drought season, the dry season, you have no water? What would they do?
Then we will have to store that water from earlier on, from during the rainy seasons, to keep it for the drought season later on.
Does your budget cater for all these storage facilities, collection facilities, and all?
Yes.
Jeff, what is the difference between you have the 50 liter and 150 liter? I see in your paper that there is a 150 liter drum. What is the different expenses on that?
150 liter drum?
Yes. You are talking about 50 liter, right? So I think most of the judges think that is not sufficient for the consumption. So how about the 150 liters water storage? How much extra expenses you need to incur?
If for one drum blue, there will be around 300 ringgit. And since we have 5 drum blue concluded in our budget list, the 1,651 ringgit just now. So it will be around 250 liters.
Jeff, if we were to give you more money, how would you spend it to benefit or make a bigger impact?
First thought that comes across my mind is that we will hand in the extra money to the head villagers so that head villagers are able to manage it widely in the usage and the in buying the chemicals or the repairments of other materials such as drum blue or bucket in case they are broken.
So after you have given them the material, how are you going to monitor? Are you going to continue to monitor? Because very often, certain system or equipment are built and hand over to them, but then after that they do not know how to maintain it or whatever. After some time, then it defeats the whole purpose. So what do you plan to do to ensure the sustainability of this so-called initiative?
Constant message or visit to the head villagers via online contact will do. And since there is a constant community services done on that Pitas area, so maybe there will be the next group that will concentrate or focus on water treatment in that area as well, as to continue the spirit of community services.
And what happens if there is the overdosage of the chemical that they put in? Will it poison the whole village?
It will not poison the whole village.
Sometimes, they might measure it wrongly. Yeah. It can be dangerous, right?
Yeah. Instead of helping, now you're killing them.
Well, actually, there is a procedure called pH testing, so that after the water is treated, the villagers can use that litmus paper, put it on the water to see if that water is towards green color, towards acidity, towards alkalinity. If it is green color, means neutral, then it means it is safe to drink.
Jeff, I want to ask you a question. What is the real root cause of the problem? What do you think is the real root cause of the problem?
I think is that it is in a rural area, so it is really out of touch from the main water source from other places. So we have to consider transportation price.
But rural area always, there are many rural areas in the whole. In fact, we started the whole country are rural. There's no urban, and there's no problem. So what is the real root cause of? We think is the cause of the problem. It's not because it's rural, right?
The government is not helping, or they don't get any support from the government, from the state, perhaps.
Perhaps the facilities that transport the water, because of the pipeline that is not efficient enough to transport the water from mainstream up to the villagers.
There's
So
no
it's the
river.
delivery.
There's no river.
Yeah.
No river nearby at the kampung.
Because during drought season as well, the river will not be providing sufficient water.
That is a very critical point, isn't it, Jeff? During the dry season, because when you need water is when there is no water. When there's a lot of rain, you open your mouth and you can drink, right? So how do you deal with that problem? Should be considered. That's why I ask about the source of water. What is the source of water? Yeah. The other question I have is, you mentioned that the government has tried before, and they have not succeeded. I don't wish to dwell on the reasons for the failure. You mentioned increase in population, but let's say if you think big and you give one tank per family, and my question to you is, do you think each family, let's say, will contribute 100 ringgit? It's not that we want them to pay, it's the fact that you want them to be committed because they have invested in that tank themselves for their own family. How would that play out? That's one question. The other question is still, I think you've got to think about the source of water. Some source of water that's permanently there, you know, like an artisan well, perhaps.
And for the source of water, it's quite critical. It's a critical issue in that area as well, because, like I said, population increases, so increases water demand, hence increases finish up the water usage real quick. So they have to constantly pump out the water, and in case they don't have sufficient water for usage.
So unless you solve that problem, you always have problem, right?
Yes, we also have to provide solutions for that problem.
I want to give you an idea. Have you heard of Charity Water? There's an NGO in the US called Charity Water. And all they do is raise money, and they go into remote areas, like you say, and they drop an artisan well. An artisan well is a deep well. That's what they do. They drop the artisan well and enable water to be always available. You know, perhaps you can deal with both at the same time. You know, how do you address the source of water supply, as well as doing what your project paper wish to do?
Thank you for the enlightenment.
I think you can get where the judge sentiment is coming to. Your solution is a very reactive solution. Sure, worldwide you're going to have a lot of water issue. Yeah, but what we desire from institution of people like you, young people, is to go deeper in your thoughts. Yeah, come up with more creative solutions. Out there now, there's plenty of creative solutions. Yeah, Mr. Wong just mentioned about dropping well. What about, there are now solutions for tapping into the humidity of the air. We are in a country has a lot of humidity, So reactive problem like putting chemical treatment, we can see at this bit many other problems will arise as well. But most important, you are not solving the root cause. Yeah, we really like your solution, or we really like your heart in wanting to help them.
Jeff, I have this concern. I think you mentioned in your your paper that Pitas is a high poverty area. Okay, usually high poverty means low literacy. It means a low education level. Right? Okay. So the people are not so well educated. I have this concern that whether or not they can apply the knowledge that you share with them. For example, how much chemical to add, and when to replace the charcoal and things like that. And also this place there are some distance from your universities. You cannot go there easily. I mean, maybe not so accessible. So that means most of the time they are on their own, right? And so whether or not they test the thing properly, this is also some concern. Yeah, I think you have to provide a so-called idiot-proof method. That they can just use it easily rather than they have to learn to mix the chemical and to test this and test that. I mean, that is my concern. Okay. Anyway, judges, any more questions?
Nope.
Okay. If no, then okay. Please allow us some time. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, judges. Now let us wait while our judges enter the discussion room. Hello, Jeff. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
How are you feeling right now?
Great.
Okay, so would you mind sharing with us what are you currently studying in?
I'm currently studying environmental science.
Oh, environmental science.
Yes.
Will you mind sharing with us further what do you learn in environmental science?
In environmental science, it covers a wide range of environmental related topics such as microorganisms under the water, water treatment, like this project, and about meteorological study, about climate change, about soil science, what is the things that works under the soil that makes it fertilized for the plants, and also the related environmental law in targeting these current surfacing climate problems.
I see. So it's a very comprehensive course tackling the issues of environments. Super, super awesome. All right. When we talk about, since your project is about treating water, would you mind sharing with us about undrinkable water? What are the things that we would like to remove when treating undrinkable water?
Microorganisms.
Oh.
A lot of microorganisms. Because untreated water contains a lot of microorganisms that is not suitable for our body. If once consumed, it can cause stomachache, illnesses, headaches, etc.
I see. So how does aluminum sulfate and also chlorine solve that issue for you?
Aluminum sulfate, once added to the water, it can form the coagulants of microorganisms and let them sink down to the base of the water so that later on it is easier to filter out that coagulants. And chlorine is to kill off the microorganisms.
I see. All right. So in a very layman term, basically, aluminum sulfate makes the dirt drops down, and chlorine kills the bacteria. Did I get it correct?
Yes.
Oh, super awesome. All right. So I have a little bit of wondering, like, what is your relationship with Kampung Pituru?
It is just about to start. But I have heard about this Kampung Pituru from UNIMAS side in regarding to these previous collaborations of UNIMAS with other organizations in treating water in Kampung Pituru.
So it's more like you've already known that the villagers are very supportive and receiving of any other projects that's being conducted in there.
Yes, since community service is community service regarding water treatment is quite active in that area.
I see, super, super awesome. All right, so a little bit more of questions. So, what are when people talk about drinkable water, clean water, what are some concepts that the public rarely understand about?
Concept? You mean the perspective about clean water?
Yes, like what are the point of views that the general public should have known, but they don't really know about clean water?
Perhaps the content of that water, since, like I said, the microorganisms in what causes illness, and we cannot see that with our naked eyes. So public really lack of awareness regarding these chemicals, these little things inside the water. So we don't know exactly what is consumed inside our stomach. So that is something that has to be cared for.
I see. So when we're talking about what's inside the water, how do you usually test whether there is anything inside the water?
Scientifically, we will use the aluminum sulfate to see, because aluminum sulfate always accumulate those microorganisms, so that if there is a lot of microorganisms, you can see a large clump of coagulant form at the basement of it. That is how we see it.
So if there is no microorganism, the aluminum sulfate will just become water?
Yes.
Now I'm really looking forward to your project. Okay, is there anything that you would love to share with us regarding water in general?
Water in general. Well, a lot of people don't believe it, but if you drink water every day, you can actually get healthy. That is one of the facts that people tend to ignore. Yes.
All right. So everyone, a PSA from Jeff: drink water every day. Okay, thank you for our little chit chat. Our judges are back. Let us hear what they have to say for us.
Can't hear you, Liming. Can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear? Okay, Judge. Jeff, the judges are unanimous in our decision and our thoughts. But before I come to that, first of all, I want to acknowledge you and particularly your concern for the villagers in Pitas. All right. Now, having said that, the judges felt that this is not a sustainable project. It's more of kind of like a small scale. It works well in a small scale, limited time frame. But if you've got to put it into a long period, and especially with the mindset of the villagers, we are very concerned about that. All right. And having said that, the other reason we felt is also that there are better solutions which, students of your caliber should actually venture into the deeper reasoning, exploration, new ideas, better ideas, more sustainable ideas. Yeah. So we are rejecting your proposal, but we don't want to discourage you, right? And we want to asking you to carry on to pursue this idea. And we are always open there for you to come back. Yeah? Okay? So thank you, Jeff, for your effort.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Muzongting from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, for sharing your project with us. Up next, learning allows people to achieve greater things in life. To provide tuition classes for the students in need, let us invite Fatul Naim bin Fatul Rahman from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia to present the project Learning Starts from the Heart. Without further ado, Naim, the classroom is yours.
Let's start. Good morning to the esteemed judges and my fellow peers. My name is Fatul Naim bin Fatul Rahman from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia, and I will be presenting our project, Learning Starts from the Heart. So our presentation online, what we will be talking about today is the overview of why this project, the impacts and beneficiary, expected results and outcome, time frame, budget, and the team members. So project overview, Learning Starts from the Heart was originally named Tuition-Rakyat. It was held once in 2019 and once in 2020. It was held back because of the movement control order, and now we are just starting up again. We hope to be doing this for years and years to come. It's an extra classes program for SPM and PT3 students in the B40 category in preparation for their examination. How the genesis of this project and how this project came to fruition was because our project supervisor was taking a drive around Muar and Pago area and saw the schools there, and the students that came out from the schools were wearing tattered clothing. So it was safe to assume that they cannot afford the money for tuition classes, which we can agree is crucial for school. So why the name change? Learning Starts from the Heart is penned by me, because I believe it exactly describes what we are trying to do. We are providing free tuition classes to ones who really need it with no expectation of monetary gain. In Bahasa Melayu, we would say this as ikhlas. So let me tell you a bit of a story. I got COVID last month, and the moment I left the quarantine facility, I took a victory lap. I went to Muar, and I went to Tanjung Emas in Muar and just looked at the Muar River, beautiful place. And then, to my surprise, there were students from SMK Sri Muar who are the target project beneficiaries. One of the targets were having a road run. And I spoke to some of them, I connected to some of them, I heard their problems, and I deeply resonated with them. And I really want to help them because I have a deep connection to them now. So why do you think tuition is important? Because first, school, we only go to school for how many hours a day? So we definitely need the extra help. Second is because of the movement control order. All the classes were turned to online mode. So the students, some of them cannot afford the gadgets to attend online class. So they may borrow phones from their sisters, brothers, or their mothers, and they have to swap, and then they have to take turns attending classes. So they are really behind in their studies. So the project impact and beneficiaries, it gives 150 B40 SPM and PT3 students in the Pago and Muar area the opportunity to attend tuition classes without any payment. However, as we have been mentioned previously in the news, PT3 is no more. The examination as and so now the resources from the PT3 allocation we will be putting into SPM. We will try to offer more subjects. Right now we only offer English, science, mathematics, and history. So maybe we'll be offering biology, physics, and chemistry. And also, 30 UTHM students will become tutors, training provided, developing soft skills, and mentoring the students. So not only the 150 students will benefit by getting education and help for their academics, I believe the UTHM students who will volunteer to become the tutors will also help learn altruistic leadership skills and learn how to manage a classroom. Also, these students will definitely resonate with their teachers because they are basically almost the same age. So they will have a older person to talk to and resonate with them. And also these tutors would be more experienced because they recently took the SPM examination a few years ago. So the expected results and outcome, the 150 students sitting for SPM and PT3 may expect improved results in their examination. As we have mentioned, PT3 is no more, so we will allocate the resources elsewhere into the SPM program. And then an achievement test will be done at the end of the program to gauge their improvement. We will also be offering a workshop for physics and chemistry because we are liaising. We are in correspondence with teachers, SPM teachers who are responsible for making the questions. So we will also have a workshop how to answer those questions. So here's the time frame of the program. So we will go by phases. We will have a registration phase for the students and the tutors. The students can register online. However, if we will be promoting to the schools around Pago and Muar, so the teachers can also nominate a few names that they believe will benefit from this and will appreciate this effort. So there will be an interview session to shortlist the number of tutors, and then there will also be TOT for the new tutors, training of tutors, so that they will be ready to handle a classroom and how to teach, and their leadership qualities and soft skills will be developed. Then here is what we look forward to, the classes. It will be held on Friday mornings for 2 hours for a month. And then on the 28th, we will also have technical workshop on how to answer physics and chemistry question done by question makers of SPM. And then for the last day, we will have achievement test and certificate giving and closing ceremony. Here's the budget. Here we have the modules that we will use for 4 subjects. And here is for SPM. And then here is for PT3, which we will use all this allocation for other subjects now, since we will not be offering PT3 subject. And then the most important part is we believe that the modules, 5 modules will be used by the tutors to discuss which topics to give and give exercises. But we do not believe that it's good for the environment to buy a lot of modules for 150 students. So we believe a photocopy machine for us to photocopy exactly what we need, and so that we will reduce paper, and so the photostat machine will only be used for this project, and then it will be used only for this project, and it will be used for the project for years and years to come. So here are our team members. And to end off on a strong note, here is a song lyric from a rap song that I like. The next Bill Gates could be on Section 8 up in the project. Section 8 is a housing program in the US that offers cheap housing for people who need it. So what we're basically saying is that these kids have potential. It's wrong for us to not help them by giving them free education, for them to leave the B40 bracket, for them to have the future, because education is important for us to have a brighter future and for them to be successful in life. That is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naim, teaching our future generation to uplift their lives. Next, I invite the judges to ask some questions.
Naim, you mentioned that you need to buy a photocopy machine. This is to photocopy the textbook, am I right?
Yes, the modules that we will be using.
Okay. Isn't this infringement of copyright?
Yes, but this is like the cheapest way we can find to.
But is this correct? Ethically, is it right?
I believe it's not, but as university students, even our lecturers suggest us to photocopy textbooks exactly what we need, because it's cheaper that way.
So there's no moral issue here. Okay.
I think if you were to go back to the altar and seek for permission, that's one way, nah?
Yeah.
Right. So I think it's better to do it in the right way. Yeah.
Yes. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Another one. Yeah.
So Fatul Naim, yeah, I do agree with other judges also. Although this the Nawai tu ataupun the niat is very noble to help the B40 students in PT3 and also SPM, but then it is also a learning process for you all. You know, learning process for you all, where not only a learning process, these students, they will be looking at you as role models, because you're going to coach them and mentoring them and guide them. So you need to show the right way of doing things. So photocopy is a big no-no. I think that is the first thing that we need to correct. And I'm going to ask you on the, you know, your background is on the food technology, right? Food
Yes,
science?
I'm from food technology.
Food technology and
Bachelor of
your...
Science, food technology, yes.
Okay, Bachelor of Science, food technology, and your lecturer just now you mentioned you have your lecturer who involved in this also in the engineering background, right? So
yes.
Instead of I know that this is like cut across other discipline where you're going to teach them give them tuition on other like science, mathematics and Bahasa Malaysia and all. But from your background, don't you think that you would want to focus on how to create more interest in STEM perhaps, because that is one of the issues also in Malaysia right now, where there are very low numbers of school students interested in STEM. What do you think?
Yes, I for sure would like more people to join STEM. I like my course and I would like more people to join, which is why I believe doing the program in the residential college here in UTHM, Pagoh, it will help inspire these children, these teenagers, to make the right decision and choose to go to university, to be inspired and continue their education into tertiary education, so that they can decide for themselves. Do they want to join STEM? Do they want to study and research in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics? So it does seem odd that I'm from a science background and my supervisor is from an engineering background, but it is all to inspire the future students. It's all to open doors for them.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Okay. Thing is it?
Do you know that quite a lot of these corporate officers, they are using the renting the photostat machine? And it is quite costly for you to maintain a photostat machine because it's quite often you are having problem. So it's quite costly to engage a mechanic to come and service your, and you have to do the service maintenance on and off. Yeah. So I think it's more advisable for you to rent it from the photostat machine company. Like our office, we have 3. After my accounting department do the calculation, they find it is cheaper to rent it rather than you own it. Anytime you can stop it if you don't feel like to use it and you have the problem, maintenance, you just call them in to solve the problem, and it's charged per prints you use.
I think, Naim,
yes, I can be considered.
Yeah, Naim, there are many things that we can assist you. The mechanics of it, like all these photocopy machine, are not a big issue, right? We can assist you to go down to even the free rental for machines such as this, right? Now, the main thing that we are looking at is the essence of what you are trying to contribute. Yep. Now, you have done 2 other projects before. Now, did you all study the results of what you have done? How was the result like?
The output from it, we
yes,
got
previous 2 results. Did you do a post-mortem analysis on what works?
We asked like the parents of the students, and then through WhatsApp, and then they gave feedback, and then most of them are looking forward to the upcoming projects, because for the next few children that will be taking SPM. So a lot of them will want this project again.
Okay. Well, I don't want to downplay exam, but I think Dr. Wan from academic did say the importance of the really deep learning. It's not a matter of passing exams. Yeah, STEMs are very important. I don't know whether you can incorporate some of these, more progressive ideas. Yeah, rather than just the fact of just passing the exam. That's my take on this. Thought for you to bring up.
Thank you.
So I have a very simple question. You mentioned in your proposal 150 students. That is out of a total of how many students that could possibly join? What is the total?
We are offering to around 7 to 12 schools around Pagoh and Muar, depending on the range of the distance between like UTH and Pagoh and Muar. So it could be between 7 to 12. So that would be, imagine if there's 300 students per school, that would be, yeah, that would be a minimum of 2,100. So, but I believe that some of them are privileged and can afford tuition, but we are definitely targeting the poverty-ridden, the ones that cannot afford tuition. Yeah, 150
Okay.
out of
So the
2,100.
300 per school represent those that cannot afford. That means you have not left any kid behind.
We cannot afford to do for everyone, so we have to cherry pick from the ones that really need it.
Oh, okay.
B40, as you mentioned.
Yes, under 4,850 household income. Yes, under B40.
Okay, Naim, let me understand the textbook, the module Inovasi, the series of the books, that it is a reference book.
Yes, it's a reference book and also it has exercises in it.
And reference and exercise. Okay, say for one student, how many does he need? If you were to buy, how many? Maybe one for English, one for mathematics, whatever. Is it? Am I right to assume?
Yeah, for each student. So that would be
for each. Okay. Yeah. So that means looking at this, say the unit price, so it's about 40 ringgit per student, right?
Yes.
Okay, 40 ringgit per student, and then how many students that will participate in your program?
150. 40
150. 40 times 150. This is 150. 40 times 150. 6,000. Right?
Yes.
So okay, and you see, if you only buy 5 copies, you might not be able to get a discount. Right? If you buy 150 copies, I'm sure you can get good discount. Furthermore, if you were to negotiate with the publisher that you are doing this for charity,
yeah,
okay, you can even ask them to partly subsidize. Okay, and that can solve the problem of providing each and every student the original copy rather than a photocopy. Yeah. You see, of course, photocopy can save money. Many people are doing it, but it doesn't mean that this is correct. Right? You are sending a wrong message to the student that it's okay to steal. Right? I mean, you infringe people's copyright. Okay. You are not Robin Hood. You rob the rich and save the poor. So, and you see, the thought of just buying a printing machine, a photocopy machine to do this work, again, this is not practical. Okay. I mean, if you really want to do it this way, you're working with the colleges, the school, all those things. School have a photostat machine. Okay. So why should you go and buy a machine just to do this? Like what Mr. Ding has mentioned that, usually people don't buy a machine, and furthermore, it's so expensive. So to me, I think the best way is, okay, maybe we'll give you the idea later. Okay, thanks. Okay, any more suggestions from our judges?
No, thank you.
I think a good initiative, but also must do it in the correct way or so-called proper way. It's important that to give them not only the knowledge, but at the same time also the value of life. We should tell them what is do and don't in life. Yeah, I think certain things, the value has to be correct. Our society is in a chaos because the value of life is strong.
Yeah, correct.
Listen, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So give us a few minutes, we'll come back to you.
All right, thank you, judges. Let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Right. Hello, Naim. How are you feeling right now?
Hi, I'm doing good. Yeah.
Right. So I'm also surprised that you're actually having a background in food technology. Was it?
Yes.
So would you mind sharing with us how did you how did you get to participate in such an education program like this?
My project supervisor has been doing this project since 2019 and 2020, but that was on a really small scale. So there wasn't funding. It's just from the university funds. So it couldn't be done in a large scale, like 150 students targeted. So now he wants to go and do this pitching and then try to get funding from my Starfish Foundation. So he approached me because he has a peer in a lecturer who is also my lecturer. She suggested my name because I am proficient enough and can give this kind of presentation, and he definitely would require that help. So he reached out to me, and then I became really passionate for this program because I have always desired helping other people.
I see. So it started with a few lecturers believing that you are doing a great job in learning. Super awesome. Right. So so you told us there were a few lecturers who had already pioneered the program. Would you mind sharing with us a little bit furthermore of what they had done before?
Yeah, they did Tuition Rakyat 1.0 in 2019. That was led by my seniors, who I have no recollection about because I don't know I don't know who they are, and then they just did the program. So now we have a baseline for the program. So it's my lecturer, my project supervisor, and then a few students. And then in 2020, it's the same thing also. So they just did tuition classes, offered these 4 subjects again, and offered to like a few schools around Pago, I believe.
I see. I remember you mentioned earlier that you feel deeply connected with the communities. Would you like to share with us, like, what are the main problems that they face besides being unable to access learning materials?
Around here, besides economically, since here in UTH Pago, this is the university hub. There's a few universities around here, but that's basically it. It's very barren. It's a very kosong, like there's nothing to do here. There's a few places to hang out. There's few. So entertainment wise, there's one thing. Leisure, there's no exercise facility. There's no sports facility that we can use. So leisure and entertainment is very much a problem here because Pago and Muar are 30 minutes away. So Muar is like the town. There would be at least a mall or some good food locations there. So yeah, they face entertainment and leisure also problems here.
I see. All right. So based on the recent news on the cancellation of PT3, what do you think? How do you think the cancellation of PT3 will affect tuition rakyat or learning from the heart?
Personally, my sister is taking PT3 this year. She's Form 3, but she was livid when she found out that the examinations are cancelled. So she definitely enjoyed it. So, but for this program, as I said, we just allocate what we focus on for PT3 directly into the SPM subjects.
I see.
So no problem with that.
I see. So no problem at all because you can instead allocate every resources towards SPM students. Okay, so as a university student that doesn't major in education, what is the main challenge when you're going to teach these tuition students?
yeah, we do not have the qualifications. We don't have the proper training to become educators. We are not teachers. But from another perspective, we also resonate deeply with these students because we're not that different in age. So the problem would be that we are not properly trained for teaching, but at the same time, we are more like seniors to these students. So we can definitely teach them perfectly. Inshallah.
I see. So it's more of a like, instead of teaching it for to teachers and students. So as of several classes before, were there any touching stories between teachers and students? Like, were there any inspiration which made them felt like they wanted to study better, they wanted to score their exams, or probably even they've already went into university right now?
Yeah, because we do it in the residential colleges, so we do it at the classroom underneath. Like here, I am at one of the residential college, and then there's a meeting room downstairs. So we do it there. So the students can interact with all the other university students. They can see how much of a community we are here, and they will be deeply inspired. So there's a few stories of how these students are more motivated to study and learn, not just for the exams, but just so that they can get through the door, get their foot through the door, so that they can get into university, not just UTHM specifically.
I see. Very, very awesome work indeed. All right, welcome back, judges. Please share with us the result of the discussion.
Unmute, Mr. Ding. Unmute. Thank you.
Hi, hello, Fadul. I think it's a good initiative, and I think judges all like it. But maybe we can change a bit of the way of doing it. You know, instead of buying the photostat machine, I think the judges all are stand firm on our objective that we shouldn't infringe the copyright of others. No, so we are more inclined towards that. If you agree, you should go back to nego with the publisher and see how much the discount you can get if you buy more. And at the same time, I think you should make the student to pay some. That means the book is subsidized. They may pay 2 ringgit or 3 ringgit or maybe 5 ringgit for the books. I think it's not a big amount, $10 or $20, altogether 4 or 5 books. So we subsidize most of it. I think if you calculate the photostat machine and the paper is all come out also 5,000 plus. Yeah. So I think our stand is maybe you can go back and then redo your paper and send it back to us. Is it okay with you? Yeah.
Yes.
You come back with the new prices from the, and then how you are going to collect the money from the students, you know. It's just a small token, but I think they will appreciate when they pay, more appreciate the lessons. And for those really cannot pay, I think maybe we can give them the exemption. We can still give them the free books. Yeah.
Okay, Naim, I just want to add, I think it's important that we do the right thing. Okay, infringement of copyright definitely is wrong, right? And we do not want to send the wrong message, not only to the students, but also to your group of volunteers. Okay, there are many ways to solve a problem legally, morally. Okay, so we will encourage you to resubmit your proposal. See how you can negotiate a better term, better pricing. And if you can enroll the publisher and you say that they are part sponsor of this CSR initiatives, then maybe they can sell you half price or maybe 2/3 of the price or whatsoever. Then you do not need to spend so much money there. Okay, so buying the photocopy machine is a no-no. Yeah. Okay, so please resubmit your paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Fatul Naim bin Fatur Rahman from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia for sharing your project with us. We are looking forward to your amendments. Upcoming next, due to frequent water disruptions at a local church, they decided to harvest rainwater. Let us invite Ahmad Yusof Talinasis from Universiti Malaysia Sabah to present the project Water Emergency Storage. Ahmad Yusof, the floor is yours.
All right. Assalamualaikum and good morning to the fellow judges and fellow participants. So today I'm going to talk about our project, which is the water storage emergency. Okay, so these are my team members. We have 10 people are involved in this project. So the proposal, the location that we have chosen is Gereja Katolik Kampung Tagai Apin-Apin Keningau Sabah, which is a rural area for that area. Okay, so a little bit briefly about the background. What is the rainwater harvesting system? So it is a rainwater collection system, technology for the collecting and storing rainwater for the human use. So for this project, we're using the rainwater for the domestic purpose, except for the cooking and drinking water. Because for this project, we didn't really put the filtration system. We just using it for the cleaning and the bathroom water. So it's more to the restroom usage for the church and for the people around that area. So the water is crucial in that area because of the frequent usage of water in that church, especially for toilet, and the water problem caused by the frequent flooding of a heavy rain. So we decided to choose this area because it has a very frequent rainfall that happened there, and the area was getting main supply of water was often cut off. And the church that we have chosen is actually recently finished from the construction. It was like last month, if I'm not mistaken. It was finished last month, so they don't really have the pipeline yet. So we are using this rainwater harvesting system as the water resource for this church. So this is the church that we have chosen. So when it is a heavy rain, the flood will cause some damage at that area. So it's a little bit hard for the to do the pipeline to have water resources for that church. Okay, why harvesting system? So rainwater harvesting system is not that complicated project and quite easy to be done. And it is more sustainable for a long period of time because it's collecting the natural resources from the rain, and it doesn't need huge amount of money to maintain the system because we didn't really put the filtration system for this project. So it is also can help to reduce the water bills for the church. So there are more than 300 people in the village, and about 95% of the people are Christian, which is the mainly people, the villagers in that area is a Christian, and the church constantly have people in use. It doesn't have to be on Saturday or Sunday. Everyone can come to the church when they really need to be. Okay, the average person uses per day is 201 liters of water, and considering the number of people and the water usage, the church pay a pretty huge amount of money for water bills. So we are suggesting this project to help them to reduce their water bills. Therefore, this project can help them a little bit. So how does this rainwater harvesting system help the environment? So for the environment, it will limit the damage caused by the stormwater by collecting the vast amount of water land on the roof area of the church. The rainwater harvesting keeps this water out of stormwater and thus out of our waterways, so we can reduce the flooding damage. Other than that, we restore the hydrological cycle. When we collect the rainwater to use for our domestic usage, for our gardening, we can reduce the stormwater impact by holding the water on site rather than letting it run off. And when we release it later, when we will release it when the ground is no longer saturated, and we will allow the water to sink back into the ground where it belongs and hydrating the soil. So the impact and the beneficiary from this project is our main focus is to help the villagers to have an alternative dependable water resources, especially for the church's activities for the villagers, and also we can help effectively the environmental protection regarding about the soil nature. We want to avoid some a landslide that could be happen when during the heavy rain. So the project outcome that we are expecting is we can reduce the water bills by replacing the municipal water with the rainwater and provide an independent water resources in the area when other water resources are unavailable, rather than depending on the Jabatan Air supply, water supply. So we would have this water tank for the emergency usage or maybe other activities that can be used at the church. So they are too expensive for development, or they are too difficult to obtain for the church to obtain project like this. So we are volunteer ourselves to give this project, provide sustainable water resources for daily use such as washing, cleaning, and domestic use, mostly for the restroom. So we will try to encourage the people to save the water to protect the environment. So this is our time frame. We targeted to do this project on 5th November this year, and we are start to go there from our university to the location from 8 a.m. And we arrived at the Gereja Catholic Saint Francis CC Tagai, and then we will survey the building or the house in that area, which is suitable for the installation of the project. And then on the same day, we will also brief about the project, the benefits of the water harvesting to the church community, which is Mr. Julius Benjamin. Yes. So for our budget, this is our roughly estimation for the budget. We going to put a 500 gallon water tank, which is like 380. And other equipment that are needed for the rainwater harvesting system to be done. So roughly the amount that we need is 1,261.50 cents for this project to be done. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmad Yusuf Talinasis. Water is the life of community. Next, I invite the judges to share the questions.
Okay, any question, judges?
Yusuf, just to ask you, clarify your problem. Is water shortage a bigger problem, or flood is a bigger problem?
When during the heavy rains, the flood can be the main problem for this area, but right now the church doesn't have the pipeline because it was just finished from the construction. So that's why we choose this church to be used as more soon as possible for the church activity.
So now there's no water for the church.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you want to save the water bill, but then there is no water supply. When there is no water supply, what water bill you are talking about?
I mean, for the long term, after this, like after maybe the Jabatan Air or the government to do the pipeline after this, so they don't really rely on the rainwater. So to reduce for in the future, so we provide this more earlier to the church.
Okay, and your tank is 500 gallon, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long can this 500 gallon last? 500 gallon of water.
Maybe it's say 100, be around.
You put down as 201 liters per day. So it can last you only 2 days.
Yep. For the usage of the restroom.
And how much water can you collect with the roof structure that you have right now?
Actually, we haven't calculated the catchment area for this church, so we haven't estimated how much the rainwater that can harvesting from this.
See, that means you have not done your homework, right? You see, it's important for you, to do this homework to find out, for example, how much water can you collect, and with the amount of water that you can collect, how big the storage tank that you should have, so that it will last you longer. Otherwise, if you spend so much money there, and yet you waste most of the water, and you only collect a small amount of water, can only last you 1 or 2 days, it doesn't really serve the purpose or doesn't really help you. You can actually do more. Okay. And one more thing is, when I look at your mission said that, okay, hold on. To prevent urban flooding as a result of excessive rain. How does this one relate to your water harvesting project? If you only collect 500 gallon of water, you think that you can prevent urban flooding?
No, because sometimes nature can be more aggressive than we thought. So we want to reduce the damage from this flooding.
No. How do you reduce the damage from flooding?
We want to storage the water, the rainwater.
But the rainwater that you can store is only a tiny drop in the hundreds or thousands of gallons of flood water.
So,
right. So to me, I think, what you do doesn't seem to address your vision to prevent urban flooding. Either you remove this as your vision, that means to prevent urban flooding, or you do something else.
Yeah, I think we need to change the vision.
Okay, Liming?
Yeah, following through what PK, the reasoning is very important for you, because again, this is your education. What you need to do is, for every issue, connect the dots, right? So if you were to connect the dots into flooding, you will realize you'll see a lot of interesting things. Yeah. So rather than just going and build water tank, if you can connect the dots, you can understand issues deeper. Yeah. For example, what causes a flooding? It could be so many things as you connect the dots. It could be weather change, it could be carbon content, it could be the trees that's being chopped down, whatever. Yeah, not enough greeneries. So it's important that at the end of the day, if you want to make a bigger difference, impact, these are the approach that you want to do. Yeah. We have in the past people who endeavor to plant lots of trees. So this is one solution, for example. Yeah. So we would like you to think deeper into your approach. Yeah, we don't just simply give money for amenities for a tank. As much as we like to help people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ahmad.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions from the judges?
No.
Okay, one more thing is, how many church members do you have?
The what members?
Church member.
The church members, around 15 people.
15?
Yes, 15.
15. You only have 15 members for such a big church?
Maybe it's a new church.
It is a new church.
Yeah.
It's a new church. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but I thought you said the community is quite big. I saw it somewhere just now. I think you have what, 1,000 over people around the area? No.
300 people around.
Huh?
300. 300.
You see, usually the church member, you know, they will also donate some money to support the church, right? I think there are many ways for you to solve the problems, but okay. By the way, who built the church?
Who built the church is, I'm not really sure.
I think the church was usually cost over 100,000, a few 100,000 to build. 100,000-200,000 at least.
It's a nice big church.
Yeah. Okay, you have more than 300 people in the community, and most of them are Christians.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if there is no more further question, the church, I mean, sorry, the church, the judges, we discuss this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Okay, good morning, Yusuf.
Morning. Yeah.
So how are you feeling after the presentation?
I'm good. Less nervous now.
Awesome. Right, so I've been wondering too about the church. So if you told us that the church is quite new in the place, which is like 1 or 2 months, correct?
Yes.
So where did the community want to do their Sunday prayers before this?
I guess before this, they just doing maybe at a house, maybe. They're doing the church activities at the house.
I see. So with, let's say that for the current new church, how much people have been attending the Sunday congregation weekly?
Weekly, there roughly maybe about 100 people that attend the church on the Sunday or Saturday.
I see. That's quite a lot number. So they do need a lot of water.
Yes, they need a lot of water.
So a little bit of question. So what is the relationship of your group or this project? More to yourself. What is the relationship of you? What is your relationship with the community or the church itself?
Basically, we don't really have a relationship. The location was proposed by my friend that live around that area. So he proposed this location for us to do this project.
See, so it's more to, you have a friend who lives inside the community and he pointed out there is a need for a rainwater harvesting system.
Yes, it is.
All right, very, very wonderful. So you told us that there is a very frequent case of flooding over there. Would you like to share with us how frequent it happens at Kampung Pituru? Yeah. Is it Kampung Pituru?
Kampung Tagai.
That's right. Kampung Tagai. How frequent is the flooding over there?
The flooding usually happen during the rainy season, which is like on the early month of the in the early years or at the end of the years. So these just usually happen around the church area or maybe like the other part of the villages. So we think that why don't we just collect the rainwater for the villagers use as their water resources so they can reduce their water bills.
I'm a little bit curious since you say frequent is common and also happens around the church area. Let's say that there is a heavy rain on Sunday. How would the congregation come to the church on Sunday?
Maybe they have to cancel the congregation on that day. So for their own safety, so they have to stop or cancel the congregation, or maybe they can do online like we usually do during the pandemic.
Oh, really? There's been cases of a Sunday congregation using online?
Yes, my friends sometimes attend it. Yeah.
Okay, can you please share a little bit further? I'm quite curious on that.
About the what?
Regarding the online congregation, I've never heard. I rarely heard about online congregations, especially of a Christian church. Maybe because I'm not a Christian myself.
They usually the church itself they do the online church activities to congregation. So they send the link usually in the villages, so they can attend the church together through online. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Our judges are back. Let us hear the decision they have made.
Okay. Sorry, your name is Ahmad, is it?
Yes, Ahmad.
Okay. The judges, is of the opinion that you are not very clear what you want. Okay, because you have many different visions. In one hand, you say that you want to solve the flooding problem. On the other hand, you tell us about the water supply issue, and the solution that you propose, okay, it's not a lot of money. It's only 1,000 over ringgit. It's only solve part of the problem. I mean the water supply problem, and it doesn't solve the flooding issue at all. Okay, and 1,000 over ringgit, we believe that the church member can easily raise this money because the community is about 300 people, and then I don't know who spent the money to pay for the church construction. Easily cost over 100,000. 1,000 over ringgit, they can easily source it. Okay, and also the storage for the water is again too small. It can only last you for 2 days. In the dry seasons, it could be for weeks. It doesn't really solve the problems. Okay, so we think that this is not a very well thought of so-called project, right? So we will not approve your applications. However, we hope that in the future, probably next year again, you can try to submit or apply again. But next time, please be very clear about your objective and whether or not your proposal, can address is a solution to solve the problem that you have. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's important that you must come out with a solution or proposal that is good enough to solve the problems. Okay. Other judges, any comment? Any further comment? Yeah, Demi.
Yeah, a hint for you on what PK said. Yep. As a university student, your reasoning, critical thinking skill is very important. Right? When you look at that issue, you must connect the dots further. All right? Connect the dot further to the root of the problem. For example, as I said before, when you have flood, there is a reason why there is flood. Alright, so you got to connect the dots unto the root cause. We love projects like this because it's a matter of making a difference. Yeah, to the environment, to sustainability. So do go on that approach, Ahmad. Okay? In your thinking. Okay.
Don't take this reject as failure.
Yes.
Yeah, take this as a lesson learned, so that in the future you can come out with a more convincing so-called application. Right? Thank you very much.
Your critical thinking skill is one of the most important things that you will get in your university. Okay? Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Ahmad Yusof Tainasis from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, and thank you for sharing your project with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a short 10-minute break before we continue with more projects for happiness for our community.
And the walls kept tumbling down in the city that we love. Great clouds roll over the hills, bringing darkness from above. But if you close your
Through the conduction of this project, we hope to raise awareness about water pollution and the importance of a clean river for the habitat living in it. The value of responsibilities towards Mother Nature in today's generation. To promote self-employed business in low-class community and raise their income. And last but not least, clean the jetty area and enhance the water quality via producing mud balls and treated grass cage absorbent.
dia, saya tak ada baca. Dia tahulah tu dia sebutkan. Ayam tu berapa umur. Itulah.
Ada rasa gembira, ada pun happy pun ada sebabkan ada sikit tengok ayam dah besar sikit, dah separuh kena jual, ada G.R.E.E.N.
Gembira lah. Sebab ada sebuah projek yang sederhana untuk kami.
Itu rasa sangat susah sebab tak ada ban ayam. Lepas ni dah ada ban ayam ni, kami rasa sangat gembira lah. Rasa gembira lah.
Welcome back to the judging session of Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present their community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Here at Projects for Happiness, we believe your action changes the world. For the next upcoming project, did you know it is possible to create greenhouses from plastic bottles? To bring awareness of environmental protection to the community, let us invite Amira Shazana Jami from Universiti Malaysia Sabah UNIMAS to present the project Green Nature for Better Future. Without further ado, Amira, the floor is yours.
Thank you, DMC. A very good day I bid to our dear judges and to all members of the floor. I'm Amira from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, a representative for Green Nature for Better Future. Now, before I continue, I would like to introduce to you guys that these are our group members, consist of 12 people, whereby Hazla as the leader. Now, the name of the project is Green Nature for Better Future, and the project implementation date would be on 22nd of October 2022, which will be on Saturday. And the location of the project will be held at Kampung Teluk Layang, KK. And the community that will be focusing on is the community of Kampung Teluk Layang, KK, Sabah, whereby we are to expose the community regarding environmental protection. Now, why this project? So before I continue, I would like to briefly introduce to you guys regarding this location that we have chosen. So Kampung Teluk Layang is a village whereby it is lived by stateless community, which has no identity, living in Sabah. So we thought to ourselves that this is a good opportunity for us, as opportunity seldom knocks twice. Now let's continue. Why this project? So firstly, it is for us to raise the awareness and educate people at Kampung Teluk Layang regarding the environmental protection. So mini greenhouse could be the starter pack for them on the environmental education. Next is to protect existing and future crops from animal scavenging, such as monkeys and birds. Some plants are inefficient as they are being disrupted by monkeys. Mini greenhouse is to protect their crops to grow healthy, safe, and sustainable plants. Next is to provide them permanent works and to have side incomes opportunities for them. This is to encourage the villagers to farm and indirectly to have secure and permanent works for them. And finally, it is for food production for their daily lives. Cash crop plants can be their food production to their daily lives. Besides, they can sell it as to have side incomes. So the time frame for us only consists of 3 months, whereby previously in May, we created social media platforms besides designing the design of the mini greenhouse project, and we have already listed for our costings. And then in June, we analyzed the basic necessities and the problems faced by the community at Kampung Teluk Layang Likas, and we did a preliminary survey and site investigation. And finally, in October, we will be doing this project there after purchasing materials and doing the meetings and all of it. So the budget consists of 3 aspects, whereby firstly is the materials for mini greenhouse, secondly is for the gardening tools, and finally is for the vegetable seedlings. And to conclude, our budget will be 5,924 ringgits 50 cents. So what are the project impact and beneficiaries? Firstly, it is to create a paradigm shift on the community to focus them on planting. This indirectly is to reduce their cost on almost every aspect, besides making planting as one of their regular lifestyle. Next is to provide awareness to the community at Kampung Teluk Layang regarding the importance of environmental care. Furthermore, it is to make knowledge update on the community regarding to the world's environmental issues such as global warming, aside from building the sense of responsibility amongst them. And finally, it is for crops protection from animal scavengers such as monkeys and birds, as mentioned earlier. And finally, the expected outcome for us is firstly to save water usage, whereby the rainwater could be another alternative to water the plants naturally, and they could seep into the water bottles. Next is for longer growing seasons. Due to bad weather and climate changes, when the plants are exposed, plants will have a longer growing seasons, aside from being distracted by dangerous pesticides. And finally, it is to nurture future generations regarding the importance of conserving and taking care environmental protection. And at the screen is shown the bird eye view of our mini greenhouse project. And that is all from us. Green nature for better future.
Thank you very much, Amira. A unique approach of recycling to create greenhouses for the community. Now let us invite our judges to share their thoughts on this project.
Okay, comment from judges.
Yeah, you mentioned paradigm shift for the villagers. I'm surprised that you say that because I thought villagers naturally in rural community grow their own plant. Or are you referring to growing them in a greenhouse?
No.
Which is the paradigm shift? Encouraging them to grow or growing them in a greenhouse?
Yes, more to the greenhouse because
Okay.
earlier they are more to planting actually. So
Okay, then I can understand.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Amira, the plastic waste that you mentioned just now, where do you think that you're going to get that plastic waste? The using recycled plastic bottle?
I'm sorry. Actually, the plastic bottles, we will be collecting them and we will be making it for the project to create the walls of the mini greenhouse.
So it's like you're going to have like a campaign of, recycling the plastic bottles, or you have a specific place that you're going to collect the plastic bottles?
We will be having a specific place to collect bottles, besides having ourselves and our team members to just collect them altogether.
You have that examples of the mini greenhouse that you have in your paper. Is that means has already been built and you have done this before?
Oh, we haven't done this before, but before the real date of implementation of this project, we will be trying to build them before we implement it at the real location later.
So Amira, would you be prototyping this greenhouse? The reason I ask is you are using plastic bottles, and then I note in your proposal paper that you submitted, the roof is also transparent corrugated plastic polycarbonate sheets. Because that in our weather is going to be intensely hot, because you are talking of plastic bottles and then the polycarbonate sheet on top. In our hot weather, that greenhouse is no joke, it's going to be an oven. So my question to you is, would it be better for you to prototype it, a small version, to see whether it can do what you intend to do. Because the other thing that you remark is that the bottles will collect water and ensure that the plants get water. But it can be very intense during the rainy season. And, plants die because of not enough water, but they also die when there's too much water. So the question is whether you need to prototype this, test it out before you go on a big version that costs you that few $1,000s.
At first we don't think to do this prototype, but then after Mr. Luke Pang Wong mentioned, I think it is a good idea for us to do prototype first before doing this.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions for you. My first question is it the plastic is left over by the villagers or is come from other places? And please follow the question that, is it the village people produce more plastic garbage or in the city? And then the second question is whether this villager need the greenhouse more or in the city. How about you build this in the city to create the awareness? And then at the same time, I think they need the greenhouse more than at the village, because village you just can plant anywhere you want, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ding, for your question. So firstly, regarding the water bottles, we collect it ourselves. We don't collect it from the villages. And regarding to your second question, we will be doing in the future. We would see how it goes. So firstly, we implement it at the villages first, at the village area first, and then we will see how it goes. And I think both locations need greenhouses as well, because they have pros and cons at each location.
Ameru, how can your plastic bottle collect water? Because they are all going to be the war, right? How does it? So it's not collecting water.
Oh, they don't collect the water. Actually,
So?
in the budgeting, we provide the 200 liters of water tank. The villagers will water the plants themselves.
Okay. So it's not per se water from the bottle.
Yeah, no, it's not like that.
Okay, Amira, the villager around those areas, you say that they are stateless people, right? Okay. So to them, is employment more important or environment more important?
I think for them, it's the employment is more important. So compared to the environment. So we think that this mini greenhouse project could be an opportunity for them to have, permanent works, to make them working, aside from enable them to create side incomes by selling the cash crops, plants.
But they can plant their crops in their field. Why should they plant it in this greenhouse? It's such a small area.
Oh.
How much can you produce? Or are you saying that you can produce a lot more from this greenhouse as compared with the land that they have?
Oh, because during our preliminary survey, which is during the site investigation, whereby we went to the location, we have interviewed the communities there, and they have told us the problems that they face regarding their crops, their plants. They do plant vegetables and stuff like that, but the main issue is they have these animal scavengers like monkeys and birds. They are disturbing the crops there. So I think this mini greenhouse project could help to overcome this issue.
No, you see, the issue is the size.
Oh.
You know, your greenhouse is so small, right? You know, how much can it produce?
Well, at
Okay.
firstly, I think it's not that much, but in the future, we will be building more, whereby we will be providing the community manuals on how to create the greenhouse.
Because, I mean, based on your budget here, to build one greenhouse, it costs about almost 6,000 ringgit.
Yeah.
You know, is it cost efficient? You know, how long, okay, what are you going to plant? And with the harvest from the plants, how much money they're going to make? You know, these are all the issues that you have to consider. Okay, I have no more question. Any other question from other judges?
Yeah, I have one more. Amira, have you thought of alternative to the greenhouse? I've mentioned about greenhouse not being suitable for our weather, but also if it is monkeys and birds that are a problem, you could, for example, buy an area and fence it off with a chicken wire mesh. And the monkeys and all will not be able to go in, and that's very cheap. You know, you get some poles into the ground and you wrap it around, and there you have a cage for vegetable. Sunlight can go in, water can go in, it's protected, right? So what about other alternatives?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Luke, for your words. I think that there will be other alternatives as well, but here one of our focus is to educate the community regarding the environmental protection. So from the plastic bottles that we have collected, they are eventually and indirectly could educate them regarding the environment, or also for the future generation.
Yeah. Yeah, like you say, the top priority may not be environment, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Think about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Anybody
you.
else?
No.
No other.
Yeah. Then.
Okay, just give us a few minutes. We'll break out and we'll come back to you.
Okay,
Thank you, Amira.
Thank you, Amira.
Thank you, the judges.
All right. Thank you very much, judges, for the comments. Now, let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. All right. Hello and good morning, Amira.
Good morning, the MC.
So how does it feel after your presentation?
I felt quite relieved because I have said this.
Indeed, I also feel like the judges, your project is also awesome. But can you tell us more? What's the story that inspired you to use plastic bottles to build greenhouses?
Well, first and foremost, we decided a few projects regarding to the environment projects, which promotes more environmental awareness. But then after a few, after we have been voting among our team members, we chose this mini greenhouse because it looks quite awesome, yeah, quite fun, and it's like something new for us. So I think, yeah, that is why.
Very, very interesting. I heard you were talking about natural predators such as monkeys, probably, I don't know what other animals are over there. What has been the local countermeasure so far?
Sorry, can you repeat?
You told us that there are a lot of monkeys, a lot of animals which has been stealing their food production over there. So has there been any solution that has done to solve the problem of monkeys?
I think up until now, they haven't find any solutions yet. So I think that this mini greenhouse project idea could be one of the great solution for them to avoid the animal scavenging.
Very, very interesting. you said that the local population over here, they are already doing farming. So can you share with us what they have been planting so far?
Sorry, can you repeat?
I heard that you say the local population are already into farming itself. So will you mind sharing with us what are some crops that they have already planted so far?
The few crops that they have been planting so far are like vegetables, also for their food. So this mini greenhouse not only keep new vegetable seedlings that we will be growing in the future, but also to sustain the crops that they have been planting previously.
I see. All right, so will you mind telling us what is your relationship with the villagers from Kampung Teluk Layang? Or like what makes you think of choosing the place instead of others?
First and foremost, we have like no relation with that, but it is located nearby our Universiti Malaysia Sabah, and that location, there has been a few activities that was done there, such as the Borneo Comrade, the Suara Mahasiswa. They have been teaching the students, the children there. So we think that aside from having the location nearby to our university, and it is easy for us to go there, so this is quite a good idea for us to choose that.
I see. So the selection of the village is first is convenience and also on how you can address their problems at a better pace. Very, very wonderful. All right. I heard you were talking about stateless children and stateless families and stateless individuals. Would you mind elaborating us or sharing with us about the stateless people?
What I meant by the stateless community is that they have no official ICs. We call them as, PPI like that. Yeah, so that's what I meant by the stateless community living in Sabah.
I see. Are the stateless community, how long have they been in Kampung Teluk Layang? Is it like the first generation or how many generations have they already been here?
Or regarding to the generation and stuff like that, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but maybe the Borneo Comrade people knows more about that.
I see. So is there any sometimes people, as example me, we have like a bad, probably a misconception about the stateless people. Is there any misconception that you would like to clarify about the stateless population?
For me, the stateless community, they're just human beings like us. It's just that they come here just to find like work opportunities and just to like, maybe they would explore new places. Back to the point that I mentioned earlier, which is also to find work opportunities aside from living here.
I see. So besides farming, what are the main economical activities which are done by the people over there?
I'm not sure about that, but for now, what I know is that they do farm. Yeah, they farm their vegetables and other food production.
I see. So I've never went to Kampung Teluk Layang, or I don't usually go to Sabah. Can you tell us more about what is Kampung Teluk Layang? How does it feel? Probably the scenery over there. A lot of people have never seen it with their own eyes. I'm sure it's a beautiful place.
Yeah, for me personally, it is quite a beautiful place because by going there, we have to walk on foot and we will be passing the, what is that called? The beach. And for me, beach just has beautiful views. So yeah.
So even to get there ourselves, we have to go by foot. So like, how long does it usually take for you to walk from UNIMAS or the nearest checkpoint to Kampung Teluk
Actually, the location only located like quite behind that UNIMAS, so maybe like 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, it's quite near.
Yeah, quite near.
Oh, I don't know why. I was imagining like probably a half-hour hike, a 2-hour swimming.
Oh, no, no.
So okay, so now that's very clear. Now it makes very much sense why you would like why you would love to choose Kampung Teluk Ayam. So I've been wondering since the start, what are you currently studying in UMS right now?
I'm currently studying civil engineering.
I see. It's third year civil engineering. So would you love to elaborate to us how did a civil engineer came upon a greenhouse project such as this, and also farming?
For me, regarding the civil engineering course, it could actually help us on improving the ideas in building the mini greenhouse project, on the materials, on how firm it could be. Yeah.
All right. So very interesting, because instead of using civil engineering to usually create the next KLCC, we're currently creating a very cute greenhouse which can be made almost by any common villagers. That's a very big jump, and I very like it when people jump using their expertise in their living and apply it on the grassroots community. I find it very awesome that you're doing it. Okay, so I have one fun question for you. So you've been talking about how to create these greenhouses. It's made from plastic bottle, it's made from recycled waste. Would you mind sharing with us what are the rules of creating a greenhouses?
First and foremost, we set up on how long the measurement is. Then we start up with the foundations, and we form it by putting PVCs, and then we connect it with the water bottles, and then finally we cover it with the plastic roofs. Yes.
You make it sound very easy. Usually, how long does it take for, let's say, 5 person to create a mini greenhouse?
For me, like maybe 5%. 5%, is it?
Yes, 5%. Let's say 5%.
Maybe it takes like, throughout discussions with team members again, it takes like maybe not up to 1 hour like that. Yeah.
Just 1 hour?
Not up to 1 hour.
So even less than 1 hour.
Yeah.
So for this 1 hour, how big is usually the greenhouse? Will the greenhouse be built in 1 hour? How large will it usually be? Is it like square feet, or is it like meter square?
It can be both. Depends on how we will be doing it later. Yeah, it could be square meters or square foot. Yeah.
So, all right, very interesting. Okay, let's talk about. I noticed that Universiti Malaysia Sabah often does a lot of community projects. Is there like any story behind it as to why UNS has been very involved in projects for happiness, and also they have been bringing a lot of local projects to us? Do you have any story as to, probably there's a group of teachers thinking like, hey, let's do community projects together, and everyone just say, oh yeah, let's go. Is there any story like that you know of?
For other point of views, I'm not really sure, but for my personal view, I think it depends on our own lecturers as well, because throughout my experience, our lecturers, they tend to urge us to do like keep on doing this project and community stuff like that. So I think other lecturers does that as well for other courses. Yeah. I think that is why, one of the reasons.
So most of the projects are introduced by the lecturers, but conducted and explained by the students itself.
Yes.
Oh, very awesome. So ladies and gentlemen out there, if you're looking for at Facebook and such, I would like to make a very loud shout out for UMS for introducing the students to and sharing their proposal with us. This is a very great initiative by the lecturers in UMS, and also I believe that everyone will benefit from this project itself. Talking about UMS, I'm very curious. Can you tell us more about UMS? How does it look like? I never went over there, to be honest.
Oh, for me, UMS is a beautiful place, and I was informed earlier during my year one that UMS it is one of the largest universities, if I'm not mistaken. And in UMS, we have for the visitors to come, for example, the mosque. And for example, we also have our own beach under UMS. So, students can go there during their leisure time to just relax their mind. Yeah. Oh yeah, besides we have this, there's this one museum that was recently opened. So visitors can come.
Very interesting. We know that several universities such as UPM had it started from agriculture, and also let's say Universiti Malaysia Police, they started from engineering. So what about Universiti Malaysia Sabah? Where did it started from?
UMS started with, I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. Sorry.
All right. So okay, so we believe that UMS has done a very great job. So how about we have a little bit of promotion of UMS with us. So what is usually when people think of UMS, what sort of degree or courses that is the highlight of UMS?
I think the highlight of degrees at UMS, for me, in my point of view, I think it is more to, I'm not sure. I think everything is the same. Yeah, all of the courses are the same.
Okay, very, very interesting. All right. Meanwhile, towards our Facebook streamers and also everyone who's watching us, I would like to invite everyone to please like and share our Facebook Live, because everything that you do will share projects for happiness towards a larger audience and make everyone's here the projects matters more. Okay, Amira. Let us think about greenhouses in the moment. When we're talking about greenhouses, people usually think about big plastic buildings made out of probably metal structures with a wall of plastic objects, or probably even rubber in some places. So when we're talking about greenhouses, why do people usually choose greenhouses in the first place?
Why do people choose greenhouses at the first place? In my opinion, it is firstly to save the plants from other animals and stuff like that. Besides, to have a longer growing season due to climate changes and from dangerous pesticides. Yeah.
I noticed you mentioned that it is going to increase the growing season. How can a greenhouse helps you to increase the farming season of certain crops in, let's say, in Kampung Teluk Ayam?
Firstly, they could protect, how do they make it as a longer growing season? Firstly, they are protected from the animals and pesticides and stuff like that. And besides that, the bad weather and stuff like that affects it.
Okay.
All right, our judges have that. Let us hear what our judges have to say for your project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. MC. Amira, okay. Judges have discussed, and we think your idea of having a mini greenhouse is good, but it needs some improvement, especially in terms of using the PVC. Okay, if you look at your proposal just now for in the budget that you showed, you're going to nearly 4,000 only using for the PVC, and we think that that's not the correct way of using the money, and also not the correct way to use PVC for the structure. So, and the mini greenhouse is a bit small. You know, it should be bigger if you want to put it in the to be used by the community. And we also would like to suggest that, you know, because of your perhaps you said you have not done this, and it would be good that you develop a prototype first, to test first the mini when the mini greenhouse, after you have resubmit. We want you to resubmit your proposal by having some improvement on the idea of having a bigger mini greenhouse, right? And also not using the PVC for the structure.
Oh, it means that we have to change the material.
No. No, you see, you spend 4,000 on the PVC pipe.
Yeah.
This is you buy PVC pipe to support the bottle. This is a lot of money, you know. It's not recycled. You are using the recycled bottle, that is good, but now you are spending money to buy more plastic product. You know, there are so many other material you can use. If it's in a kampong, they have a lot of wood, they have a lot of trees, they have bamboo.
They have used bamboo, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So there are many
You know,
other.
See,
Because your topic is on the environmental. You want to give awareness and create that awareness. And when you talk about recycled plastics and all, but we want to make sure that the mini greenhouse is also developed or built by using recycled materials, perhaps, and using natural material instead of introducing more plastics to the mini greenhouse. Okay. So then the money can be better used in other, you know, other parts of the greenhouse that you may use.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so you resubmit your proposal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, dear judges.
Thank you.
Right.
All the best.
Thank you very much, Amira Shazana Jani from Universiti Malaysia Sabah, for sharing the project with us. We are looking forward to your meetings. Up next, to incorporate solar technologies and Internet of Things to improve farming, makes farming better. Let us invite Ahmad Ibrahim Azahari from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia to present the project Solar PV Hydroponic with IoT System, PHI. Without further ado, Ahmad Ibrahim, the floor is yours.
Yes, Assalamualaikum and good morning to judges and friends. So this is my project, which is Solar PV Hydroponic with IoT System, known as PI. And firstly, my name is Ahmad Ibrahim bin Azhari, and I have Muhammad Yusuf as standby presenter. Okay, let's go into our project. Okay, for the overview. So this project is focused on quality education, where the project will be implemented at SMK Yongping, which target student PPKI student, which is Integration Special Education Program. So the target for the student is 50 students and 9 teachers with at the moment, and this will benefit more because this project is going to more than years, and then it's also about automatic hydroponic. So a bit introduction to automatic hydroponic for a better view. Firstly, farming has been a human tradition for a long time, and it go together with technology advancement. And there are many methods have been approached in farming, and one of it is hydroponic hydroponic system. Okay, why this is hydroponic is chosen is because it's a method where crop produce it does not use soil as a medium growing, but instead they use nutrient rich and also mineral. And by combination IoT, Internet of Things, into the system hydroponic, it makes it much more easier when this IoT will help its in terms of monitor and control the system. And this all can be done by only using mobile apps and also web server, which at the end will convenience to the farmer. And then by using this method also, it can produce a crop that are more high in quality and also in terms of safety foods. Okay, why this is why I choose this project, because the school SMK Yomping itself is at in the rural area, which is the less accept in terms of Internet of Things, which is this will be the first in the project that have Internet of Things element in their school. And also they have problem with soil fertilizer, which is less fertilizer soil. And then the target actually the PPKI student. The PPKI student is actually a student who have disabilities in terms of slow learner, deaf, and others. And then in this project, we use modern agriculture as IoT 4.0, which is the latest technology in agriculture, and it is suitable with the industry at the moment, which focus on IR 4.0. And it also focus on STEM. This STEM is actually science, technology, and mathematics. Many schools at the moment is focused on this kind of activity that put interest into student in science, technology, and mathematics. So beside that, the PPKI student also allowed to study the integrated syllabus of plantation and also design and technology, so known as RBT. So project impact and benefits students. For this impact, firstly, students can learn more about the process, because by using this hydroponic IoT system, the process start from the fertilizer until the crops can be harvested, and they can see the process. And hydroponic also make it much more faster, where the crops can be harvested within 4 weeks, based on the fertilizer also. And then teachers, the problem teachers they need help in terms of delivering the learning, and for PPKI student to make it more exciting. So they have so make the student more interested in the project, and this project will be used as student into student syllabus. And last is a train of trainer. This is relationship between the student and teachers, where the relationship is like a train and the trainer for the system. At the end of the project, the product, the crop that has been harvested will be can be used for the school in many ways, which is they can also generate money based on that. And then this is site visit. Site visit for the project. Actually, the school, this is where the research hydroponic has been done. It use manual, where the people have to manually add water into the tank, the fertilizer, and others. So the innovation are made with IoT, where to make it automatic, fully controlled. Then expected project and result. So firstly is to develop modern automatic agriculture. In terms of the supply, we use solar, and then we control and also monitor at the moment using mobile apps and web server. And then student will be more exciting in when learners about the subject because they can see directly what is the Internet of Things, how does it work, and the plans they can see by progress until it can be crossed and benefit themselves. And then for the teachers, it will help teachers to find easier to give learning. And at the moment, they can the teacher does not need more effort in order to manage the project because it's an automatic system. Okay, for the time frame, this is our time frame. The 1st July, we will go to Semakiyompe as a site visit and confirmation. The place to build the hydroponic. Then 25 July, we start to design the project and running the simulation coding for the system. And on August, we'll make a preparation of paperwork and hardware and also install the project. And September until October, we will start a project at G.R.E.E.N, testing and develop module for PPKI approach. And lastly, November, we have data collection for the project, documentation, and also providing report. So for the budget, this is budget for the project. We have mechanical part, which is hydroponic, roof, tank, piping, seed, fertilizer, and EC meter, which is about 2,150. And then this is for the system control. We have electronic parts, which is water level sensor, breadboard, microcontroller, cable, and the output like stereo LCD, and also for the mobile apps. So this is our members, five. This is consists of my supervisor, technologist Dr. Siti Emily Sumat, and Ibrahim, and my friend Yusof, Zulfadri, and also my Rashah, where we will conduct the project. So thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you very much. A wonderful project about mixing hydroponics, technologies, and special needs education. Let us have our judges to share the questions.
Okay, let me understand. You are using the solar photovoltaic to produce the electricity, am I right?
Yes.
And the electricity that you produce is to power your IoT monitoring system.
Yes.
And your IoT monitoring system, what do you use it for?
Firstly, for IoT, we have two parts, which is first to monitor the progress. Example, when we already fertilize, use pesticide on the plants, and it will tell us and display the condition. Then we have control, where the when like tank they need water nutrients. When it almost out, by using mobile app, they can turn on or turn off the pump so that the nutrient can put in.
It is like an automated fertilizer and also pesticide control process. And
But
this can be accessed by all the students?
Yes, but there are some teachers who are in charge for the project, represented to the school. So they will handle and utilize it fully as a teaching method.
So this is like a experiment, a project that you do it in the school, yeah, and see how you use solar to produce electricity to power your IoT monitoring whatsoever. for planting. This is more for learning. Am I right?
Yes, the focus of this project is quality education, where we want the student to be more exciting and learn the latest technology, the IoT itself, where they are at the moment they are because this will be the first time for them to have the IoT project. And in their syllabus, they also learn about the plantation itself and also the Internet of Things in the RPT, which is match up the project.
Okay, so you're saying that now they have learned the theory in the classes. Now we're going to do it outside the class, hands-on experience.
Yes.
Have you done? What are the projects you have done so far in this area? That's a question in terms of sensor control, in terms of apps. Have you already experimented with the sensor?
Actually, I'm quite familiar with the sensor because I myself is passionate in electrical.
So you're telling me there's a sensor for pesticides,
Yes, yeah. It's not a pesticide. It's to monitor the pesticide condition.
I cannot understand what you mean.
The pesticide itself is our supply to the tank, and then but it will automatic in terms of.
Are you referring to nutrients or pesticides?
Both, because they have pesticide and also nutrient. Because
as far as I know, hydroponic do not use pesticides. The whole intention of hydroponic system is not to use pesticides.
Because the pesticide is to prevent pests that affect the vegetable. Because hydroponic have many issues with pests, and we want the teachers doesn't have to concern about the problem and make it much more easier to control and manage.
I know. What about you only have $70 on IoT sensor equipment? Is that all you need?
Yes, because the sensor itself is quite cheap.
Okay, what about the apps? Have you already developed an app for it?
At the moment, we doesn't develop the app, but we know how does it work because we have done the IoT, but not focus on plantation. It's different, but we put IoT also in the project.
So you're not going to have an app, lah?
No, we are going to use a Blink app to control, turn on or turn off the system, and at the moment we can also, by using IoT, we can also get notification when the progress is done.
Okay, when I look at your budget, your projected expenses, budget here you put 21,500, but remark here 2,150. So I don't understand this. Can you explain?
2,150.
21.
No, you look at the paper that you submitted for the budget. Okay, for hydroponic set, the pump, everything. Here you put that 1 times 21,500, but remark here 2,150.
I think miss one.
I think I missed the into portions.
One decimal point.
So it's 21,000.
Yes,
21,000.
It's not 21. It's 2,100.
Oh, 2,150.
Yes.
Oh, that means you put the extra zero.
Yeah, I just missed it.
Mistake, by mistake.
Wow, 10.
Okay.
Actually, Ibrahim, I like your proposal very much because it has two very important factors for your quality education. One is the Internet of Things, which is very today, and the other one is concerning production of food, which has to do with food security in the world today, right? And some of my concerns would be whether you have tested the system out to work and to ensure that it goes well before you pass it to the school, because it's very important that it works, right? And the students and the teachers get to use it. So that's point number one, which means you need to do a lot of testing, prototyping, stuff like that. Number two is the use of pesticide, which I think is not something good for the future of the world, right? And in today's world, there are a lot of natural pesticides that you can do, natural ones, just like garlic and chili and all this. If you pound them, they can be ingredients for pesticide, and they are natural. So those would be my two suggestions for you to consider. But in view of your budget and in view of the objective that you're trying to achieve, I think you have something really interesting. And then once it works, is to think about how to propagate it to every school. Because if one were to learn it, you can do this setup at home for individuals, and it can explode. In that sense, it can get very big.
Household model, sorry, what's your name just now?
Ahmad Ibrahim.
Ahmad Ibrahim. You're from electrical engineering, right?
Yes.
Perhaps you want to work also, get people to work from other courses.
Yeah.
UTHM, you have faculty pendidikan vocational, perhaps that can assist you in terms of the hydroponic itself.
I see. Because actually FKE, my faculty name Electric and Electronic FKE. At the moment, the hydroponic is itself have been researched my faculty, but it's basic hydroponic. Which we we have the tech for the project, but we need funds to deliver.
Yeah.
Okay, Amir. Now, what you are proposing is not entirely very new, and you can cut down a lot on your learning curve. All right. Now, hydroponic has been here for 30 over years. All right. It's very well developed in terms of methodology, and I can give you a reference of a group of young people, university students who have started a very viable business. It's called City Farm. You can certainly consult them without having to, spend a lot of time trying to figure out whether to use pesticides or not. My point is it's not necessary. All right. And there are also new companies startup who is going to IoT for control of sensors and control. And I can also give you some reference of companies who does that as well. Yeah. So my single point is this: your budget of 2,000 is not very high. Yep. It's a good thing for the future. Having said that, I still feel that there are a lot more homework you have to do. And you don't have to waste a lot of time, like I said, reinventing the wheel, because a lot of people are into it now. Yeah? Okay. That's my comment.
Okay, Ibrahim, am I right to say that you already know how to do the whole thing?
Yes.
You already know how to do, yeah? Okay. So basically what you're trying to do now is you make use of your know-how, you go to this secondary school, you install the system, and so the idea is to teach or to expose the student there to learn about the solar so-called power generation and also your IoT.
Actually, that's not the main
not so long.
because actually the school itself, the representative of the school, when they know, because our faculty have upload some pictures of our research about the hydroponic, and they see and they come up to us and after that we can help them with the hydroponic for their so that they can teach the student about the system that they already learn about the in their syllabus, so they can much more be much more understanding and perhaps to
experience
make it more interested and explain. And
so that means basically this is a request from the school that ask for your help to install the system there so that they can learn. Am I right?
Yes, but that's because they have hard time because they need access in IoT. That's this first project.
Just to confirm the point, Amir. So you already have a system started up already. Am I right?
No, it's a basic system at the moment, which is hydroponic only manually, and we are trying to develop the IoT and implement it into the.
Oh, so you have not done with the IoT yet?
Yes, but we are a bit familiar with IoT because other project also include IoT in the system.
Okay.
Okay, give us a few minutes, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, judges. Now let us allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Okay, hello and good morning. No, good afternoon, Ibrahim.
Hello, good afternoon.
So as usual, I will ask this. How are you feeling after the presentation just now?
Feeling feeling good, and as I deliver what I thought and to judges and friends.
I find your idea of combining technology into education is quite very interesting. But I'm a little bit curious. Can you? I saw that you chose SMK Yongpeng. Is there any background story, like very specific, like your relationship with the school? Like why did you choose that school in specific?
Actually, there is a relationship, which is the school itself is our foster school, which among the area, and they as a foster they ask for help, and we know that we can help. So why don't we try to help them instead of just ignore? And they also PPKI student is because the strong reason is because the PPKI student, because they have disabilities, and it's our job to help the student so that they can have a better life. Maybe like us, maybe they are down but they have disability or something like that. But it is our job to show them that they're not lacking anything, but they can do everything also, something like that.
I see. So in SMK Yongpeng, it's a special education program, correct?
Yes.
Very interesting. Usually in these schools, what are the types of students that are being taught over there? Would you mind sharing with us?
So there are some of disability that they are having, such as deaf, and they also taught by using hand language. Then they also have, some of them also have slow learner, so they need a better view so they can understand and make it better for them. And there's more, and there's more someday, because I'm not also always together with them, so I don't know every title, but that's why I see.
I see. Very interesting. So in SMK Yongpeng right now, let's say before even the first hydroponic was introduced, how was their learning lessons conducted?
For the plant itself, a usual learning, which is tabung uji, Sabah, like our work time, and they're using the equipment. See, I believe we have a better technology now, and so why don't we use our unity and our nose to help people, and so that they can understand much faster and relevant to latest technology and industry. So this when they finish the school, there are no lack of technology.
Very, very interesting. A little bit of curiosity from myself. Like, are the students? How are the students taught? Are they like separated according to disabilities, or are they just all put into one same class?
So what I understand is they are put into one class together, and they are learning with group, like and maybe a small group. Less because commonly one class have 30 students and more, but they have a small group, a small number of group for teachers to teach them with this.
I believe you have already had previous talks with the teachers over there. So would you mind sharing with us what are the main challenges when teaching in a special needs school versus a normal school?
For the teachers, they need a lot of thing in moral, and because especially we cannot see student as problem. We have to have moral that they want to help the student, and they have to be patient in the job area, which is we already know because, but this is not something like disappointment. But they should be proud because even though this teacher can even teach students that have disabilities, and like I said, they need a lot of patience and loving and understanding, something like that.
I see. Very, very interesting. All right, our judges are back. Let us hear what is the decision for your project.
Okay, we like the project, and we believe that there are a lot of learning for the students. Learn about a lot of new things about the solar power, about the IoT, and also the hydroponic. We want you to make a bigger impact, right? So what we will suggest is you video record or produce good documentation, during the whole journey of your projects, right? So that later we can share this video, and other school or other people can learn from you, rather than just those students from this Yongping school. Okay, so we will sponsor you the 2,000 ringgit. The 200 over extra you will have to raise somewhere. Yeah, we will sponsor you 2,000 ringgit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. T, please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Unmute.
Amir, just one point here. You have to cut down your learning curve. Like I suggested you go to look into this company called City Farm. All right, they're very progressive. They even have sensors now and all that. So a lot of things. Maybe you can cut down your learning curve. Yeah.
Maybe as a partner also, huh?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Congratulations, Ahmad Ibrahim Azahari from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia for obtaining a fund of 2,000 ringgit for your project. Up next, everyone, let us have a 60-minute break before we continue with more projects for happiness for our community.
Okay, guys, I will be coming back. All right, see you all later.
I'm Seti. Appreciate having you this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Anak saya didiagnose kanser metastatic Ewing sarcoma pada umur dia 6 bulan.
Kalau dia masih hidup, esok akan 16 tahun.
Dia seorang yang periang. Dia seorang ahli sukan jarak jauh. Tapi saya heran kenapa penyakit itu boleh menyerang dia dalam umur dia 15 tahun. Sebagai ibu bapa nak mementingkan diri sendiri lah. Selagi dapat anak nak hidup, biar pun bergantung dengan mesin, dengan tebok situ. Selagi hanya dapat hidup pun kami lagi mahu juga sebenarnya lah.
Kamu bukan bersorangan dalam benda ini. Banyak orang yang melalui perkara yang sama dan banyak orang juga yang akan melalui perkara yang sama pada masa akan datang.
Henry, he's quiet. But he's always got that smile. Through it all, he has never once complained or asked why he's the one having to go through what he's gone through.
My daughter was diagnosed in late 1999 when she was 4. As a parent who doesn't know and no knowledge about all this kind of disease or sickness, it's very difficult for us.
For Justin, he came in as a toddler, didn't really know how to walk, didn't really know how to talk. To the day when he left the center, he could talk, he could express himself. And even though some of the children may not survive cancer, I feel that they have touched so many lives, brought a lot of joy to everyone.
HCCA Sarawak Children Cancer Society started on 1999, where a group of parents gathered together. Initial purpose is just to help all those parents and patients that have gone through all this traumatic situation.
There are about 60 to 70 new cases of cancer detected among children each year. And in some cases, there are children who have some very special needs for very expensive equipment. SCCS, with the support of donors, have been very kind to help provide for some of these specialized equipment.
We provide emotional support. We have counselors to conduct home visits to the home of the patients with medical team to check up on the condition of the family. During the times when patients are going through treatment, it can take up to months. Some of the parents actually lose their job because they have to care full-time for their children. So we provide various kinds of financial aids, including monthly subsidies.
SCCS has a halfway home, which is very helpful for those who come from the rural places.
这边环境很不错哦，然后我也蛮喜欢这边的。 空气也好，房间也好，设备我觉得很好。
Saya memang tidak ada lah orang dekat sini. Kalau tidak ada tempat CCS, tidak tahu saya mau tinggal ke mana.
癌症病童，那么不能像一般正常的孩子。如果你觉得他们很顽皮啊、不听话、不配合，你可以骂。这边的话，你要骂也骂不下。 这些孩子能够在病房里面能够有活动，可以让他们暂时忘记他们的病痛，一些小手工也好，认识几个生字也好，那也算是我能够给予他们这一方面最大的帮助。
Cancer fighting is a very long process. It can take months and it can even take up to a year. So it's very important to keep the spirits up for the children. The camps aim for the youths, helping them to get back to society, to not let the setback of cancer get to them, help to build their confidence. And for the Golden Child Camp, we hope to allow parents and families just not focus on the treatment for a while be able to enjoy some activities for the families. SCCS annual expenses is approximately about 1.5 million ringgit a year. The donations that we receive throughout the year, the main percentage of it actually comes from our major fundraising project, which is Go Bold.
Hello, hello! It is a beautiful day to make a difference. Are you inspired and are you ready for Go Bold 2013?
他也是很坚强了，老实讲句真的，他也很懂事。我们跟他讲头发会这样的时候，不是他就讲对吧？怕什么？全部人也一样跟我没有头发。
就听到孩子的笑声呢，然后看到他们可以很开心，觉得那就是他们最大的成就，就是他们给我这一方面的动力。
Our role here mainly is to walk this journey with them. And I believe that is the largest source of support that we can give to them. Find out more about childhood cancer at our website www.sccs.org.my.
In this modern era, people are always busy with their hustle and bustle life and gradually neglect the importance of green environmental protection. This is why we thought of the idea of developing a vertical garden and transfer the knowledge to the students and citizens. And we name it EcoGarden, which can reduce the planting space we need. At the same time, in order to implement the 5R concept, we also only use the recycled materials as much as possible. We collect plastic bottles of soda and mineral water to process them into the planting pots and mix the food waste into the soil as fertilizer. Furthermore, we also install PVC pipes on the metal frame and connected them with a water timer and water source to realize the automatic watering function, so that we can save more time of watering every day while we are busy.
So, who are the beneficiaries? The beneficiaries included the students and staff from the secondary schools in Malacca. The schools included are MRSM Tunku Fababa, SMJK Catholic Malacca, SMK Gajah Berang, SMK Methodist, SMK Munshi Abdullah, SMK Tinggi St. David, SMKA Sultan Muhammad. In addition, we also conceived a new frame design, minimize the price of each EcoGuard, and maintain its quality as much as possible. During this project, we are also very lucky to get support from our university to help us promote this project to every secondary school in Malacca. With their support, we successfully found 7 partner schools and introduced them to the details of EcoGuard. Then, we also conducted a virtual workshop for students from partner schools to guide them in implementing EcoGuard. It will be the normal 1.5 liter water bottle.
Just the one you see. You belajar 3 benda ni je.
Our group of FPG students, which is our previous batch of water timer, whereby you water the plants twice a day. And once the 25 bottles, so the water actually comes from hole. If the hole is for you, actually it's a drill bit, then you can actually put it into a drill and you just drill a hole inside. So actually. Lastly, these are the frames that we have prepared for every schools to install their EcoGuard. That's all for our EcoCard project. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. My name is Ilham, Project Leader for Green Lantern Project 2021. I'm on behalf of my team who would like to thank Kind Starfish Foundation for giving us opportunity to run our project for this year. We were very glad because our project managed to get support from our target school, which is from SMK Complex KLIA and SMK Teluk Datuk. With the total student more than 500 students, we believe we had achieved our goals, which is distributing knowledge about environmental care. What more surprising is, after we finish our project, we also get some invitation from another school to run this project for their students. And that's one of the proof that our project had made a successful mission. Thank you for all the guidelines that you have been sharing for us to run our project. Just all from me, thank you.
My name is Johnson S. Lopez.
My name is Lindsay Crookshanks.
My name is Leong Chong Tak.
Hi, I'm Soraya.
Hi, nama saya Tasha.
我是朱莉。
我是脾气贵郭宝珠。
我叫一心。我是还读着大学。
Okay, ready? Try once more. Breathe in. Hold, and then hiss.
Merry ding 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 dong. My name is Lokyu. Now hold. We are happy. We are singing. Together and go.
So very good. I really enjoy program ni daripada UPM. Saya harap boleh berjumpa lagi tim-tim yang sama atau mungkin tim yang lain untuk masa akan datang.
People wearing many tearing, how must we go on? Leaving tiring hours passing, seems like all is gone. But don't lose hope, we fight to stay.
I would say it's a good initiative to get people from different backgrounds to come together to sing, to make music. Okay.
感谢这个Kind Starfish Foundation 的资助，
还有呢就是你们 music for community这个 UPM 的团队，非常感谢你们。
So thank you everyone once again. Bye.
Once it's possible to, meet people face to face and, really connect and get together and, give a lot of people a big hug.
但是回大学，去体验那个大学生活。
第一件事情，我就是要回去我的家乡看我的妈妈。
The first thing that I want to do is to appreciate all the little things in life, in my life.
我身边有发生很多事情，我的至亲有中了 COVID， 也失去了亲人。在这个疫情下，不止我们一个家庭，很多。
我是这里，ada penyanyi Hussein dan Aisyah.
So banyak juga saya sedar yang diri saya dalam keadaan stres sebab tak dapat bersemuka dengan orang secara fizikal.
Truly awesome. Thank you. Nothing but gratitude, thankful for them. Yeah, they're the heroes, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have done a good job.
Thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you for your time, trouble, and effort that you have taken to ensure that we are safe, our family is safe.
Thank you so much for this project. It opened up my eyes on the little struggles that other people are facing, and also thank you so much for bringing this project that made the community come together.
Distance apart, so far, heart to heart, the look of the world, all at once feel so lost. Fear not of the times, for we shall unite, break free of these confines, reach as one, step as one. Distance apart, so far, heart to heart, the look of the world, all at once feel so lost. Fear not of the times, for we shall unite, break free of these confines, reach as one, step as one. Come together as one endeavor, for we are a part of the same common love. Come together as one endeavor, for we are the people of the same kind love. People wearing many tearing, how must we go on? Living tiring hours,
like an oil palm where every little fresh fruit bunch gets delivered. And it basically works on an extraction rate of oil, so it's productive in the oil, but the pricing starts from milk. And if you look at it in simple terms, what he sells it for, less the cost, equals profit. And there's a few facts. They are good sustainable farmers. Small landholders are by far already the best sustainable farmers. If we improve their yields, we actually won't need more land. The challenges though, this is the challenges that we're seeing.
Hi everyone, without further ado, I would like to introduce my great team. First is the only man in our group is Muhammad Arif Izzuddin Zakaria, who is in charge in multimedia. And next is Nurul Hikmah binti Mat Ghazali, who is in charge in online content creator. And last but not least is Izania Alia binti Azalah, who is in charge in marketing.
Why is this project happening? Frankly speaking, this website construction project is to be used as a platform to provide practical knowledge to the Muslim community before death. This is because the divorce process can be managed independently. This project aims to equip legal knowledge among Muslim community about their marital status and their rights before and after the divorce process.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Saya Farhana, peguam G.R.E.E.N yang bertugaslah untuk petang ni.
Macam saya ni ada masalah rumah tangga. Ini masalah rumah tangga apa?
I believe that this project is able to provide 1001 benefits to the community out there, and this also gives merit to the students involved in this project where they can hone their social skill and they can help them during the workplace in the future.
Hey, I learned a lot through workshop provided by the K.E.E.N Starfish, especially how to manage the social media which benefit me the most. Thank you K.E.E.N Starfish, sarang hey!
BREAK.GO has impacted the community by having 4 different types of events, and many participants mentioned that they are happy after this event because they gained a lot of new knowledge, such as the steps of upcycling, recycling, and also how to differentiate the type of plastics. I hope that BREAK.GO can spread more knowledge in the future about plastic pollution to the public, and also come up with more designs and models to bring more benefits to the community in Taman Konok especially.
Hey, I'm G.R.E.E.N, the project leader of Therapy. We are a team of 6 landscape architecture students from Universiti Technology Malaysia who are passionate about social impact and wish to contribute our knowledge back to society. Therefore, we decided to build a therapeutic landscape for the special needs children in Johor Bahru, as they are having limited equipment and instruments for learning, lack of physical activities, and access to vocational training. We wish to provide them with an outdoor play environment that can improve their psychomotor skills. Meanwhile, we did some awareness events about the relationship between landscape and special needs children. We held a crowdfunding webinar entitled Therapeutic Landscape for Special Needs Children, and also a roadshow to introduce our project to the public. We are happy to impact a total of 133 people and directly create a long-term impact on the 20 special needs children.
To be part of a wonderful project like this, I don't think I'll be able to forget it, and I definitely received more joy than I ever gave. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Sangat cantik kan, yang macam natural environment kan. So kanak-kanak buat itu sangat happy lah. Great job.
I feel glad to have therapy as part of my long life journey. Joining this team provides me a platform for team working experience and also exposes me to new things. Although sometimes things might get frustrating, but I still enjoyed it and learned a lot from here. Yeah, thank you.
Pokok mandilah pokok, mandilah. Dah, terima kasih kakak buat tempat ni cantik. Saya ucapkan terima kasih atas buat benda-benda yang macam gini, budak-budak happy. Tak pernah lah korang datang buat macam gini semua kan. Bila tengok je budak-budak excited. Budak happy sangat tengok kawasan. Tak ada macam gini, tak ada orang buat macam gini. Jadi bila diorang tengok, diorang excited dengan pokok-pokok bunga, dengan kehijau-hijauan ni semua, diorang sangat happy. Jadi saya ucapkan terima kasih lah untuk ni pilih tempat kami untuk nak buat macam gini landscape kan.
To me, the best part of happiness is making others happy.
1, 2, 3, go.
Akak dah.
Mana teacher? Dia raja untuk satu jungle. Dia raja. Harimau. Dan siapa semangat nak belajar hari ni? Saya. Tahun pertama tadi apa kita letak?
Muka.
Okey, pandai. Celup. Dia jadi warna apa? Okay, dah ready? Semua dah ready? Dah. Ya, okey. 1, 2, 3. Tolong laju. Woi.
Umi tengok ni. Umi.
Tengok tu. Wah, okey, akak dah tak gambar je. Okey, cuba tunjuk. Wah, oh yo, hebat ya.
Apa yang Aika belajar hari ni? Cara nak buat coding, nak buat animation semua.
Ni adalah projek yang pertama yang saya buat.
So masa pukul ada yang bunyi-bunyi.
Kita gerakkan di atas, bawah, depan.
Suka tak belajar sains dengan akak dengan abang?
Suka.
Suka tak buat eksperimen semua ni dengan kita orang?
Ya, suka.
Adik rasa nak tak buat eksperimen lagi lepas ni?
Harap-harap adik boleh menggunakan ilmu hari ni untuk masa depan adik-adik. Okay, so kita jumpa lagi. Terima kasih.
Meningkatkan minat pelajar B40 terhadap pembelajaran kita, empat objektif ini telah pun tercapai.
Know Your Voice is an initiative to break communication barriers, deaf stereotypes, and normalize Malaysian Sign Language to youth, with an objective that at least a member in each family understands, acknowledges, and knows the basic Malaysian Sign Language.
Sebelum kita mula berinteraksi, sebab biasanya seperti pepatah Melayu yang biasa kita dengar, tak kenal maka tak cinta.
Congratulate you. Yeah, we will support your program. I think what we judges know is that your empathy, for a group of disadvantaged people, and not only that, to do something about it. So that is highly commendable. Yeah.
However, we encountered a huge obstacle that we were advised by a deaf non-profit organization that hearing people ought not to teach others. This is because it was considered as a part of their identity. Hence, we went for consultation, thus collaborated with the Malaysian Federation of the Deaf. Event was conducted on 23rd October 2021 from 9 AM until 1 PM, where we had a special guest appearance from the ASEAN Foundation, Miss Astrid Rahulina from Indonesia.
Kita dapat bersama-sama hadir pada pagi ini bagi meraihkan majlis perasmian projek Know Your Voice dan Bengkel Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia 2021.
Rata-rata kita tidak boleh untuk menterjemah secara terus perkataan-perkataan atau isyarat-isyarat ini dalam bahasa yang tertentu. Contohnya lah, saya ambil ayat jalan-jalan makan angin, kita nak ubahkan kepada bahasa Inggeris, boleh tak? Kalau saya tukarkan kepada ayat walk eat air. Ini sebab saya ambil direct translation dari bahasa Melayu ke bahasa Inggeris, tapi tak boleh, memang tak boleh ya.
Then followed by the launching of the website where we highlight about the deaf community, the project and our mission to gap the communication barriers. BIM workshop has conducted where 169 participants from 7 universities allocated into 9 small groups with each deaf tutor. Each group has approximately 10 to 15 students for more personalized and interactive session with experienced deaf tutors of MFD. We interviewed, published an article and video on the website as well as on social media for more coverage and awareness to the society about the deaf businesses. Project Know Your Voice garnered international attention and won CU Icon 2021 and attracted the interest from Indonesian banking schools, undergraduates and lecturers. Top 10 from 900 nominees across Asia, nominated and picked by 5 high-profile juries for Know Your Voice project for Monster Awards 2021. Written in the application about My Starfish Foundation funding, impact on the project and networked with high-profile juries explaining about the project flow.
From Malaysia. G.R.E.E.N is working with deaf people in Malaysia. Apparently there is no universal language, sign language for deaf people in the world. So G.R.E.E.N is teaching young Malaysians to learn Malaysian Sign Language to give voice to those people who don't have it. Young women, I find you truly inspirational. I wish you the best of luck. I think what you're doing is great. The courses that you have chosen for yourself, that you're passionate about, are truly important for humanity.
If you manage to kickstart this, look for ASEAN Foundation, we can endorse it for you. Yeah, because it's a good initiative, okay? Thank you. All the best.
We also managed to fundraise 513 ringgit to Tadika Istika Jaya, a deaf children's school under MFD, through the workshop web. Workshop participants paid RM3 ringgit each. Know Your Voice, the generation to break communication barriers, voice for the voiceless. Thank you.
Understanding the culture of various races in Malaysia has always been a daunting task due to the lack of cultural resources. Therefore, to take down the invisible wall between us, Puisi Nilai-Nilai Malaysia, or Virtues of Malaysia, brings a platform for Malaysians to share the cultural beauty using our national language. This project is led by a 5-man team. Amin, Martha, Najiha, Sarah, and Ideal. Together, we have successfully gathered 123 poems from 66 poets of different races and from different places that displays the dances, outfits, activities, traits, delicacies, stories, and many more from the culture. We begin with the initial 2-week call of poems on 16 August across several social media platforms that had attracted 101 registrations from multiple races and ethnicities. Next, on 3rd of September, we conducted a poem rating workshop led by the Potable Award Malaysian poet Fad Razi, based on his 2018 book Sains Menulis Puisi, or The Science of Writing Poetry. Afterwards, the writers are given some weeks to polish their work before the editing by our in-team editor and professional editors. Next, the poems are compiled and published physically and digitally. Over 1,000 of books were printed. Each of 507 rural libraries registered under Perpustakaan Negara Malaysia were given 2 copies of the books. For people who are interested to read the poems, the ebook is free and open for everyone to access. Scan the QR code or head to the link shown. We would like to thank My Starfish Foundation, Eagle Navigator, Terjemahan Amino, and Angkatan Sastrawan Indrapolis for making this project successful.
Hi everyone, I'm glad to introduce the guidebook projects to you. In 2020, we have completed 2 community projects, which are Assemble to Assembly and Public Place, a Sustainable Playscape. We find ourselves are able to help people with our skills and knowledge, and we gain a lot of insights from the projects and the community itself. Therefore, we hope to share our project experience with the publics and show the beauty of the community projects. This is why we decided to start the Guidebook Projects, Guidebook for Community Engagement and Life Build project. The guidebook will include 3 parts of the contents: interviewing community practitioners, reflections from collab, and the guidelines. We have invited 8 excellent studios from 8 countries to share their community projects with us. In this dialogue series, we are able to share, learn, and discuss the experience and method in conducting community projects.
So then when we come into that shape, the community was very happy. Because it's a Malay community, so they are like thinking, oh yeah, that actually fits us, yeah. So we are quite happy too, because we are quite worried.
Yeah, so I mean, with the community, I think one of the key things for us in getting everyone on board and in the loop is by identifying early on in the process, either with the NGO we're working with.
Much support, but it's very important, I think, to not lose sight of what we would like to do. End of the day, we would like to provide a home for the homeless or people who are underserved.
Then when it goes to the real world, it would be different. And we need someone to connect us with the end users. So I think collaboration is really the key to make a successful community engagement.
就类似于讲那一段，在镜头面前讲那一段话，然后到你啊，你先对着我来，你咋的算？谁？啊？
走到完有两条路都是2个kampung的。
Inside the guidebook, we will research and analyze all the data that we have discussed with the speakers, including their project info and experience in communities. We will also reflect to our previous community projects to find out what can be improved and suggest to the public. We will show the whole progress of the projects inside the guidebook and help you to know how a community project can benefit everyone. Finally, we will publish a guidebook with the comprehensive guidelines on our understanding of community projects. We hope this can not only stimulate readers' interest in community developments, but also get them to know how to start a community projects. Thanks for watching this, and follow us on Facebook and Instagram to find out more information about this project.
I will give you a sentence and then you will have to pick which word is the verb. Okay?
Faham tak Usma?
Okay.
Okay, the sentence
Faham.
the sentence is Abby works in Melbourne, Australia. Which is the verb?
Works.
Yes, pandai. Okay, you can move forward one step.
Your wishes? Yeah, Mom, I hope you are gonna healthy and take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Okay, good. Good job, Adri. Now we will start.
Board game tu sangat-sangat seronok. Diorang sendiri tak banyak main board game. Dan diorang semua sangat-sangat tertunggu untuk main board game tu. Dan board game tu sangat-sangat best.
Apa pandangan anda tentang aktiviti postcard?
Postcard. Kalau postcard kan kita kena tulis buat ayat untuk ucapan dekat someone yang kita nak bagi tu. Dan diorang sangat pandai untuk mengguna ayat dan buat postcard tu. Diorang create postcard tu jadi cantik. Jadi diorang ni memang main postcard best.
did a great job.
Ini adalah satu usaha yang sangat bagus. Okay, all the students remember ya, very good try. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and welcome back to the afternoon judging session of Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from universities across Malaysia will present their projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Up next, we'll be having project number 40, which is growing resources to ensure endless nourishment. To raise awareness about environmental issues via farming, let us invite Sherry binti Maswi from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia to present the project Growing Resources to Ensure Endless Nourishment, G.R.E.E.N. Without further ado, Sherry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear MC. Good afternoon to all judges and to everyone who is present today. I am Sherry representing G.R.E.E.N, and our project is hydroponic gardening using plastic bottles. So why are we choosing this project? The current issue regarding food shortage has inspired us to help the stateless children because we believe that they are impacted with the increase in good prices, especially in food. We are aware that the chosen school is known as a green school, and we try to implement recycling in this project, which is our main vision, which is replacing expensive hydroponic system by recycling bottles and turning it into a more affordable hydroponic system. Because as we all know, the expensive hydroponic system usually use the pipe. The chosen the chosen school is Itania Green School at Kinarut, Sabah, which is a school for stateless children. And thus, we would like to help the children in this community to equip themselves with the skill so that they can cope with this issue. Other than that, it includes equipping themselves with Other than that, it includes equipping themselves with gardening skills, and we could help them to learn about recycling and, if possible, entrepreneurship skill. So we will start off at one school, and if it's a success, we would like to make it at other branches of the school. Okay, so we contacted one of the teachers, and we were informed that there are 148 students altogether and 8 teachers, which will be perfect for us to start off this project since it's our first time. And we assume that each of the student has 5 family members. And after they learn how to recycle the bottles and plant the vegetables using the technique, they can bring home this knowledge and apply it in their own needs. So the expected results and outcome, obviously, one is they can develop skills and knowledge. The second one, they can provide the vegetables can provide nutritious resources for them, and then increase source of food, safer environment, recycling waste, as well as save money on food expenses. Okay, so we're moving on to the project timeline. By the way, this is the examples of the hydroponic system that we are making. Okay, so we started in June. We already started with organizing and scheduling our project and collect bottles to recycle as replacement for pot by cutting it into half. We're using the vegetable oil bottles. And then actually within this week, we will start planting the vegetables. And then we'll begin planting for the vegetables around July, where we'll start to prepare the bottles and the mop. Don't get shocked with the mop here because we are using it to absorb the water to get it into the plants. Okay, and then we will proceed to do the project on site, which is on 25th of July at Itania Green School, Kinarut. And then after 2 months, hopefully, we hope we could start harvesting, and either the students can consume it, or if there are a lot of produce, they can sell it. Okay. Finally, on this side, on the slide. Okay, these are the site for planting the vegetables. So some of the vegetables can be hung, or if it's too big, we can place it on the ground. The good thing about this is we can either choose it to just put it or hang it. So the chosen vegetables that we decide are aubergine, chili, and also tomato, because these plants can yield a lot of fruits for a long time once it started to grow. So it can be replanted as well by extracting the seeds, so we don't have to buy new seeds again. And the budget, okay, these small pictures of the area from the teacher, and these are the budget. We need the cocoa peat for now, but if possible, we will try to use coconut husk. But we still don't know how to replace soil with it. We choose cocoa peat because it's cheaper than using normal soil, and mop, as I explained just now, and then the seeds, the timer to water the plants, so we don't have to water it normally, and then the steel wire if hanging is required. Okay, so these are team members. Here's my leader and team from UNIMAS. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Farming and food have been the basis of any civilization. Next, I invite our judges to ask some questions.
Okay, Sherry.
Yes.
Now, what sort of scale of planting are you going to do? How many pots of this, or what size, how many plants are you going to grow?
For now, we only plan to plant around 30 plants for each type, because we're starting it at school at small scale. We're focusing on school only because we want to teach the student. Yeah.
So you still need to buy the nutrient, am I right? AB solution.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Actually, we plan to use on compost. At first, we want to use the fertilizer, but then it seems not sustainable and expensive. So we try to use compost instead.
So you are going to make your own compost. Good.
Sherry, from your estimates, okay, in your proposal, you estimate that you're going to make a profit of 19,000. This is a lot of money.
Yeah, that one if we manage to make it at a big scale. So it's just like estimation for future, very into the future.
No, because your estimate has to be realistic. You know, how do you get this number? You know,
I think it's 1,100 should be.
Huh?
I don't think it's 19,000.
Yeah. Okay.
Sherry, does the team has any farming experience? Or
one of my team members, he ever did this hydroponic technique. I've never done it myself, but one of my team members ever.
The question is how sustainable it is as you move it out to the school. And you know, cocoa peat does not have much nutrients, yeah? Really,
That's why we plan on making the compost to replace the AB fertilizer, which is our original plan. But after discussing with our supervisor, he said like maybe can replace it with something else, which is the compost.
and he has the knowledge to make to do composting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
What type of the source of the compost? Is it from the palm oil?
From the one that I learned from, because my parents know a bit about planting like small scale gardens, or we can use like food waste, or even like the easiest is tahi ayam to get.
The chicken dung.
Mm.
Do you have that in easily to get that in Sabah?
Yeah. From my hometown lah, can bring that. But I think the best is using the compost from like waste.
Notice that you need this mop. What is the purpose of the mop?
You use it because we are going to cut the bottle in half, right? So the cocoa pit on top, and then the mop is going to become like, you know, the pelita, it becomes like the sumbu to absorb the water.
It seems to me a very straightforward project. So what will you learn from this project?
First, we we learn how to basically garden and take care of plants, and then the most important thing here is we don't waste the plastic bottles. And yeah, making the compost.
Is this project requested by the Kinarut school?
No, but we decided to do at their school because that's the only school that we know, and we managed to contact the teachers.
Okay, and they are enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, they say it's a great idea.
Okay.
Just my thought on this project. Having some experience on home gardening as well as mixing around with people who are into gardening. Now, it would seem that your project using the containers is good for learning. Yep. But to make it into a more tangible, more rewarding, that is productive, it would seem that you may want to go on a bigger learning curve, right? Which is actually how to do organic farming. This actually ties in with your composting. Right, so this is something that probably can give you a greater benefit and how do I say leverage, give you a better leverage, because I see you have a lot of land there, big space, right? And you have plenty of probably hands, a lot of students, right? So it will look like more feasible if you go on an organic farming scale, which is actually involved making a lot of compost waste. And that is really a skill which is, very beneficial to develop, especially times like this. You're mentioning a rising food cost. So I don't know whether you want to tweak your project. Now, between our community, we have actually experts here as well. In fact, one of our judges is really an expert in making this composting technique. He's not here today. Yeah, but we could put you under his tutelage, Alright?
Okay.
So, we'll see how it goes after our discussion, yeah?
Alright, okay.
Okay, any more questions from the judges? Okay, so give us a few minutes, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, judges. Meanwhile, while our judges are having a discussion, let us have a little talk with Sherry over here. Hello, Sherry.
Hello.
How are you feeling after your presentation?
Relief.
I'm very curious. I have a lot of curiosity about your project. And first and foremost is, what is your relationship with, if I remember the school correctly, Estania Green School, is it?
Itania, yeah, the Itania Green School.
What is the relationship between you and the school itself?
at first we just want to do like a community project. So we come out with this school because one of my friends were involved in a program with them, with a different program. So it came to my knowledge about this school, and I discussed with my team that maybe we should try to approach the teacher and do this project at the school instead, because in a way we are helping the children, because they are not as privileged as the Malaysian kids, I would say. Yeah.
See, that makes sense. I'm also curious about your background, because you mentioned earlier that you do not have any background in farming, only your friend does. So how did it all started? Like, how did you suddenly end up wanting to propose about this project?
Oh, I would first of all, my background is not related to gardening at all. My background is in civil engineering. And then my teacher, my lecturer, told us about this project, and he said, "Why don't you guys try it out?" And then my teammates, which from the same subject, like we were in a group in that subject, so we've decided to stick together, and we were discussing on like what is the best project that is easier and then sustainable. So we decided on this lah.
So until now, have you or any of your team members visited G.R.E.E.N?
Yes.
I see. Will you mind sharing with us how does G.R.E.E.N looks like, or how does the environment around the school looks like?
G.R.E.E.N is like if from KK, you can drive like I think 40 minutes, around 40 minutes, and then it's not like a rural area. It's like I would say it's like a town. Yeah.
So what are the main activities in G.R.E.E.N? Basically, like probably what do the people over there usually work, or what do they do in general?
Some of the people there actually working in KK, so they will like drive from there to KK. I would say it's like some people buy a house there, but then they're staying in KK like that.
Is G.R.E.E.N, you told us that G.R.E.E.N is more like an urban situation. So is there any like main industry over there? Probably oil or fishing, or what? What can you share about it?
I don't think so. But then in that area, there are like kampong as well. It's like just like in between. You get what I mean?
So how does a civil engineer, it's civil engineer, right?
Yeah.
So how does a civil engineer ends up doing farming today?
Just want to try something different, I guess, with my teams. Because if we want to apply the knowledge that we're learning now, we were just in second year. All we do is just theory, and the most that we learn is concrete. So we don't know where to apply. Making concrete.
I see. So you're changing jobs from making concrete to making compost. Very interesting.
Just taking a break from civil.
Okay. Even though you're on a break from civil engineering, I would like to ask something about civil engineering. People always know that it's about building, it's about creating stuff, creating a structure. But how would you like explain to us what does civil engineering actually do?
First of all, building structures is, of course, it's our main, like from people's point of view, when they see like civil engineering, they build buildings, they build bridges, they build roads. But we are actually also involved in things like we can work in oil and gas, because we want to, again, we built the structure for the what again? For the structures
for the oil rigs?
For the oil rig. But then we can work also in water company to involve in making piping, something like that.
So it's either so basically all civil engineering, any place, any field that requires a building, there will be a civil engineer over there. Very, very interesting. And what about you? Which field are you hoping to hop into?
Oh, I didn't decide on that. But then I'm pretty sure I want to improve on my designing skills first. So I think the best is to go to consultation first.
Very big dreams, and I'm pretty sure you're going to achieve it.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a little bit curious. Where is Kinaro again? It's in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in Sabah, isn't
Yeah.
it? So
I think it's under Papar, more towards the Papar district already.
And about Papa district, what is like the main economy over there? Is it? I don't have a lot of clue about what's happening in Sabah.
What's going on in Papar? It's like a pretty normal place because most of the people they actually work in KK, and it's like a developing district, I would say.
Very, very interesting. So let's say that I am a tourist, I'm coming there as a tourist. What would be the highlight of Papa that people usually go to?
I think there's like a beach there. It would be very nice. But I don't know about the road there. I've never been there myself, to the beach.
Oh, really? Well, then I'm looking forward to it. All right. So let us talk about your hydroponic system. So when we're talking about hydroponics, what are like the basic things of hydroponics should someone in general know before doing it?
First of all, obviously we need the plants and then continuous water supply and also the nutrients for the plants. That would be, and less soil. We use less soil for hydroponic.
See, I never tried hydroponics on my own. I just saw people do it. So let's say like if I wanted to try, what would be like the process for me to actually try it on my own?
First of all, I think you need to grow the seeds on either using the nursery tray or you can use the egg tray. For us, we're using the egg trays because we want to cut on the buying things. And then after the plant started to grow, then we can move it to the hydroponic system.
All right. Thank you for sharing with us about civil engineering and also hydroponics. Our judges are back. Now let us hear what our judges have to say about the project. Please, judges. Mr. T, I think you forgot to unmute your microphone.
Okay, Sherry, we as judge, I was going to say, we are actually very excited about your project. Not so much the part on the bottle hydroponic, right? Fun as it may be to do it, and good as it may be to recycle bottle. Yep. We would like to challenge you to play a much bigger game. Are you willing to do that? Because we see you have a lot of support, a lot of people there. All right, so you do have a lot of support. Yeah. So this is our proposal to you.
Okay.
All right, that you are going to bring it to the next level of farming.
Wow.
Okay. So we will let your bottle remain as it is. We will support the bottle, but we would really like you to go into the next phase, which is organic farming using compost.
Okay.
Don't worry about the know-how because we can help you with that as well.
All right.
Right? Now, why we do want to do that is because on a long-term greater benefit, both to the environment, to the future of our planet, and to food shortage, this is really the way to go. So Shirley, are you prepared to do that or not?
Yeah. Together with my team.
Yes, together with the team. How big is your team, by the way?
9 people, 9 of
9
us.
people, and that's not include the teachers and the student.
Yeah.
So you actually have more with the teachers and the student coming in.
True.
So you do have a lot of people to help you to assist because we do need a lot of the human energy to turn the compost. Right. So what we propose to you is to come back on this. Now we most probably will connect you with another judge. His name is Razak. And after a discussion with Razak, we would like you to come out with a different proposal, a bigger game proposal. That what we are trying to say is that we can support you even more than what you're requesting now.
I see.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations, Sherry.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
So
Yes, Dr. Wan Joiners?
so I was just thinking just now, Mr. T, did you ask them to resubmit again?
Yes, resubmit.
Yeah.
Yes, resubmit. After consulting with, Razak.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Sherry binti Maswid from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia, for sharing your project with us. We are looking forward to your submission. Up next, did you know that there are more than 100 types of cancers identified in the world? To educate the ladies in Felda Bukit Satuan on female-related cancer, let us invite Nourishment Abdul Murad from Universiti Islam Antarabangsa UIAM to present the project Cancer Awareness from Bench to Community. Nourishment, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to the respected judges, my spouses for nature and everyone who are here with us today. I'm Nourishment binti Abdul Murad. We represent our project called Cancer Awareness from Bench to Community at Felda Bukit Sabu 1, Kelantan, Pahang. In this project, Dr. Radia is our advisor, me as a team leader, and other team members will be cooperating in this project. Why this project? Why we choose cancer as our main concern is because cancer is one of the world's most serious health issues, and according to the global burden of disease, cancer claimed the life of 9.53 million people in 2017. Moreover, in Malaysia, cancer can occur more in female than men with a ratio of male to female 1 to 1.2. The statistic on the left side shows the top 10 most common cancer in Malaysia, and as we all can see, breast cancer, cervical cancer, and ovarian cancer are in red. Therefore, we are going to focus on these three types of cancer in this project. Furthermore, the main reason why we choose this community is because the statistics shows that the highest population of breast cancer patients in Kelantan is from this underprivileged area, as mentioned by Pertubuhan Sokongan Pesakit Kanser Pahang and Felda Bukit Sabu contribute the highest number of breast cancer patients in Kelantan with 31% from 45.7% total of breast cancer patients and survivors in Kelantan. Therefore, we believe this is a strong reason for our decision to choose Felda Bukit Sabu 1. Not only that, on 4th June 2022, we conducted community profiling at Felda Bukit Sabu 1, and we had the opportunity to interact directly to the community and ask them what are the issues that they had to face there. And after the community profiling, we found that there are two issues such as poor self-management on healthcare, and majority of them have chronic kidney diseases, diabetes mellitus, gout, and cancer. Since the sustainable issues faced by the President of Felda Bukit Sabu 1 is from health perspective, thus our project mainly focuses on cancer awareness, and we hope that proper solutions can be implemented so that residents can be well known about cancer. Based on the issue, we propose the solution which is a seminar once a month. This seminar will emphasize on the makanan dan cara hidup sihat bagi mengelakkan risiko kanser di kalangan wanita, kenali tanda-tanda barang payung rahim, and breast cancer examination. And we also plan to have carnival event, Carnival Wanita, which is the icebreaker event. For the activity, we are going to conduct the seminar by translating scientific knowledge into layman terms. We are said about the cancer with understandable terms to non-science people. Interactive session, test check education, and sharing moment with the cancer survivor and patients. And next, in our planning, we expect to start our project in July 2022 by having further discussion with the community leaders there. And starting from September until December, we will organize the seminar as mentioned previously. To implement this program successfully, we demand some budget to afford some material. And for your information, we add some new items in our budget. Firstly, we need whiteboard flip chart, module paper, whiteboard markers, and plasticine and hardboard to be used in the group activity. And we also need budget for printing colored bola, which may contain the compilation of information and instruction that can be served as evidence. Hence, the knowledge can be sustained. This bola may then be distributed to 10 selected libraries in Pahang. And we also need breast, ovary, and cervical models for demonstration and educational purposes. From all these items, the total budget is 5,387 ringgit and 88 cents. Next, of course, the project budget impact and beneficiary will be on the female resident of Kelantan Bukit Sagu. Not only that, pertubuhan sokongan pesakit cancer and medical doctors also will get benefit from this project. Lastly, at the end of our project, what we expect to be achieved is an increased level of their knowledge and awareness regarding women cancer, and also establish the leadership and volunteerism among students. Here, we come to the end of our presentation. Thank you to the judges and my Starfish Foundation for giving me an opportunity to be here. Remember, what does not kill us will always make us stronger. And #fight the cancer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, G.R.E.E.N. Cancer is a life-changing disease. Let's see what our judges have to ask for you. Please, judges.
Okay, your budget that you presented in your paper is different from what you showed us just now.
Yeah.
Your budget originally is only 2,005. Now you're talking about 5,000 plus. So what is the difference?
Yeah, because we add the model for the for cervical and ovarian cancer, cervical and ovarian model, and a few like plasticine hardboard.
Okay, so who are going to do the explanation about how do you do a cell examination and also share the information?
We will invite doctors, medical expert from IIUM or HCAA, which is Hospital Tengku Puan Hussein.
So have you checked with them? Are they willing to work with you?
Yeah.
You check with them.
Why Felda Bukit Sagu?
Because from the statistic that we found out that Felda Bukit Sagu has the highest population of cancer patients, patient and survivors of
from in Pahang, you mean?
Yeah.
Highest number in Felda Bukit Sagu.
Yeah.
And do you have any idea why Sagu Satu is so high and breast cancer is so prevalent in that area?
I have no idea, but this according to statistics will come out. I think because actually I'm not quite sure. So maybe their lifestyle, something like that.
Lifestyle in Felda, what do you think would be different? I mean, the lifestyle in Felda Bukit Sagu Satu compared to other places.
Like I mentioned before, we already did the community profiling. So from that we come up with after that we analyzed the data, and from that we found out that they have poor self-management of healthcare, and and most of them have chronic disease.
Okay, in your budget, I noticed that there is this color module booklet printing, which is 200 each. So what is this one? Can you tell us more?
The color bullet we consent the compilation and information from like in activities we will do the seminar, right? So that from that knowledge from that seminar will be compiled in the booklet so that the knowledge can be sustained, and then we will distribute it to selected libraries.
So you are going to prepare the booklet yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then it costs 200. 200 per booklet.
How many pages?
We haven't discussed yet. It depends on the seminar, I guess.
No, I think because of, let's say, if it is a color paper, art paper, 180 gram or 220 grams, that will cost you about RM1.10 per page. So 200 ringgit. So are you expecting about 200 pages of the booklet? I don't think so.
Yeah. I think we try to minimize the number of pages so that people, especially from non-science background, could understand.
Yeah, because it's 2,000. It's going to cost you 2,000 ringgit for the booklet.
Yeah.
You see, when you talk about the booklet, about cancer, you can get it from a few organizations. Many organizations, NACNA or Cancer Research Malaysia or whatever, they are they actually have a lot of booklets, or even Ministry of Health. Yeah, so I do not think that you need to spend so much money to produce a booklet yourself.
It's not just that. It's that writing a booklet of a few hundred pages actually takes a lot of effort.
Time.
I am also a board member of Cancer Research Malaysia, and we have, for example, very small booklets for breast cancer, for ovarian cancer. We can share that with you so that you can get that done quicker. And these are done by experts, so these are not picking up from the internet and writing. These are actually expert research scientists doing this. And Cancer Research Malaysia, we do give out these booklets on prevention and what to do. Now on your prosthetics, the models that you want to buy, the breast, the ovarian, and then the other ones, which is to talk about the signs and symptoms of breast cancer. What are you going to do with it after the show, so to speak?
Demonstration.
The model will be kept by our library, IUM library, and then the library can manage if other organization or university want to borrow it.
Yeah, that is the most important part, because they cost a lot of money, but they are useless if no one uses them. So you constantly have to create such awareness campaigns and use them, like the small breast models that you have. One could be showing orange peel skin. One should be showing something else for the women to be aware of what they have to watch out for. But they are very, very useless if you don't use them. So whether that's a good investment or not, and whether you have a sustainable programs of events, going out into the future.
I don't know. I just a thought again. As university student, you are equipped to carry out studies and research, data, right? And just now the fact about that region having higher cancer rate, and we have some ideas about, the reason. Wouldn't it be more interesting and more internal contribution to go in and study deeply and come up with a possible theory and then verify your theory?
Yeah, I guess if we can deeply study about it, I think we manage to create a theory because I'm biomedical science student also. So far, I think it will be great if we have time to study more about this.
Yeah, so use that time. Yeah, instead of again, don't reinvent the wheel. A lot of things are available. Do something that you are, as students good at. Which is to carry out research and studies.
But I don't think that is so straightforward. I mean, with the limited understanding, or knowledge about cancer, I don't think that they can do
Wait.
a study that is.
Like a short survey, and then analyze.
Don't be too ambitious. Pick one particular area and dwell with. Then I don't know whether it's possible or not. Don't take too many. Don't take too many different types of cancer. Just dwell on specifically one area. I don't know, for the sake of discussion and brainstorming, is it possible among the
Well, one more thing, Ain, I mean, cancer awareness campaign, seminar, project and program run, so many, right? There are so many that has been ongoing. How do you think that you can make your awareness program more effective and more impactful compared to others?
I think the Kelantan Bukit Jawa never been exposed to this kind of awareness. That's why the data show that they have the highest among the highest highest number of patients of cancer and survivors. So I think if we give them exposure about this topic, and then we might we try to expose with the basic one, mean like talk, seminar, and then after that, if we after at the end, we may come up with a result, and then we can try to make a postmortem. From that, we try to improve our method so that can compete with other organization or some people that organize this campaign of cancer awareness.
Okay, I think not to compete, to work with them, work with them, not to compete. Okay, thank you.
Can you show me your budget again? Because what you presented is different from, what you have submitted. How you come up with the 5,000 ringgit? Let's look at it again.
Yeah, this one. So this the facility, the hardboard, booklet, and then the rest, the model, the 3D model.
The model.
Why do you need 7 sets of these models?
Actually, at first we want to focus on the breast cancer only, but then but actually we want to change the number of breast models, but then it is stated in the proposal to have 7, so we just carry out with 7 in this presentation.
No, I don't understand. Why 7? Why 7 sets?
Because at first we want to divide the participants into 10 groups. So we actually need more breast model to show them.
So that means you are going to divide your students into different groups and go and talk to the different. I thought how are you going to so-called conduct this event? You're going to house to house, or you're going to organize seminar?
Firstly, we expected to make 2 series. This is the first series is on breast cancer. And then in that series will be mini talk by the expert and then interactive discussion in group, which is about case study, but in layman terms, which is can be understood by non-science people. And then modeling from in that activity, sub activity of modeling that we will use the 3D models in that. So first, like the first series will be on breast cancer. We will use the breast model to show them to show them the sign and symptom and to differentiate between normal breast versus cancerous breast. And then practice of checkup for breast cancer.
No. What I mean is, why do you need 7 sets? If you're going to organize a seminar with 100 or 200, participants, you just only need 1 set to show. And also, if you're working with a university or the hospital, don't they have these so-called kits as well? Don't they can you use theirs?
My advisor said that the university had that model, but not exactly that, and the condition is not that good. So by having the new one, I think it will be benefit when we carry to that. And the model of that we have in the university is not is the complete one, which is the set we complete set human body. So yeah. So if we just specific on the breast, then we can easily move it and bring it into that Farida Bukit Sabi.
Okay. So this extra the 1,000 something. Okay. Sorry, Allah.
Noor, my advice is this: your objective is to educate and bring greater awareness to the women in Sagu 1, and a scientific model is not easy to understand for them. When I look at this picture, your last model of the different manifestation of breast cancer is the biggest educational tool for the women. For example, I'm not sure because I cannot read what is in that diagram, but for example, it could be because it feels like a prosthetic breast, okay, if you get the good one. And you can teach the woman to say, okay, when you press, can you feel that tiny lump? And then the next one is, can you see this, the nipple is emitting some good pus, So they are very educational. But a very scientific model of the insides of a breast or the inside of a cervix is very difficult for them to understand. So you may want to ask, what is your objective? Is your objective is to build awareness and to teach them how to do self-inspection? Then your focus should be different. For example, I see that in your event, a bit of the budget is actually spread into other things, like you are looking at vision, hearing, speech, diet and nutrition, physiotherapy, and physical checkup. So because of so many activities, I'm afraid you may actually dilute your focus onto breast and cervical cancer, which by themselves is already very difficult to do. Okay, that's number one. Number two is you need to set a clear objective of what you want to do. Do you want to increase survival of the breast cancer patients in Sagu 1? Or do you want to increase awareness so that you can downstage? One of the things we find is that women who are not aware, they normally come in when the cancer is already in stage 3, stage 4, when it's not curable. And the way to do it is to teach them how to be self-aware, to inspect their own breast, and to do it frequently. So it's all about downstaging presentation. Downstaging presentation meaning they come in early. If they feel a small lump, they must come in already. So this downstage, so that by the time let's say if it is really breast cancer, is stage 1. And stage 1 breast cancer, we know, is totally curable. And that's the idea, right? So I think you need to decide on how to focus and what tools will teach you. And the proper set for demonstrating awareness of self-check actually consists of about 7 breast models, not these 5 that I see here.
Okay. Any more questions from my judges?
Nope.
Okay, if not, please allow us a few minutes. We will come back to you. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, judges, for the very fun discussion and comments. Now let us allow them to enter the discussion room. All right. Hello, Nourishment. How are you this evening?
No, we are not in the discussion room yet.
All right. So let us help this out. Hello, Annie. Are you there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, they're in the discussion room. Okay, let's start again. Hello, Nourishment. How are you feeling after the presentation?
Relief, I guess.
So, did you expect that there was going to be a member from Cancer Research Malaysia today?
Yeah, I already saw the judging slide. Yeah, I already know.
So how does it feel like to actually present about cancer to a Cancer Research Malaysia member?
Quite afraid because I might afraid that we give a wrong fact. I guess even me as a biomedical student also like, yeah, I'll be afraid like we get wrong information about cancer because the expert is there.
All right. There were some jargons that I couldn't understand. Like, so I guess I can only ask some simple questions because I'm from an engineering background. I don't know much about health in general. So can you explain to us, the audience, people watching on Facebook Live, what actually is cancer and why do everyone have it?
The cancer is actually a growth that may a growth of there are actually 2 types of growth, which is benign and malignant. So the malignant is the type of cancer. So from the growth is uncontrollable. Means uncontrolled. It work as its own. It not depend on others. It just it can be categorized as enemy. Actually, firstly, it is our own self, but then it undergoes mutation and then it becomes our enemy. Yeah, that is simple word that I can say.
Okay, so I've seen some animations, some cartoons, to be honest, about cells. If anyone who knows about that, cells at work. So is there can you explain how does our body, I understand that there is a natural mechanism in our body that can destroy the cancer cell itself. So will you please elaborate to us on how does the body take care of cancer cells before it actually goes out of control?
That's the reason we have immune system. From immune system, it helps us to detect foreign material or foreign not our. Once the immune system detect abnormal things in our body, then they start to attack that particular things. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So I would like to thank our immune system to protecting ourselves from cancer at all time, I guess. So I'm very curious a little more. I heard that you were learning in biomedical science. I'm from engineering, about metals to be exact. So what exactly does biomedical science learn about?
Actually, I can say that we like a medical student, but a bit more behind the scenes. Like we work at the lab, and then sometimes we can be a researcher. And even in future, if I had the chance, I want to be a researcher. And yeah, we actually learn about how to determine that to identify what disease that, like what caused a disease in that particular area, like epidemiology. We learn about that, and then yeah, we actually cover all the things. And yeah, I think that actually I'm still year 2 student, so yeah, there's a lot that I have to learn in this field.
Very, very interesting. So will you also be learning about medicine and also about therapy?
Yeah, most of it, yeah. Basically, we will in like pathology, we will learn about how the disease can occur that respect the treatment, the prevention, and something.
Can I safely assume that biomedical science is touching behind the knowledge on why something happens? Meanwhile, all the other specialists, no, I'm not I mean like those who take about specific about medicine are more into about making medicine itself. Is it like that, or am I getting that wrong over here?
Yeah, I think it can be said that, but actually what I can say is we work together. Without medical doctor, without biomedical science student, like we cannot give a best, like if we work together, we can give a better healthcare system in the world. Yeah.
I see. So with you alone, you will not be able to produce medicine or therapy or probably surgery. But without you guys, those in the field sometimes do not know what they will be facing. So you guys are complementing each other in your own faculty. Very, very interesting. All right. So when we're talking about, let us talk about cancer again. A lot of people, sometimes I heard of people having third stage cancer in their ear, nose, and throat area. And sometimes it's first stage cancer on breast. And I learned that sometimes third stage in another place and first stage in another place sometimes mean same or danger. How does like the general cancer description for us to be aware of?
Yeah, it depends on the grade, the degree of that cancer. That there are stages that can metastasize. I mean, the cancer can move around to other organs. That's why there are people that firstly get this type of cancer and after that get another type of cancer.
I think this is the first time that I heard that cancer is contagious to other organs. All right, our judges had already have a good discussion. Let us hear the decisions.
Okay, Nourishment, we had discussions amongst the judges, and we feel that perhaps you need to give some thinking in terms of the direction of your project. What is it that you really intend to do? And focus on what you want to do. For example, your topic is breast and cervical cancer awareness. And perhaps if you focus on that, how would you approach Saguwan women by talking perhaps to the village ketua so that you have a good attendance of the women around there, right? Secondly is we certainly don't feel the need for doing the booklet at 200 ringgit each because it's going to be a huge challenge and it may not be as effective as you think. And I'm actually talking from experience because we do this kind of events in Cancer Research Malaysia. In terms of material, I am offering to you that I can go back to Cancer Research Malaysia and see whether we have the 2 booklets available Breast, I know we certainly have. Cervical cancer, we may also have. But I'm going to check whether they are also in Bahasa as well. Yeah. The important thing for you to decide is if you want to build awareness through the women being able to identify early signs and symptoms of the two cancer, then your approach may be different. It may not need you, for example, to do an event that checks for diabetes, for voice, for sight, which distract you, right? And the audience as well. So focus on what you want to do. And like our own Prof. Wan was saying just now, the approach then to Sagu 1 to make sure you get a good attendance is then very focused on what do you have to do instead of a big event or that is normally done by our National Health Service. You focus on maybe having a small kenduri to bring them together, and then you do your breast cancer and cervical cancer awareness and how to detect early signs and symptoms. Yeah, I think we like the project because if you can increase awareness, chances of survival is very high if you identify early. Breast cancer in the early stages are totally curable. Cervical cancer, if not detected early, is deadly. Cervical cancer's prognosis is very, very bad. Yeah. So this is what we think you should do. Revisit your paper, think about your approach, and let us know if you need our help. And when you are ready, then please resubmit what you want to do. We like the idea of going to an area that has a high prevalence and doing something for the women there. We think that's very honorable, and we'd like to hear what your rethinking will bring about. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions, Noreen?
So far, no. I think we will figure out and revise our proposal, and then we can come back to you guys.
Yeah. And
Okay.
if you need the material, do let us know. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few more points to add. Of course, I like the initiative. I think it's important. We need to do something to increase the awareness, among the rural community. By doing so, this you can actually save life or prevent, tragedy from happening. However, I think there are better way for you to achieve that objective. Okay, like what was pointed out by Labhang, you do not need to prepare your own booklet. These are all available. I mean, even if Cancer Research Malaysia do not have it, I'm sure MAGNA have it. If not MAGNA, then you check with the Ministry of Health. Sure they will have this booklet. Okay, and also the model that you mentioned just now, you do not need to have to spend so much money there. You can achieve the same objective or even do more by spending a lot less money. Yeah, you see, I always emphasize Project for Happiness is a project that we educate our students, not just helping the community. The students should learn how do you create impact, meaningful impact by using the minimum resources. Okay, by spending money to acquire all these resources to do it, that is easy. Right, but we hope that the student can really think out of the box, be more creative, go extra miles, try to enroll more people, get more support, and get cooperation from all different organizations or parties. Yeah, that is the way to go. Yeah, not a shortcut of spending money and getting the job done. Right. Okay, so please do go back, spend more time, effort, and come up with a better proposal and come back to us again. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much, Nur Ain Abdul Murad from Universiti Islam Antara Malaysia for sharing your proposal with us. We are looking forward towards your next revision. Up next, to bring love to local orphanages and old folks home, let us invite Siti Shafinas binti Elmin from Universiti Malaysia Kelantan to present the project Heart to Heart. Shafinas, the floor is yours.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you start from, yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. My name is Siti Shafinas binti Ilmin. I'm going to represent my group for the project Heart to Heart. The reason why we choose this project is for creating a living communities as we're going to the orphanage and old folks home to create a mural and help them build a mini library for them. And we also want to helping people in need and to build a cooperation between our club members and between our community too. Next is our key partner of our project is Merge. Merge Club is our multimedia club in Universiti Malaysia of Kelantan and UMK Library Management Team. The project impact is to improve the well-being of society, which is the orphanage and the old folks, and then to improve and maintain the standard of living for them too, and to encourage caring, cooperation, association, and friendly relationship between the students and the orphanage. The beneficiaries for our project is, of course, the orphans and the old folks from the selected orphanage and home care. From the picture, you can see this is the one that already existed at the selected orphanage, but we want to improve them by giving them a book and helping them to clean up the rooms and having a mural paint inside this room too. This is also one of the orphanage too. The expected project result and outcome is to make sure that our university students are more involved in social activities and to ensure that they have a good time in their new surroundings and use of the new facilities that we will provide them. This timeline. For your information, we will start our project at 21st October 2022 at Kebajikan Anak Yatim dan Duha Alibana, Darul Kufas, Kampung Baru Luar, Pasir Pekan. And we're also going to Parkway Kumuming, Jalan Padang Tembak, Pekalan Cepat, which means that we're going to into groups for our communal works and mural design and mini library. We will going to do this project for at least 4 weeks. 28 and 29 for a different orphanage, which is anak-anak yatim, Yayasan Anak-anak Yatim Kelantan, and at different old folks home, Chi Nursing Care, and then we're going to have at 4th November we're going to another orphan home, which is trustee of Madam Salima and all folks from Pusat Jagaan Kenangan Hajah. And we're going to have a book donation campaign at 23rd October until 27th October at UMK, which the donation will be given by UMK Library and Merch Club members. The budget have been categorized as the mural paint and for the mini library. For the mural paint, we need mural paint, paintbrush, and stationery, etc. And this is the one we need for the mini library bookshelf, and we also have a delivery cost for them too. And the total for our budget is 4,509 ringgit and 50 cents. This is our team member, Bicek Kurusuan, our project director. Ahmad Asha bin Hassan is our vice project director. Nohanis Haslina is our secretary, and Siti Shafina is me, vice secretary, and Dayan Nur Rahana is our treasurer, and Amir Afiq bin Zulkifli is the vice treasurer. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shafinas, caring for orphans and also older folks. Next, let us invite our judges to share some of the questions.
May I know how many of you were involved in this project?
Yes.
How many of you were involved in the project?
110 club members going to involve.
And you are going to serve a few orphanage home, right?
Yes, and
How
all
many?
folks home.
How many altogether?
6.
6.
Yes.
So the budget that you need are for all the 6 projects, 6 different days.
Yes.
Okay. It seems to me that what you are trying to do is more or less like so-called a hardware improvement program. Am I right?
Yes.
That means you just repaint the place or provide them with the extra bookshelf and.
This is basically our first time doing this. So this is we are trying to bonding with them. So by giving them by using our skills to them.
Okay. You see, when you work with so many different so-called establishments,
yeah,
you are going to spend very little of time with one because you're going to share with 6. However, the investment cost is going to be high because you're going to provide 6 different bookshelves. You're going to do all this for 6. Why not you just work with 1 or 2 and really have a bigger impact rather than a touch and go type of arrangement?
I'm sorry. We trying to getting in touch with a lot of them, and this is the one that that get in touch back with us and give permission for us to do something for them.
Yeah, Siti Shafida, it sounds to me as you present like it's a good gotong royong kind of program, right? What PK is asking is whether you should focus on one, and let me explain why. Yeah, for example, you say you're going to have a book donation campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah. And your target audience is an orphanage and old folks home, right?
Yeah.
So in your book donation campaign, do you know what books you want for these two audience? How many do you want? All these things, are they figured out already?
I believe we need our team member needs a lot more discussion for this. We don't really think that far actually.
You see, you're going to make yourself very
So,
busy.
for example, if your book donation is in university and you get a lot of university books, it's not going to be the right type of book for orphanage or for old folks home. What is it that the old folks want to read in an old folks home?
Or whether or not they read.
What is it the orphanage? What kind of books? Or whether they read. Or whether you should be focusing on perhaps putting an internet access in the area so that they have access.
I'm sorry for that because I don't have the answer for it yet.
Don't worry, you can bring it back to your team. The other thing is also having 6 to do. So, for example, the reaction of the team member is that, wow, we got 6 to do. Let's hurry up, right? But take yourself to the orphanage, and the owner of the orphanage or the leader of the orphanage, he or she will think, wow, they're going to do a lot for us. And if you go in there and rush the job and then to leave for another job, they're not going to feel that this is something great. So a lot of things you have to think whether you should start with one, achieve a very working model for orphanages, then do other orphanages. Working model for old folks home. What is it that they want? Do they really want books or a mini library? Or they want something else?
Okay, so I'm going to have a discussion with the team member about this.
No, I also think that, okay, perhaps you should work with just one orphanage and one orphan home. Instead of working with so many, because if you work with so many different so-called orphanage or this orphan home, you are going to spread your resources too thinly over too many places. Okay, and the impact that you made will be small. Okay, so you rather spend more time. You see, the old folk, maybe they prefer people go and talk to them, right? Rather than you just come in, give them a library, give them a book, then you go. You do this for them, you don't do it just to get the numbers. Yeah, okay. Okay, and you see, if you're going to duplicate with to so many different so-called homes, you're going to need a bigger budget. Yeah.
I understand.
Okay, Lapang, any more question?
No.
Okay, give us a few minutes, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Right, thank you, judges. Now let's allow our judges to enter the discussion room. Hello, Shafinas.
Hello.
Good afternoon. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling kind of relieved, actually.
So I saw the list just now, and there's a lot of orphanages and old folks home. So would you like? I'm pretty sure you have made your decisions on why and how. But I'm curious as to, would you mind sharing with us how you chose those 6 or 7 locations in the first place?
Okay. The reason why we choose the orphanage and the 6th location is because it's close to our university first. And we are trying to get in touch with a lot of actually, but only 6 of them that's get in touch back with us. And when we discuss about want to come to their places and having a mural painting and have a book donation given to them, they are most likely okay with it.
I see. So when we talk about orphanages, usually the orphanage that you're going to tackle this time, what is the age range? Is it like school primary or is it like teens?
They are most likely at the school primary, and some of them is teen, and they are like tafiz, sekolah tafiz, and so we are having a lot of teenagers and kids in this orphanage, and they are learning to be a hafizah and hafizan.
All right, very interesting. Our judges are back. Now let us hear the decision that have been.
Okay, Siti, now we are happy to see that so many of you want to make a difference in the life of the OFO and also the orphans. Yeah. However, we think that your program can be further improved.
Okay.
Right, and you should actually look at it from the needs of the beneficiary, which is the old folks and the orphans. So it seems to us that it's like a gotong royong exercise that you do. Okay, or I give you a library, I do this mural for you, I do this one. But is this really something that they want? Right? So we want you to go back and really understand the need of the OFO home and also the need of the orphanage. And not necessarily to work with so many different organizations. Okay, you choose one orphanage, one OFO home, and spend time to understand. Maybe they don't, see, like OFO home, maybe they don't need library, they don't read. Maybe they need a TV room. Maybe they need a game room. Yeah, or maybe they need the young people to spend time with them. Okay, so same thing for orphanage. Again, go and find out what do they need. Then you come up with a new proposal. Okay, we want to support you, but we want to make sure that you do the right thing. Okay, don't do things for the sake of doing. Okay, you are wasting time and then you don't bring about the impact. I think that is a waste of time and waste of money. You agree with me?
Yes, I am. I understand.
Yeah. Okay, so please resubmit your plan and go back and discuss with your team.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, too.
Thank you very much, Siti Shafina from Universiti Malaysia Kelantan for sharing your project with us. We are looking forward towards your amendment. Up next, to highlight the culture of Orang Seletar to the public, let us invite Jonathan Ashito from Southern University College to present the project. Hello, Seletar. Without further ado, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
So, a very good afternoon to all the judges and everyone here at Project for Happiness. My name is Jonathan Ashuto and I'm the project leader for the project Hello Seletar. So before I start to present my project, I would like to introduce you all to my team. So once again, I'm Jonathan Ashuto, and here are my other three members, which is Ong Zhe-Huai, Lee Boon Chong, and Madeline James. We are from Southern University College and we are design and mass comm students. So now let's talk about our background for our project. So firstly, we need to know who is Orang Seletar. So Orang Seletar is one of the 18 Orang Asli ethnic groups in Malaysia. And the one we're focusing on is they live in Sungai Temon, Taman Peling, which is just 10 minutes away from the city and also from our school. Taman Sungai Temon also has estimated about 400 villagers. And Orang Seletar also live throughout 9 other villages in Johor Bahru. So their main source of income is they do fishing industries. They fish mostly on kupang and some fishes, and they sell to the night markets. Pasar Malam. And Orang Seletar also has their unique ethnic culture, their arts, history, and traditions, such as their dance, music, and language. So, what is this project? So this all started when our lecturers brought us to a trip to Kampung Sungai Temon. And during the trip, we have spoken with the person in charge, which is Mr. Jeffrey over here, as you can see the man in pink color with the arrow. So during the chat with him, we found out that they face 3 issues. So what are those issues? Firstly, is the economy. So Orang Seletar often sells seafood, especially kupang. Also, they sell some operate some restaurant and do ecotourism. But due to MCO, all this has been affected and cannot be operated as usual. So the government also have taken some part of their land to build sea. This caused some of the restriction for their fishing industry, for the fishing area. So for the education, the dropout rate is quite high because their main language is Bahasa Seletar, which is not English and Malay. So this caused their difficulties in learning. So mostly all the teenagers, not all, a lot, drop out from secondary school and help their families for fishing industries. But recently we found out there are some volunteers that teach the children English regularly in the kampong. So this is what we're going to focus today, is the cultural heritage issues. So to Orang Seletar, culture is not their main priority. So their culture has been passed on from generation to generation through oral language without any recorded papers. So this has caused some of their tradition to disappear and not pass on very accurately. So during our site visit, we found out there's a museum over there, but it's very old and lack of management. So all the photos inside and the information is very yellowish and some are being torn apart and very outdated. So from this, we can really find out that culture is really not their main focus. But for us, every culture is important because they are part of culture of Malaysia. So that is why as design and mass comm students, we'll try to use our knowledge in designing and advertising and to record their culture in a very sustainable and permanent way. So as you can see, this is a site visit. So government has taken some part of the land to build the land, to build land, and has restricted some parts of their fishing area. So our objective for the project is, firstly, to record the history, art, and culture of Orang Seletar by publishing a book. Secondly, let the public get to know about Orang Seletar. And finally, present and raise awareness of their difficulties. So therefore, for this project, we'll be doing a book. So the book will be a physical and an e-book. For the book, we'll be focusing on their background, history, traditional lifestyle, their arts, their beliefs, and the difficulties nowadays. So for the physical book, we'll be printing 2,000 books and will be in bilingual, which is in English and Chinese. And there's some QR codes to video clips for information for videos such as for the music and dance, which need to be visualized. So this is a mock-up design that I've done. So it uses many the pictures and very vibrant color to attract the reader. This is not the final version, but this is just a mock-up to show you guys what the end result will be look like. So for the ebook will be in the interactive PDF and with some animation and buttons. Also, there will be an online quiz for knowledge testing. To promote the book, we'll be doing a press conference for publishing the book also. So who are our project beneficiaries for the project? So the most importantly is the 400 people around Seletar, and also universities, libraries, cafe communities, and to the public. So these are the universities that are going to be the book that we're going to deliver, to donate. And these are the libraries that we'll be sending. So we just need to send to the main state library, and they will send to the other libraries under the state libraries. And these are the cafe and communities that we'll be sending out the books to. So we're focusing on the cafes that encourage reading and promote creative culture. So what we do expect from this project? So we expect that we can donate the books to the libraries, universities, cafe communities, and to the public. And we try to receive at least 100 questionnaires answered about the book content through a QR code. And also try to register this book under ISBN and also e-ISBN for the ebook. So how can our project can be sustainable? So the book itself and the ebook will be is already a sustainable way to record their culture. So also for the future academic use and cultural use. We send to the library so that the public can read and understand about their Orang Seletar culture. So in the book, there is some photography and documentary. This can be act as a media of communication to let the reader to get to understand Orang Seletar. So our project timeline is we've set to 4 parts. So the first part will be the material collection, like for example, the photography, the video, and the interviews. So after we get the information, we'll straight go to the book design, quiz design, and other relevant things on the period. So after the book design is finished, we'll register ISBN and also go to the book printing. After the book printing, we will do a press conference and send out the books to the relevant parties. So now let's talk about the final part, which is the budget. So for the budget, we'll be printing 2,000 books. So each book costs about 4 ringgit 75 cents, and the total cost is 9,500 ringgit. And for the delivery fees that we need to send to the libraries and the other places is 1,500 to 50 locations, which include the libraries, the universities, and the community cafes. But due to the high cost of the delivery fees, we'll have an alternative way to reduce the cost. So what is this? So we'll do a campaign that will find people that are willingly to help us to deliver the books to a location, or better, willingly to help to pay for delivery fees. What does this mean? So, for example, we'll do a campaign, and we have the location listed like Selangor, Perak. So if there are some people in JP who are going to Selangor on the way, so if they're willingly, they can help us to deliver the book to the library in Selangor. And also, I have my friends studying in UNIMAS, UPM. So if I'm willingly, I can tell my friends to ask them if they're willingly to help us to bring the book to the universities. That can help us to reduce the cost of the delivery fees. And finally, is the packaging. So our packaging will contain a consignment bag, wrapping paper, bubble wrap boxes, and bubble wrap. So these are for the courier service that they needed to do the deliveries. So the total cost of our project will be 11,108.66 cents. That's all from us. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, Jonathan.
Yes.
What's so special about this Orang Seletar?
Okay, so Orang Seletar actually they have their own culture, their own clothing, their own like culture, dances, music. So actually, this Orang Seletar has been living in Johor for many years. But I've been living in Johor also for many years, but I didn't get to know them. So I tried to. So this is how can I say? They have own different culture that in Johor, because this Orang Seletar only live in Johor and some parts of Singapore. So their culture is mainly on fishing, which is quite rare compared to other states.
Are they Muslim or are they Christian or?
Okay, they are very diverse. They have Muslims, they have Christian, they have Buddhist, quite diverse of their yes.
Okay, and why do you need to print 2,000 copies of the books?
Okay, so for 2,000, I'll break down to you how do we don't separate these books. Okay, so first will be for the libraries will be sending 700 hours. Wait, I will share my screen to let you know the numbers.
One library, how many copies are you going to send to them?
2 copies.
Two copies. How many libraries are there?
Okay, so for libraries, there are here are numbers of libraries. So for Johor, we can see at 24. So each state is different. So each of them we're donating 2 books. But only the exception is for Perpustakaan Negara Malaysia, which they say they need 5 books. So all of them is 2 books. Just Perpustakaan Negara Malaysia, they requested for 5 books.
Okay.
So for the universities,
no. Library alone, how many books that you're giving out?
Will be given out 733.
700 over. How many libraries are there?
About. Well, let me count. About. Wait, I'm not sure. So sorry, So. 366.
300 over library.
Yes, over all Malaysia.
Oh, okay. Okay, next.
So for the universities, we'll be sending to all the public use, so 20 of them, and we're sending to 8 private use. So the private use that we chose is the focus on humanities subject and social science. So because this culture is mainly touch about some social science, so I think this is more targeted to them. So for the public use, we choose all of them because firstly, all the students are from different places and they are quite large numbers.
Okay.
And yeah, and they're
So
mostly do research.
okay, if you give 2, say you give about 60 copies.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
54
Next.
to be exact.
Yeah. Who else?
And also to the cafe communities. So these are mostly cafes that promote reading. So it's like reading and cafe at the same time. So this we chose this specifically because they also promote creative culture. In Chinese, we call Wenchuan.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there are not many. There are only about 6 of them. So how many are you going to give them?
So the total that we donated is 917. Okay, then the other 5, they will be keeping 500 books for our school. So these books will be like, for example, if our school have some MOU signing with other universities from foreign countries. So this can be a book to like exchange our culture with the foreign universities. And the rest of the book, the remaining will be after the libraries, the universities, communities, and the one where is sending to our school. The rest of them is 583 books. These books will be opening for pre-order. So if there are any like outsiders or any community or NGOs or community that are interested in this area, they can request for the book and we'll send to them.
Okay, and you say you need 1,500 ringgit to send out the books to the 50 location. Am I right?
Yes, this is our original plan, but yeah.
Okay. Do you need to spend 30 ringgit per location to send out books of that size? Maybe only less than 10 ringgit.
Yes, that's why we are, because I already go research for some different people. So this is the one that gave us the cheapest price, but the overall price is still expensive. 1,500 for us is also quite high. Miss Eddie also told us that it's quite high. So that's why we are going to alternative way that we do a campaign.
No, I say we send books. We send out books. One book is only about 6 or 8 ringgit.
Oh yeah, sorry. To Semenanjung is cheap, but to the Sabah Sarawak is very expensive. Yeah, the cost, mostly of the cost is in Sabah and Sarawak for delivery. Yes.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, Lapang, any questions?
Jonathan, I see that you have a team of people from the multimedia and very relevant academic qualifications. And from the sample of the book that you want to do, I see it being produced very well. It has pictures, small description. And in such cultural books, actually, pictures makes a lot bigger impact because, a picture paints 1,000 words. So, and at that price of $4.95, have you ever considered selling the book? Like 2,000 cost you, what, $4.95 each, right?
Yes.
About 9,000, yeah.
Yeah, but if you were to print 5,000 and you have another 3,000 to sell, it becomes a very different proposition. And a book like that, I think people will easily pay $10 for the book, 10 ringgit for the book, It is not impossible to sell such a nice looking book with 90 pages of cultural description and pictures ranging between 10 to 20 ringgit. I think is a very possible proposal. Have you thought of that?
Actually, yes, but we're not very sure like how can our money like help out. Like if we get the money, how can we use the money in what way? Yeah, this is what I'm concerned about at first. So after our discussion with my team members and our lecturers, we found out that we'll be donating the books. So because
I'm not saying you don't donate the books. I'm saying you do what you want to do, but the other half is how to sell a book like that. It's very interesting. I would like to buy some.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm serious. I would like to buy some and give it to my friends who visit me from other countries, right? It is one of 18. Maybe one day somebody will do the 17, and then we have a collection of 18 different cultures of Malaysia. I'd really like to commend you on doing something like that because that culture is going to disappear, right? But maybe you need to get together with the team and think about that. And who are you going to help to try sell those books? And there are many places, including our Kin Starfish community. We do have members that write and then distribute. PK is an author. He can advise on how to do that, you know. And so I think if you look at that side and you have income, it will reduce your 11,000 to maybe just a few thousand ringgit, and you can do it bigger, you know. And if you can continue to sell those books, it can be an income that will help you attempt to do another Orang Asli group, you know.
Okay, sure. We'll take your suggestion as a consideration. Thank you so much.
Okay, I have no more questions. Okay, allow us a few minutes. We'll come back to you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. Now, while they're inside, well, they're going into the discussion. Let us get to know Jonathan Nashito. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Amir. We meet again.
We meet again. I'm superb as always. I'm even more superb after watching your project.
Thank you so much.
All right. So when you look, I have a little bit of question, probably the crowd too. So do you mind sharing what are you currently studying in?
Okay, so I'm currently studying computer graphic design here in Southern University College.
Oh, so very interesting. So from computer graphic design, how did the idea of preserving the culture came about?
Okay, so really it's like what I said just now, is our lecturer that brought us to the kampong. So we found out that such an amazing culture that we live in JB, just near my school, we didn't know that. So it's very quite a shame. So I think for us to protect our culture is our responsibility as well, as we're living in Malaysia. So I think helping them is no-brainer for us.
Very, very interesting. So, okay, since I assume that I've seen pictures of you going to Seletar. So is there like, what are probably the most interesting things that you have seen by your own eyes over the place itself?
Okay, firstly, I must say the people over there are super duper nice. Even the kids, the adults, when we are lost the way, the people are like, oh, boleh pergi sana, pergi sini. Oh my God, they're super nice. Not like total strangers, although we're from other places, but they treat us like their own family. Even when we go to restaurant, we're not eating as well. But the boss is super duper nice, introducing their places. You can go here, go here. I mean, the environment itself is already a very nice experience for us already.
So I'm sure the Seletar people have given you a very big impact on how you perceive them. I will also would be very curious about some of the judges' comments just now. So let's say that you have done Orang Seletar people. Are you probably open to do the same project next year for the other ethnics?
If we get the chance, I would really love to.
So let's say that, okay, I am very curious because as Mr. Lu Hong just mentioned just now, that your book is going to be very, very interesting because it tells us a very specific story about a culture and people are willing to pay for it. Even I was like, I want to press unmute and say I want to buy one.
Thank you so much.
So talking about this, how would you like have a thought like probably sell it to Kinokuniya, MPH, or even other places which their main focus are about books? So what do you think about that?
So because our first initiative, we wanted to sell, but due to a lot of consideration that we found out that we tried to play it safe and then to donate. But after the judges' comments, I was like, okay, sure. I think it's back to our first plan that we wanted to sell the books.
Very, very interesting. And I'm looking forward to have your book inside my bookshelf later. All right, our judges are back. Let us have what they say about your lovely book.
Okay, Jonathan, we like, your initiative to record down the history or the record of Orang Seletar. Okay, I think it's a very noble initiative. This is definitely should be encouraged, should be supported. However, we do not just want to give it the money, right? And our suggestion is this: for effort of this kind, you should be able to raise funds from different organizations. Okay, now talk to the local assemblyman. They are doing, you're doing something for the community, right? Maybe talk or through some state organizations. Yeah, you should be able to raise some money, right? And so my Starfish Foundation will sponsor you 5,000 ringgit. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And you go and raise the balance money that you need. Like what was suggested by Mr. Wong just now, you should consider selling the book and raise some money as well. Okay. So you have to raise a 5,000 ringgit before you come to us to give you the balance 5,000.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Are you going to accept the challenge?
I'm accepted.
Excellent.
And also, beside publishing the books, I think you should do roadshow, you should do online sharing or whatsoever. At least, create awareness. Let people know. Yeah. Let people know about this community. Okay. Not just publishing the books, So I think promotion is important.
Yes.
Okay, after you finish this project, okay, go there and look for another community. Yeah, so I think that you are doing something marvelous, to preserve the culture, of all the different Orang Asli community. Okay, good effort.
Okay, thank you so much, judges.
I want to add for you. You have a member in your team who is in advertising and all.
Yes.
Marketing promotion is the name of this game. If you do that well, people know you, right? And then how you raise money, you need to go about it. Personally, I'm going to talk to someone from Johor and see how they can help. And if I can get a positive response, I'll come back to you through my Starfish Foundation. If you are going to sell this book at around, I don't know, you intend to sell the book? What price do you want to sell the book?
I'm not sure yet. I need to discuss with my team also because I'm not the one who can make the decision.
You sell it for 9 ringgit 90 cents.
Okay.
I will. I have an order of 10 for me then.
Okay, thank you
I'll
so
buy
much.
your first 10 books.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, congratulations to Jonathan Ashuto from Southern University College for obtaining a funding of 5,000 ringgit for your project. Thank you for sharing your wonderful proposal with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a short 10-minute break before we continue with more projects for happiness for our community.
I am a cancer survivor. I was diagnosed with adenoid cystic carcinoma 9 years ago in 2010.
I'm an ovarian cancer patient. 2010, I was diagnosed.
I'm 80 years old now, and I'm a prostate cancer survivor.
I'm 29 years old. I was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015, in February 16th, February 16th, 2015, I was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer.
I was first diagnosed with cancer in early 2017.
6年前呢，就发现到Alan 他有癌症的。
我有胃癌第4期。不管你相不相信都好，癌症不止在马来西亚，在全世界已经变成一个很普遍的疾病。癌症对我的人生的打击很大，因为我的外婆就是癌症去世的。我当初一知道的时候，我心情一下子就是安静下来，然后我就想，为什么是我？
It was a devastating experience. I felt in total despair, totally lost, didn't know where to go for help.
And when the pathology report came after my mastectomy, my whole world fell apart.
Well, I was quite young when I had my cancer diagnosed. I was really shocked when I actually got to know the news because I've never met anyone my age at that point of time that had cancer.
我不懂我这个做朋友的我可以帮上什么忙这样子。
I wanted to fight this disease. From there, I decided that yes, there is hope for me, and if I go through this treatment, I will continue to live life.
I had the luxury of going through treatment and having like free medications pumped into me just to reduce all of my side effects. If I speak to patients that have gone through treatment 10 years ago, I noticed that treatments are very different from mine. If it weren't for cancer research, we wouldn't have developed the medications that we have now, the treatments that we have now.
Cancer research is very important because when you have people to find out all this, you can find out what is actual problem with you.
I'm glad that there is this Cancer Research Malaysia, who's always doing research to find cures.
Without research, there's no medical advancement. Like 40 years ago, out of 4 cancer patients, 1 would survive. But because of research, today, out of 2 patients, 1 will survive. So it's thanks to research that less people are suffering. What if 40 years from now, because of your support, because of our support, cancer can be cured?
Join the fight against cancer.
So join the fight against cancer.
Check out Cancer Research Malaysia. Support them. They need all the support that they can get.
Join the fight against cancer and share this video.
You're here, you're loved, you are light. Rewrite your future, you know that the phoenix will rise. I'm by your side. Everything's gonna be alright. It's just the darkest, just right before the dawn. Then it's a new day, your chance to take a breath. There's been pain, there's been tears when you said that you can't go on. But have faith and embrace. Now the sun has come. Let it shine and show your path. You're here, you're loved, you are alive. You're not your past, who you are is much stronger than that. But if you fall, you get up and fight with your mind. You're here, you're loved, you are alive. Rewrite your future, you know that the phoenix will rise. I'm by your side. Everything's gonna be alright. am light. I'm not my past, who I am is much stronger than that. But if I fall, I get up and fight with all my might. I'm here, I'm loved, I am light. Rewrite my future, I know that the phoenix will rise. I'm by your side. Everything's gonna be alright.
Welcome back to the evening judging session of Projects for Happiness 2022, where undergraduates from university across Malaysia will present their community projects to apply for a maximum funding of 10,000 ringgit. Now, let us go to the upcoming project. To raise environmental awareness among orang asli, let us invite Danish Kumar, anak lelaki Suresh Kumar from Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris UPSI to present project Generating Rural Environmental Awareness Team, aka GREE. Without further ado, Danish Kumar, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon to our beloved judges and everyone here today. My name is Danish Kumar, son of Suresh Kumar, as the presenter of my group's project. And I'm from UPSI. Our project title is Generating Rural Environmental Awareness Team. Great. Here are the group members of the GREE project. Do you all currently look at our environment? We can always see natural disasters everywhere, landslides, flash floods, loss of habitat, and etc. We are lucky when floods and landslides happen because we have many NGOs who are helping, providing shelter and food if any natural disasters happen. What will happen to the indigenous community? Who will help them? So the main problem of project is what we are going to do to raise environmental awareness among the indigenous community. And one of the solutions for this issue is GREE. Our project is designed to create awareness among humans. Project G.R.E.E.N is going to be a flawless solution for this issue. Project G.R.E.E.N is a game-based learning project that educates school students on environmental awareness. It's going to cover various aspects. For the judges' information, various activities have been conducted before this in 2015 till 2019, but on a small scale. The feedback from the participants was so good. So for the project G.R.E.E.N, we combined all those activities in one project, and this time we are going to focus on 5 selected indigenous school children. So the objective of this project is to raise environmental awareness among the indigenous community. Secondly, to educate school children about the importance of long-term solutions that have been significant positive impact on environment. And thirdly, to develop fun-based learning and hands-on activities to teach environmental awareness to school children. Moreover, we are going to get many impacts throughout the project. For example, we are going to attract the indigenous community to make sustainable activities and green practices as daily practices. And it is going to revive the environmental awareness among indigenous people for their social, cultural, economics, physical survival, and well-being. Yeah, now the most awaited section that we are all waiting for. So let's take a look at what we are actually going to do. This project is going to be conducted in 3 phases. Phase 1 is going to be great start of the project by having an ice-breaking section with the indigenous students. This section will be a collaboration with Early Childhood Education Association UPSI and Persatuan Mahasiswa Orang Asli UPSI. The main reason why we plan to collaborate with those 2 societies is to raise more environmental awareness among the school children through the fun activities. Phase 2 will be the most exciting section where we are going to have activities among the students, and phase 3 will be section where we are going to sustain the great effort that we took. Phase 2 is going to be a fun section where we are going to have great activities and meaningful activities. Our first activity that we are going to do is air pollution, a silent killer. It's a talk and creative games about air pollution. And the second activity is Save Our Mother Earth. It is a technique and composting food waste and how they recycle the food waste. Okay, the third activity is deforestation games. It is a big snake and ladder game about awareness of deforestation. And the fourth activity is Oh My Years. It is related to a technology approach about noise pollution using measurement tools. And the fifth activity is Microbes Are Everywhere. Hands-on activity about bacteria and virus by using agar plate and microbes in river water. And the last activity is DIY mud ball talk. It's a technique on how to make mud ball to clean the river, as I mentioned earlier. All those activities in this project have been carried out with the community in schools in Ipoh, but on a small scale and only with our own funds. However, now it's time we target primary school students in the indigenous community to increase their environmental awareness among them. So in phase 3, we are going to sustain the G.R.E.E.N by collaborating with Persatuan Mahasiswa Orang Asli UPSI, the University Center of Transformation and Community UPSI, to ensure those activities that we are going to do throughout Project G.R.E.E.N for the long term, and the viability of this initiative. In this phase, we are going to have mini garden and 3R center. So to make this project successful, we are going to have 4 key partners with us, which is shown on the slide. The project timeline. Once our project is approved by our judges, we are going to start with crowdfunding for the month of July. Starting from August, we are going to prepare the things that we need to be done in the activities, do survey on the location, and have meeting with our key partners. In September, we will collect the participants' data from the school and have a meeting with the participants. We also need to book transportation to go to the school on September. And at last, October and November, we start our project by going to the 5 indigenous schools. Around 40 students from each school, so total number of 200 students will get benefits throughout this project. They can learn about techniques to conserve the environment, utilizing of the recycling concept and cleaning up water pollution, awareness on air, water and noise pollution, and make sustainable activities and green practices as daily practices. The outcome of this project G.R.E.E.N is indigenous community will be able to preserve the health of nature in their village, cultivating natural resources among indigenous community, and maintaining a safe balance between the natural world and this who inhabit it. Last but not least, let's take a look at the budget of the project. For phase 1, we didn't have any budget, but for phase 2, since there are 6 activities that we are going to be done, we need some amount of money to do this activity. Activity 1, we don't have to use any budget, but for activity 2, we need some amount of money to buy 22 bags of organic soil, 10 packs of polystyrene containers, and 4 pieces of soil thermometer. So for activity 3 and 4, we don't have any budget to use. But for activity 5, we need 35 packets of hand sanitizer and 5 pieces of hand soap. And for activity 6, we need 10 bags of topsoil and 8 bottles of effective microorganisms. So for phase 3, we need 3 recycle bins, 5 types of plants, and 10 sets of gardening tools to sustain the GR.E.E.N project. So we need around 1,571 ringgit and 26 cents as the total budget for each school. Since we are going to do this project at 5 schools, the final amount we need is around 7,856 and 30 cents ringgit to make this project successful. As the last word of my presentation, we hope that this project will be approved by the judges so that we together can bring a change to our mother nature and help the indigenous people to make their life more beautiful. That's all from us. Thank you so much.
A great presentation for our Orang Asli. Let's invite our judges to share the great thoughts to us.
Hey, Dennis Kumar, you said that you have done it in the last 5 years, right?
Yes, Doctor. A few years ago, we have done it.
Okay, so every time when you do it, you also did it with the school?
Yes, Doctor, with the school students. But we didn't do all the 5 activities in one school, but we managed to do 1 activity in one school. And sometimes we bring the students to UPSI and we do at UPSI.
So how many students participated in your past program?
Last time when we arranged the program, when my friend in diploma, the director of this program, he have mentioned that around 200 students or 200 students have participated in the activity, Doctor.
Okay, and the mud ball program that you have, so what are you trying to do? You are trying to clean the water by throwing the mud ball?
Okay, the uses of the mud ball is the mud ball can clean the river water. So to do a mud ball, we need some important things to do the mud ball. So after we did the mud ball, we will keep for 1 week and we will throw the mud balls. After the 1 week, we will throw the mud balls to the river. So it will clean out the water, river water, Doctor.
How long will it stay clean?
Maybe it won't be a faster activity, but it will take 1 day or few days, Doctor.
No, how long will the cleanliness stay?
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, it's in our hand, Doctor. If we still want to throw the rubbishes and still want to keep make the river dirt, it will get dirt. If we take care of the river properly, then it will take a long time, Doctor.
No, what I'm saying is, I mean, I know about we know about the mud ball initiative, but the issue is if you have not resolved the source of the pollution, you know, no matter what you do, you will not solve the problem. And if you throw, because the water is the water in the river is flowing. So if you throw thousands of mud ball into it, okay, maybe today is clean, tomorrow, day after that, then become dirty again. It's like throwing money into the river. Yeah, I mean that is my thought. Okay, Dr. Hang, any questions?
Yeah, the 5 schools that you have targeted, are they teaching the kids anything about environment? Do you know?
Yes, Doctor. If I'm not mistaken, the teachers are still teaching them the importance of environment, because every teachers are responsible to teach them about the environment. Most probably, if I'm not mistaken, the teachers are teaching that.
So you have been doing this, or your uni has been doing this for quite a few years now.
From 2015 to 2019, doctor, before COVID.
Okay, and how do they measure whether the event has been successful?
The mud ball event have been updated in Sinar Harian, doctor. The feedback also are so okay, so good.
Can the children still remember beyond the fun? I think you're concentrating on having fun with the kids, and that's not wrong. But how it's like going to a fun fair, you know? You enjoy yourself, learn a little bit, and then that's it. How do you sustain it? How do you sustain that learning?
We have mentioned early in our presentation, the stage 3, phase 3 is going to be how we're going to sustain. So to sustain the activities that we do at the school, we will sustain by planting plants at there and having mini gardens at there and having recycle bins at there and etc. Doctor.
And who will look after those gardens after you have set it up? We are very good at doing new things, but if there's no clear leadership on how to maintain it well, it just becomes spoiled after a while.
So the teachers at the school and we as the we will take the responsibility to sustain the project, doctor.
Have you all gone back to visit the schools that you have done?
Yes, doctor. At Ipoh, we have gone and see the projects at there, doctor. Because when we did at the Ipoh schools, we just did the activities, how to do a mud ball, the process of doing mud balls, the process of composting food, we just teach them the process how to do.
Can you do without the mud ball project?
I need to discuss with my team members, doctor, because we as the team, we should discuss with my members, and I will inform you.
Oh, you see, I have a lot of reservation about mud ball. Okay, you know, you might be able to clean the water when you throw it, but it will not last. After a few days, back to square one. You see, when I look at your budget, the bulk of your money is just spent in the mud ball. Okay, one school about 600 ringgit. So 5 schools is going to cost you 3,000 ringgit, which is about 40% of your, or maybe half of your budget, right? So you know, if this event bring about the necessary changes and is sustainable, yes, by all means we will support. But I mean, in the past, we have come across so many so-called mud ball initiative, but they cannot convince us that it's going to work.
Sure, doctor. In case if your opinion is that, then we will try to substitute another activity with the 6th activity, doctor.
My other question is one of your thing is to deal with noise control. Are the Orang Asli concerned with noise control?
Yes, doctor, because the noise is nowadays too much. For example, even though it's Orang Asli community people, still there are some highways at them. So still the noise are disturbing them. Not only for us in town.
So what can they do? What can they do?
So the activity that we planned is to do noise activity. So we have some games to bring them about awareness of the noise activity. So the tools that we're going to use to cover the noise activity have with our UPSI lab. So we will use some tools to check how the noise are affecting the ears of the pupils.
Yeah. Well, I think the most disturbing noise are the necking of the wife.
Yes, exactly, doctor. Maybe you have experience, but I don't have, doctor.
I like that, Denise.
Okay. Lavang, you got any more questions?
No, I don't have.
Okay, please give us a few minutes. We are coming to you.
Sure, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, judges. Now let us have our judges enter the discussion room. Okay. Okay, good evening, Danesh.
Hi.
I have a
How are
lot
you?
of questions. I'm very entertained. I have a lot of questions just now, but it suddenly went away when I was laughing. So let us start. I'm a little bit curious about your background. Will you please share with us what are you currently
sure.
studying in UPSI?
I did my diploma in 2018 till 2020. I did a diploma in science and mathematics, and now currently I'm doing my bachelor's of education mathematics at UPSI, and now I'm doing my second year there.
I see. So you're actually a future teacher, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
For us. Oh,
With the God
super.
grace.
And this time you're going, I believe that whichever school you're going to go to, they are going to learn about environment, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
So talking about education and also students in general, what do you think is the current problem that students are facing when they have to learn?
Okay, since just we back from the COVID, most of the students didn't give their attention to their studies. Most of them started to work when the COVID came. For example, online businesses, trading. Currently, the trading is the most top business now. So maybe most of the students, in my observation, most of the students are doing online businesses and they are not focusing on their studies. But there are some students are focusing their studies too.
I see. So because everyone is at home, they have a lot of leisure times to do a lot of economical activities.
Sure.
So in your opinion, wanted to know, in your opinion, is that a good thing or a bad thing as a student?
In my opinion, if they manage to balance their studies and their online business, it's so good. If they can't, if they mind get into the money, then it's not good for them. So they can't continue their overseas studies or UG, PG. So they won't have interest on the studies if they get lots of money when from the businesses, online businesses. So we as a guide, we should be guide for them to make their bright future.
Very, very interesting opinion. So I also heard that there is a Persatuan Mahasiswa Orang Asli.
Yes, exactly.
Would you mind telling us more about this organization?
It's about organization about Orang Asli in those students from the community. So they have an organization. So maybe I'm not sure about what are they doing, but I will get know more about it in the future.
Okay, so one last question, probably.
Sure.
As a future teacher, what do you think our students like, our school children like inside the class environment?
Okay, so as a future teacher, I wish that students need to be more disciplined and be more focused on their studies. They should know the way how to do the businesses, online businesses, but at the same time, they should focus on their studies as well.
All right. Very, very interesting. Our judges are back. Now let us hear what they have to say about your wonderful project.
Hi, Danish.
Hi.
We like your program to build greater awareness on environmental control and other good activities with young kids. Yeah. So we would like to support you. However, we are not with you at all in terms of the mud ball for the reasons that has been shared with you. Because, you know, doing mud balls can be fun, but it's expensive and it's not effective. And I think what is important is that we focus on the impact, things that truly make a difference. You know, if it's a lake, maybe if you throw a lot of mud balls, you can make some difference. So we feel that if you take out the mud balls, then we look at supporting you for 4,000 ringgit. All right. If you want to do other activities or you want to do more, then perhaps you need to raise money for those other activities. And we always promote our university students to learn how to raise money, learn how to make an impact. How do you sell your program to your community so that they also support you in bringing about greater awareness for environment control, and protection. So that's what we would like to do. Give it more thoughts into how do you do surveys and perhaps check as to whether what you have done is sustained even in the same group of children. And once in a while, you go back to the 5 school, take a look at the garden that you have started and see whether it's still in a good state, so that you know from your uni's perspective whether it's an activity that you should do in the future. Okay?
Sure, Doctor. We will take note on that, Doctor.
Yeah.
Maybe
okay.
we will proceed with the questionnaires with the students and teachers, and we will have a look on and have a visit on the schools after few days or few months, Doctor, whether it's sustained or not.
Okay, but no mud balls, yeah?
Okay, sure, Mr. Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
All right. Congratulations, Danesh Kumar, anak lelaki Suresh Kumar from UPSI for obtaining a funding of 4,000 ringgit for your project. Up next, did you know that we can make a multi-purpose eco-enzyme just from food waste? Let us invite Pravendran Mahendran from Universiti Science Malaysia to present project Zero Eco-Enzyme Project. Without further ado, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, everybody. Good evening to the judges and everyone in Facebook Live. So I am Pravindra Mahendran from Universiti Science Malaysia, here to present about our project, Zero Waste Eco-Enzyme. So before we start with our community outreach project, what's eco-enzyme? What is eco-enzyme? Eco-enzyme is a solution made from a fermentation process. Now, when you say the words fermentation, you automatically think of microbes, the tiniest of stuffs, yeast. And that is exactly what we are dealing with. The fermentation of organic waste, such as fruits and vegetables and their peels, along with sugar and water, and we would ferment them for 3 months, and we get a multi-purpose solution. Now, this multi-purpose solution is what we call eco-enzyme, and its application is very wide. We can use it as household cleaning products, in agriculture, and even wastewater treatment. Now, our community outreach project is regarding and at Kampung Sungai Buaya, Nibong Tebal, Pulau Pinang. Why there? Why Kampung Sungai Buaya? Well, the main reason is it's close to USM. It's around in a 3-kilometer radius from USM. And the next reason is it's a farming village. The people at Kampung Sungai Buaya, the villages, are mainly farmers. They have these big, large palm oil plantations. They have these pineapple plantations, banana plantations. So they are not foreign to organic wastes, which we would require for our eco-enzyme. Next, something very special about Kampung Sungai Buaya is that they are a tourist spot. They have this thing called a Taman Negeri within themselves. It's similar to a Taman Negara, but it's smaller and it's district level. And another thing at Kampung Sungai Buaya is that they have a lot of local food businesses. Now, these local food businesses do produce a lot of organic waste and plastic bottles, which we can use in the production of this eco-enzyme. Now, you might be wondering, why eco-enzyme? Why not those chemical products off the shelf, those Sunlights or Dettol, all those stuff? Well, that's because eco-enzyme is green and natural. All these chemical compounds, all these chemical products are very aggressive. They are very abrasive, harsh. They go in cleaning, killing everything. But when you use something that is natural, you selectively choose the microorganisms which are good for us. Now, another reason why we chose this eco-enzyme is that we have made it ourselves. The students of USM have made it, we have tested it, and we know how effective it is. We have even given it to the staff, to the lecturers at USM, and they have given their feedback saying how good it is. The next reason is that it's quite simple for us to produce this ecoenzyme. The knowledge of making it is quite easy to be passed around, and we can help these villagers to produce the ecoenzyme as well as using them. Now, our main objective, the reason we are doing this community outreach program is to minimize the waste generated by these villages, their households, and using those waste to make ecoenzyme. Next is to educate the people of Kampung Sungai Buaya about the importance of reducing waste. Now, they are villages. They do know how to use their excess fruits, their excess crops. But the way they use it is just by throwing them at their trees or their plants, expecting it to become fertilizers. What we do is we take those things and make it into something more concentrated, something more obvious. That's ecoenzyme. And we give it to them and they could use it in their house and in their gardens or even as pesticide. Yeah. Now, the project beneficiary would be 300 villages or so at Kampung Sungai Buaya. And what we expect, the results and the outcomes of our outreaching project is that these villages will know the importance of reducing waste and taking care of the environment. Now, it would be also great if they gain the knowledge to make the ecoenzyme themselves and use it in their daily lives after we have taught them how to do it once. And lastly is most of the villages at Kampung Sungai Buaya are categorized as B40 group. And making this ecoenzyme will be a form of side income, like a way to sustain their economy. Yeah, because they could sell this ecoenzyme to other villages or even to shops nearby. Now, this is our time frame. So in this year, this coming October, we would start inviting the participants. The participants would be the villages as well as students from USM who are interested in doing this outreaching program or learning about ecoenzyme, and we'll start promoting the program, the project. Next is we would go around collecting our organic waste as well as plastic bottles. These plastic bottles are used to store the solution that we get from mixing all these raw materials. And then for 2 days in November, early November, we would set up a rehearsal and the event day would go on as well. And during the event day, we would teach them how to make this ecoenzyme, what to do, what not to do, how to do it properly. And the process of making this ecoenzyme takes 3 months. So maybe every other week, bi-weekly, we would go to this Kampung Sungai Buaya and have a checkup on them, see how the solution is going, how are they doing, and all these things, until February, where we would have another workshop on extracting this solution and also teaching them how to use it properly in their house, in their gardens. This would be our budget. Now, a large portion of cost is in the form of molasses. Now, molasses is sugar. Now, these microbes, these yeasts consume the sugar to make their byproducts, which is ethanol and enzymes. So we would require a lot of molasses, and we would have to top these molasses into the solution once they run out, because that's their food source. And the event venue would be a hall. I showed an earlier picture of the hall. It's quite spacious, enough to accommodate 300 people. And the others would be equipments, cutting tools, and for the extraction workshop, we would require cheesecloth, which is a filter, the measuring jugs. The packaging bottle and sticker labels are so that we could package these solutions similar to something like this, and we could give it or sell it to the tourists that come by to the Taman Negeri, so that they could bring it back, use it, be interested, and maybe even learn how to make it themselves or buy it from us. And the total budget is around 2,700 ringgit. And this is the team behind ecoenzyme. The co-founders include our leader Jacinta, and me, myself, Pravin, Brittany, and our advisor, which would be Dr. Masrina Muhammad Nazir, a lecturer at USM under the School of Chemical Engineering. And this would be our team: Grace, Firdaus, Harish, Kabit, Mahamiza, and Bodram. Yeah, so that would be all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pravendran. From food waste to soap and fertilizers galore. Let us have our judges to catalyze us with some questions.
Okay, Pavendran, how do you convince people to use this eco enzyme, as a cleaning agent? Because very often it give out some odor or the smell that is very different from, the detergent that we use.
Yes.
It have the taste of like sour.
Correct. That is true. It has those fruity flavors. I mean, the smell is quite fruity because it's like G.R.E.E.N, as they call it, fermented pickles or something like that. So what usually we do is once we dilute the solution, the smell usually goes away. But what we find out from giving it to students in USM, most of them don't mind, and the smell doesn't stay once we use it to rub the surface, once we mix it with water.
It's more for cleaning floors?
Oh yes, it's used, it's very good at cleaning oils and dirt stains because it's organic. Anything that's organic can be removed.
Okay, and I noticed that you only plan to start in October. Why October? Because by the time you finish, it'll be in February.
Yeah.
Why can't you start earlier?
Well, the reason we are doing it in October is because that is when the new semester begins. USM takes in first years around the early of October. So in my mind, in our mind, it's like we want to get the first years involved as well, so that they could take part in it. And we could start it earlier, but then it clashes with the SEM break or the internship period for third years. So we found it that October is the best time. And based on what the Ketua Kampung or the village head of Kampung Sungai Buaya said, October is also when they do not have many events, like they do not have Haji or those which might interfere with our program.
Because this is 2022 Project for Happiness.
Yeah.
And our final presentation usually happen in either end December or maybe early January. If your project were to end in February, then you will not be able to participate in our presentation.
It ends in February, but our main event starts on November. So a major part of our project would end by November. Or if it's possible, we could even push it back because the extraction process wouldn't be that major. It could be done in
No, you see, when I look at the proposal that is submitted by you, you said you're going to start in October, but you finish in November. I mean, the November is a one-day event.
Yeah.
So now you're saying it's February. Why wait until February?
It takes 3 months for the solution to be ready.
No, you see, if you want to start, when are you going to make the solution? October?
November. We would be making the solution
November.
November. You could say we would finish it in November. February is just a way for us to give it like a final meeting.
One more thing is, you are doing something, you are doing a community project for the community.
Yeah.
And when you use the community hall, can't you negotiate to use it for free? Why should you pay for the hall? You're doing something for that community. I'm sure you can convince the Ketua Kampung or whatever to give you free use of
the hall. Yes.
Oh,
we
yeah.
can try that. We can ask the Ketua Kampung.
You need to learn to be a tough negotiator.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question about your intent to sell this eco enzyme. How real is that?
It's quite real actually. This wouldn't be the first time we make the eco enzyme. We have made it once with the students of USM, and we did try to sell it to the students, and we did get quite a positive response. We managed to sell around 80 bottles or so to the students. Yeah. So
what's your target for this project? What's the target sales number?
For this project, we do not plan to sell per se because it's more of getting the villagers to use them. If we were to sell maybe around 100 bottles or 100 to 200 bottles.
Maybe you should seriously think about that. And how much do you sell per bottle?
ringgit per bottle. Yep, that's what we were selling at campus.
Yeah, because one of your objectives is to enhance the economic well-being of the B40 group there in Sungai Buaya, right?
Yes.
And if this is a good income, like you say, you intend to sell it to tourists who visit the forest reserve. So do you know the number of tourists coming in during the peak season, and what's the peak season?
Peak season would be around December during the school break, but no, we do not have the data of how many. We could probably ask the Ketua Kampung.
Yeah, I think it's good to seriously consider that economic side, because if there is an economic side to the equation, then the chances of them getting into the activity after you guys are gone is higher, right? Because it earns them extra income, and the chances of them using the product also becomes higher if they are making them themselves, right? Yeah. So maybe you should really consider that, huh?
How many villagers will get involved in this project?
We estimate around 300.
300. Yeah. And you want to provide them with a knife as well?
Yes, to those who do not have it or they forgot to bring something.
If you tell them bring your own knife, everybody will have a knife.
Yeah, they probably would.
You see, I mean, it's not a lot of money, okay? However, what I'm trying to tell you is that you should see how you can do it with the minimum budget, and yet bring about the biggest impact. I mean, if they have knife at home, ask them to bring. Then you can save this money, and then you do not waste this knife. And also like the hall that I mentioned just now. You see, you are doing something for the community, educating the community, doing something good for the community. So if you can enroll them or convince them to let you have a free use of that hall, you plan to use it for 3 days. So you're going to save 1,000 ringgit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the budget you ask is not a lot. However, if you can do it with a lower cost, then you can do it more often. You can do it with more community.
True.
And also, Pravindan, really think about sustainability, because one of the ingredients you need is molasses.
Yeah.
And in your budget, that is 800 ringgit. And unless they sell, they are not going to generate the funds to turn it around. You know what I mean?
Yes.
The economic model is therefore not clear to sustain. What is the economic model? Is the Ketua Kampung going to come up and say, okay, we'll do this as a collective, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to produce so much for sales, and from the money we earn from the sales, we're going to put aside for the buying of molasses so that we continue this cycle. That whole economic model, I think, is not clear. All right.
Okay, so please give us a few minutes. We'll come back to you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. Now let us have our judges enter the discussion room. Okay, hello, Pravindan.
Hello.
How are you doing? How are you feeling after this presentation?
I'm good.
So will you mind sharing with us what are you studying in USM? USM, right?
Yeah, USM. I am currently a third-year student studying chemical engineering. Yeah.
So you're in chemical engineering. So will you mind? So I'm a little bit curious behind the science behind the ecoenzyme. So what is actually the active ingredient inside the ecoenzymes?
The active ingredient would be yeast. Yep, yeast. Yeast from these fruit peels, they come with the yeast, and we feed the yeast and they produce these ethanol and enzymes.
So So is it correct for me to say that we are using yeast to clean our dishes? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, in a way you could say that, but the cleaning agent is the ethanol and the enzymes, not the yeast itself. The yeast itself would most likely be dead after we extract it.
About the ethanol, I understand that it is a type of alcohol. So how much percentage do you usually get before it goes to that maximum alcohol content before the yeast can no longer produce?
I'm not very sure about that, but it wouldn't be more than 10%. I don't think it reaches more than 10%. But don't quote me on that, I'm not sure.
Alright, I'll check it out on my own later. So a little bit of a question. You seem to put molasses into your budget just now. Is there a specific reason why you have to choose molasses instead of common white sugar?
Common white sugar is processed, it's bleached, so the yeast could not break it down. We could use brown sugar, but brown sugar is more tedious in the sense that we have to mix it and we have to make it into a solution and use it. So having molasses, it's easier for us to work with as a liquid than solid.
So I see. So let's say that you're going to make about those bioecoenzymes product. Is it how will you actually combine it? Will you just combine it with the yeast and the food waste, or how are you going to like mix it up?
There is a ratio that we use. It's 1:3:10. The 1 would be the molasses, the sugar. The 3 would be the fruit waste, and 10 would be the water. So we don't add yeast. The yeast is within the fruit waste or from the environment around.
See, so it's natural yeast. Perfect. All right, our judges are back. Let's hear what they have to say for your project.
Hi, Provident. We had a discussion and we feel that, yes, the project is good because your focus is on a group of B40 villages and it helps them with the sustenance. And therein lies the challenge. We would like to ask you whether you are agreeable to accept the challenge of putting in an economic model to sustain this activity. What we don't want is, although your budget is not a big budget, Pravindan, we don't think, an event which is like a flash in the pan, one day activity and then everybody forgets about it, kind of thing. For the impact to happen, it must have the ability to continue. And if they can make money, they can share with other villages of B40s and teach others how to make money, right? We would like to challenge you to do that. And if you are agreeable to come back with a clear set of plans on how you're going to do that part of the activity, all right? Now, on the discussion earlier, we say that you should try and negotiate for the hall use for free and ask the villagers to bring their own knife. So if you take those 2 items away, we are talking about 1,003, is it, PK?
Yeah.
You're talking about 1,003 ringgit. And we can support you for the full 1,003, but we'd like you to come back with a clear model of how you intend to do the selling and the sustaining of the buying of molasses so that it can continue with the villages.
Sure, that's possible.
You see, basically what we want to see is the sustainability of this initiative. You do not want to spend the money, put in so much effort. When you leave, the whole thing collapse. Then you're wasting money, you're wasting your time. Okay? And, just educating the villager alone, but not, you don't see any action after that. It's the same of, it's a waste of the time. Yeah. And one more thing is, I always emphasize Project for Happiness is a project that we train the student to think out of the box, to create bigger impact, okay, and then to learn how to solve problem learn to be innovative, learn to be a better negotiator, a team builder. Yeah, I mean, these are all the things that we hope the participants, the student can, can learn from the process. Okay, saving 1,000 ringgit on the renter, the hall renter, or even to save the 350 for the night is not a lot of money. However, I think it's not the money that matter. It's more of the concept behind it. Yeah. Okay. Just imagine if this is an initiative by you, from your own pocket, will you do all these things to save money?
Yes,
you will.
Most likely I would.
Yeah, if this money is given out, freehand, given out by other people, then okay, I just spend it. Yeah. So same thing, in the future when you graduated, when you work, then you have to see how can you help the organization to save money? How can you use the minimum so-called investment but get the biggest impact? Right? This is part of the training is important. Don't think that the company have the budget, I will spend it. I mean, if you can do it differently by spending a lot less money, but yet create a bigger impact, then your boss will see you differently. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pravendran Mahendran from Universiti Sains Malaysia, for sharing your wonderful project with us. Upcoming next, water is everywhere, but not every water can be drank whenever. To bring water treatment to Royal Belum, let us invite Nourishment binti Zamziba from Universiti Teknologi Mara UITM to present the project Treat River Water to facilitate orang asli Aborigine community in Royal Belum. Without further ado, Nourishment, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear MC. A very good day to all the judges and everyone here. Hi, I am Nourishment binti Zamziba, a representative from Universiti Teknologi Mara, UITM, would like to present our project, which is Treat River Water to facilitate orang asli Aborigine community in Royal Belum, Perak. So, before I go further with my presentation, I would like to give a quick overview about this project. So this project will be carried out in Royal Belum, Perak, specifically in orang asli settlements, which is Kampung Kelewang. The reason we conduct this project is because there is no access to safe drinking water in Kampung Kelewang. And for your information, orang asli in Kampung Kelewang here are very primitive, where they will relocate from one place to another when the food supply runs out. So this has caused the difficulties on the Department of Orang Asli Development, G.R.E.E.N, in conducting a census on the Orang Asli population. So what G.R.E.E.N do? G.R.E.E.N supply them clean water by take boat every day and repeatedly to the waterfall for the Orang Asli to consume. Hence, this consumes significant amount of time, effort, and also money. And now the latest one, there is a pipeline from the waterfall to the Orang Asli settlement, but still we can see in this video the water is still untreated, and this can cause waterborne disease to the communities. Hence, for this project, we are going to conduct water analysis as there is no data on the water quality index in Sungai Kelewang. And after we have identified the water quality index, we will going to construct a mini surface water treatment plant using slow sand filter. And here is the basic schematic diagram of water treatment that we gonna to construct there. And next, for the project beneficiaries, 47 families, it will give benefit to orang asli community in Kampung Kelewang as they can get access to safe drinking water. And apart from that, it also give benefit to G.R.E.E.N as G.R.E.E.N don't have to worry on conducting a census on that community because we have supplied them their needs. Next, for the expected project results and outcomes, the first one, managed to identify the water quality index river in Kampung Kelewang. This is crucial for us to determine the river classification before any treatment done. And there are 4 checkpoints that we need to analyze along the Sungai Kelewang. And the second one is able to supply clean access water to those community for at least they have safe drinking water. And the last one, at least 2 to 3 people of orang asli in Kampung Kelewang understands, acknowledge, and also can handle the backwash step. So the backwash step is a preventive measure to maintain the conditions of the filter media. Next is the time frame for this project. At early stage, we discuss and design a conceptual of sand filter that can meet the necessity of 47 families with a lower cost. Next is the water quality index of Sungai Kelewang. We already went to Kampung Kelewang, Roya Belum, and conduct the water quality analysis for in situ parameters. And for the ex situ parameters, it will be sent to A&A laboratory of UITM Shah Alam. In order to determine the suitable material for filter medium and how many layers of filtration needed, we need to identify the Sungai Kelewang falls under what classification of river. And next, on this month until July, we will test the efficiency of the of each filter medium and design the sand filter with suitable material and test it until it achieves the drinking water quality standard. And the last one, on August until November will be the time for us to apply the sand filter at Kampung Kelewang. And lastly, the last one would be the time for us to educate orang asli community on how to conduct backwash step by themselves. We will provide less and simple step of backwash so that it will not burden them. So with the backwash step, the sand filter can be used for a long time with regular and good maintenance. Next will be our project expenses. First, we need plastic water drum, which act as our filter chamber and storage tank. Next, the basic one, we need valve and also PVC pipe, which the valve is used to control the flow of water, and the PVC pipe will use as an inlet and outlet flow of water. Next, we need stainless steel sieve as a tool for sifting sand, and 2 sieve will be used for diameter of 1 mm and also 2 mm. So basically, we need to sifting the sand to identify whether the sand in Kampung Kelewang are suitable or not as the filter media. And next, we need the silica sand, aggregate stone, coarse and fine gravel for the filter media and support layer for the water filtration. And this picture shows the layer of filtration that uses all the items on lab scale. Next, we need these 3 probes to carry out the in situ parameters, which are pH, temperature, and also dissolved oxygen. And also next, we need to rent a boat as it will be used for us to take the sample water for all the checkpoints along the Sungai Kelewang. So basically, the price is actually 2,000, but we have do some negotiation with them. So they give half of the price. And also next, we need to hire a guidance to avoid us going astray. And these guidance are compulsory from the Jakwa and Perak State Parks Corporation. And the last one will be miscellaneous items. So before I end this presentation, I really hope that this project will get attention from the judges. We believe that this project will be done successfully as our supervisor, Dr. Safari Zainal, our wastewater, have their expertise on the wastewater engineering and also water management. And apart from that, I myself had experience undergoes my internship at Lembaga Air Perak as a production trainee, in which the production department is responsible in the quality of water before the water is being distributed to the consumer. Hence, with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Now let us allow our judges to share some questions.
First, I must say that this is a very good project, and thank you, for taking the initiative to make a difference, in the life of this orang asli, yeah. And so I have a few questions. Number one is, you say that you're going to buy this equipment and test the water quality, and so who is going to test it after you all left the place? Are you going to leave it to the orang asli, they test themselves, or how?
Basically, we will the equipment will be safe. Will be kept by our supervisor, Dr. Safari Zainal, at the UITM service. Basically, we can't give them the equipment because we're afraid that the equipment will get broke and also missing, of course. And for your information, this is the first project of construct water treatment plant in Orang Asli settlements in Royal Belum. So if we successful to construct the water treatment plant in Kampung Kelewang, so it will be applied to other kampung as well. There are many kampung village in Royal Belum. So hence I think we need that equipment so that it can be sustained for other projects. So we don't have to borrow or anything else.
Okay. So how many of you are involved in the project?
Okay, basically my supervisor, me, myself, and also my assistant, we are only 3 members, but we have support in terms of labor from the Jakwa and also the Orang Asli. So basically, the Jakwa will responsible on the maintenance, and Orang Asli will responsible for the backwash start.
Okay. Babang?
With your supervisor at the university that you are from, don't you have the existing equipment that you needed to buy?
Yes, we actually have the equipment, but I think, like I said before, that this project is actually the first one, and we are going to construct for other village as well. So I think that if we already have for ourselves, we don't have to register and then take turn to use that equipment.
So that's where my question is, whether you could register, use it for free, you know, because if you can save the money, you save the money. Yeah, that is important to know. The other thing is there a real concrete plan to continue doing this with all the other villages, like you say in Royal Belum, so that, you know, this activity is sustained? Is there any plans to do it really?
If this project is successful, yes, we have other plans to build the water treatment plant in other kampung as well, in other village.
Okay, and the filter that is proposed is going to be made by your team.
Yes, and as I showed in the presentation just now, the filter media that have layer, we got the coarse, fine gravel, so that is the lab scale. So we are going to construct from the lab scale to the big ones at Kampung Kelewang.
And within the filter elements, what do you use to remove all the, you know, the smell of river water or lake water?
Okay, actually, now we are still in testing. So basically, we already run some testing on the color. It has changed the color, but the order, it does not have order. So, and after this, we will going to analyze the turbidity and also whether we need to include the chemical or not. So basically, this month and also the next month, we will identify it.
Yeah, and also because a lot of people would use activated carbon to remove odor, but activated carbon has a shelf life and it needs to be changed. So right now, your consideration is just to doing the back flush, and the back flush must be done well. Otherwise, you know, the smell will come in. The filter quality deteriorates with time. Yeah, and that backwash is very real. So in the design of the filter, do you have a backwash capability?
For now, we need to identify the water itself first, and then next step we'll use the backwash step. So after this, we are going to analyze what is the backwash step.
That is quite critical. The diagram that you use is manufactured filter and that has a backwash. But the one that I saw that you are doing a prototype, you need to decide how to do it because you don't have flushing water. It will have to be gravity flush, yeah?
Yes, yes. Because basically before this, I undergoes my internship in Lembaga Perak. So basically there is like a lot of button we need to enter so that we can do the backwash step. But we want something that didn't burden the orang asli. So we will figure out what are the solution for this.
So you are really not ready with your prototype yet?
For the backwash step only.
Are you confident?
Yes.
Because there's no electricity supply, right?
Oh, in Roya belum, G.R.E.E.N had supplied the solar energy. So basically we can use the solar energy for the backward step.
Okay, all right.
Okay, no, you are actually doing a job for government. Okay, because it's government's job to provide clean water, you know, to take care the well-being of this orang asli. And when I look at your key partners, you have two key partners. One is G.R.E.E.N, the Department of Orang Asli Development of Perak, and the other is Perak State Parks Corporation. And also just now you mentioned that you are now working with the Water Authority.
That one, I got my internship. So basically I finished my internship right now.
Yeah, no, you have some relationship there, okay?
Yes.
And is there any possibility that you get some funding from them as well? Okay. Like for example, G.R.E.E.N is to take care of the Orang Asli's wellness. I mean, the well-being, welfare. I mean, their welfare. You know, the Perak State Park Corporation again is a government authority as well. You know, I mean, you see, the thing is this: you have to go extra mile, out of the box. You know, be more creative to source for your funding. The more funding that you can get, the bigger project that you can do. You know, not only just for this particular community, you can also do for other community. You know, what you do is very meaningful. Okay, very meaningful, and you are really making a lot of difference to this community. So I would encourage you to try to raise some funds. Yeah, you know, from this, or maybe instead of paying, I mean, giving you money, maybe they can support you by, for example, providing you the free guard, giving you the free transport. Okay, that is one non-monetary so-called support. You see that or not? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You see, I'm not sure whether you heard what I shared just now. Project for Happiness is a project that we hope to train our undergraduates, our students, to be more creative, you know, to work harder, to think out of the box, and in the same time, making use of the minimum, the least resources, and yet create the biggest impact. Okay, I mean, that by doing so, then you have much bigger satisfaction for doing the job. You know, if I just give you the 10,000 you need, 8,000 you need, you're going to spend it and do it, as compared with, you know, you having received less money and yet through your effort, arm twisting or whatsoever, you know, then you get all the density support, you get the job done. I think your level of satisfaction is totally different. Okay, and then you can grow. You see, in the future, after you graduated, when you go to work, same thing. You know, the boss said that I only have this budget. Then you think, how are you going to do more with the limited budget? Yeah, so I think that is important.
Okay, sir.
But resources is never enough. You must learn this. Resources is never enough. Money is never enough. But it doesn't mean that we cannot do more. You can do more if you go extra mile, be more creative, go harder, enroll people to support you. Yeah. You see, if you can do this, you're also doing a favor for the Jaguar. You're also helping the Perak State Park Corporation. Okay, and even maybe get I'm not sure whether these people have the voting right. Do they go to vote? Then get the Adun to chip in some money as well.
Okay.
Election is coming, Okay, Lavang, any more questions?
Yeah, I just have one more, because in your paper, you mentioned about, the authority wanting the Orang Asli to stay in one location, but they are actually people who like to migrate. They are migratory tribes, right?
Yes.
My question to you is to be clear on that, and whether a water project like this will make them stay in one place.
Yes, I believe that when we supply them needs, so it won't be any reason for them to migrate anymore. So I do believe, and I'm pretty sure that with this water treatment plant exists in those settlements, can ensure that they are there and they won't migrate. So yeah.
Is that the view of Jago as well?
Jaguar, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay.
One more thing is, I just want to share some experience.
Yes.
In the past, for the past projects, the student, they managed to convince the hardware supplier, the hardware store, sometimes to give them free material or even at a subsidized rate.
Yeah.
So they say that I'm going to help the Orang Asli. This is for charity. I tell you, a lot of people, they'll be happy to help. So you don't assume, that people don't want to help you. It depends very much on how you convince them. For example, okay, I quote you one example. Last year we have this flood problem in Selangor, right? So there are quite a lot of so-called NGO. They come to us. They say that I want to help this community. I want to supply this rice cooker or gas cooker and all these things. Can you give me a special price? Yes, we said no problem. For this floods relief, we give very, very special price. Okay, so if you don't ask, then we don't know. We just sell you the normal price. If you ask, then we think that this is doing something good for the community. Yes, we support. We give very special price. We sell them at cost. Yeah, so same thing here. The material that you need, you can also, or you should also talk to the material supplier. Yeah, so I'm sure by bargaining, by convincing them or whatsoever, you can reduce your cost. Yeah, okay, this is part of the learning. Part of the learning, yeah.
Another suggestion for you, Noor, is to talk to Orang Asli support groups. There are many Orang Asli support groups. I know of a couple of them, and they regularly take in supplies to the Orang Asli settlements. Rice, cooking oil. They do it on a regular basis to help out the Orang Aslis. And something like this, they would really like to contribute. So do you know how to reach out to these groups?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try and contact one or two of them and possibly give them to you through our My Starfish Foundation. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
If you were to Google search Orang Asli support group, there are so many there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Facebook, yes.
Yes.
In Facebook, I saw a lot.
Not only Facebook, how about Google?
Yeah.
You can do it, yeah? Okay, we'll come back to you. Give us some time, yeah. Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
All right, thank you, judges. Meanwhile, while the judges are having a good discussion among them, let us have a talk with Nourliana over here.
We need to get breakout room, MC.
Oh yeah, all right. Can we please have our technical team to help them out? All right, they are gone in a good way. All right, so no, so do I call you Noor or do I call you Diana?
Anything also can.
Anything also can. All right, I'll call you Diana. All right, Diana. So would you mind sharing with us what are you currently studying right now?
I'm currently studying on the School of Chemical Engineering. So basically, I take pure. So pure is something broad. We can go anywhere. We can go oil and gas and also environment, petrochemicals. So it is one of. I also take wastewater engineering and also environment, solid waste and others. So it's relatable with my project actually.
I see. That's quite a big, broad learning progress. If I may inquire further, under what faculty are you actually learning right now?
Faculty of Chemical Engineering.
Faculty of Chemical Engineering. Okay, that makes sense why you're also learning about other chemical things in general. Okay, I'm very curious about the Royal Balloon Society. So is there like any personal story behind why you chose this community, this village in this Royal Balloon?
Okay, so actually this is the first village, as I mentioned in my presentation, this is the first village that we would like to supply them water so that it can be our benchmark. If we successful to bring water treatment plant in Kampung Kelewang, so we can bring it to other kampung as well. So for other kampung, they are more behind than Sungai Kelewang. So they are very shy, they can't meet people. And for your information, Amin, the duration of is to travel from the jetty to Kampung Kelewang takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes.
On foot?
Within, yes, using the boat, speedboat.
Wow, that's quite long.
So it is restricted area as we cannot simply go there and do research. We need to submit permit to the houseboat, to the soldier and also to the ranger hutan. So yeah, it is not easy to do this project actually.
So even the military are having a look at your project.
Yes, because on our way from the jetty to the Kampung Kelewang, it have like what we call sepadan, like that. So I love my project and I really look forward actually.
Now I'm looking forward to it because you're talking with military, also the government, and also many very important agencies. All right, our judges are back. Let us see what is the decision for your project, please.
Okay, no, I'm very happy to hear that you love the project. You know, this is very, very important. Okay, for any project to be successful, you must have the passion. When you have the passion, you can do many things. You go all out and you can be more convincing when you talk to people. You know, this is very, very important to ensure the success of any undertaking. Not only this, in the future, your work as well. Yeah. Okay. We look at your budget. Like what I said just now, there are many ways that you can raise funds. There are also many ways that you can reduce your expenses. Okay. And all this will be definitely part of your learning. Not only you, maybe your team, right? So we are going to sponsor you 4,000 ringgit, but then you have to come up with the balance or reduce your so-called spending. Okay. We hope you can really complete the project, and not only this project, but also extend it to other community. You know, if you can do it, a lot of orang asli children can live longer. You know, people will suffer less because they will not fall sick. Okay, then people, the orang asli will be healthier. I think you are doing something very noble and you know, fantastic. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, judges.
All right, congratulations, Nouriana binti Zamziba from Universiti Technology Mara, UNTM, for obtaining a funding of 4,000 ringgit for your lovely project. Up next, to create a vending machine for apologies. For helping out the needy population inside a university, this gentleman thought of introducing cultivation of chilies to help out the people. Now let us invite Satish Kumar Panirsaram from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia to present his project. Without further ado, Satish Kumar, the floor is yours.
Good evening to the judges and everyone. My project title is From Soil to Soul, Helping the Underprivileged Through Chili Cultivation. I'm representing from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia. My name is Satish Kumar Analaki Panisaram as a team leader for this project, and followed by my team members who is Nur Alia, Ratna Kumar, Shalini, and Nur Shazwani. The objective of my project is to support B40 students by providing projects on their own. The second objective is to improve agriculture skills and entrepreneurship skills among nutrition students. And the third objective is to alleviate poverty among students by donating half of the profit from the chili sales. Why this profit or why this project? There are 5,000 students who study in nutrition Pago campus. Out of the 5,000 students, there are around 25% of students who falls in B40 category who need income to have a side income. In order, the students need to work part-time or they have to find the income. In order to have the income, they have to find part-time job outside of the UTHM campus. Pago is a rural place where students struggle to obtain part-time job or full-time job because there are no job available around here. In that case, majority of part-time jobs are available in Moa, which is located far away from the campus. Students who are work in a Moa is too risky for them because they might be involved in accident or face any greater hazard. There might be a question, what about students looking for the part-time job available in our campus? It is also challenging because they are only few jobs available and it is also limited. So based on this issue, we plan to execute a project that will be benefit for B40 students. The reason we have a chili plantation is because our first reason is that last semester we have a project for plantation of lemongrass. From here, we can extract insecticide from the lemongrass and that can be used for the chili plantation. So from here, we can save money because we have a natural insecticide that can be used for the lemongrass plantation. The second is the pond water is allocated near to the empty land. Pond water is work as our water supply and can be used as irrigate the chili plants. Why we choose chili? There are many sorts of plants that suit the weather in Johor, such as chili, mushroom, and corn. But mushroom and corn have many weakness in many aspects that make them become unsuitable. The market value of corn plant is lower than the mushroom, so it shows that they cannot get much profit from the sales of the corn. Mushroom is a unique plant that high value of commodity. So in that case, mushroom is harder to taken care of by the students. Mushroom cultivation require high amount of energy and high protection, and at the same time it is risky because if there is any disease attack for the mushroom plantation, the market value of mushroom will be dropped. So chili padi still become the choice for this project. Students in the B40 category will be benefit from this project. The chilies will be sold to create income to give to the B40 students. The data of B40 students are extracted from the office and divide the B40 students into few groups that will be as is in the project execution. From there, the money will be distributed to students once all the chilies will be sold. By doing this project, we will able to help some targeted B40 students who are undergoing financial difficulties. In this project, we will not able to help all the B40 students because we only assign 5 students from the B40 category that will help to execute this project. So this will be lead to Global Technopreneur University 2030. For the sustainability part, the overall profit for the chili cultivation is split into 2 categories, which is 60% and 40%. The first is 60% of the profit will be distributed to the selected 5 students of P40, which help them to reduce the burden of their expenses as they gain income. The second goal is to repurpose 40% of the profit for the chili cultivation, which will handle by the next batch. Based on this, it shows that how initiatives in repeat chili cultivation and continue for a long time with the support of students, which help them to earn money. This is the forecast sales of our project. The overall sales that from our project as estimation is 7,231 ringgit and 68 cents. So from this profit, we will split into 2 categories, which is 60% and 40%. The 60% is allocated for the B40 students who are working for this project, and the 40% will use for the rollout for the next batch plantation. Replacement of damaged polybag, soil, and fertilizer are taken note as a dominant item for this plantation. So we are expected project results. Okay, we agree to grow 4,000 chili plants in our project. So average production of chili is per plant is 24. So the production of chili is 96,000, and the estimation of spoiled chili is 10%. So from here we notice that 10% of the total chili production is considered spoiled, which is 9,600. So the good condition chilies is 86,400. And for current market price of chili per 200 grams in Johor is 2.79 ringgit. So approximately we can calculate that 1 kilogram of chili of price is 13.95 ringgit. And total gram of chilies that already are produced are 518.4 kilograms. And the total profit that we can gain from the overall production of this chili sales is 7,231 ringgit and 58 cents. The time frame of the project. This project will be implemented from 1st August until 21st October. This will take around 70 days because the average production of chilies will be take around 55 to 75 days. This is the project timeline for our project, start from the 1st August until to the 23rd of October. So the overall budget for this project that we need allocate is 7,930 ringgit. The budget includes 7 main items, which is chili seeds, polybag, fertilizer, irrigation system, soil, wheat mud, and rope. Thank you for listening. I hope this project will be approved to support underprivileged students.
Thank you very much, Satish Kumar. Now let us invite our judges to deliver some questions of their own.
How confident are you in making those profit? Yeah.
Good evening, judges. I'm very confident that we can make a lot of profit from this sales because there is a very big empty land that can use for the plantation. So my project will be sure for support for this project. So there are also B40 students that are willing to help for this project.
And so what are you going to do with the, you say you're going to distribute the profit to who? To the student?
To the B40 students.
And are you going to reserve some of this for the future plantation, future crops?
Sorry, Judge. Sorry, Judge, I can't hear you.
Oh, you say you're going to make 7,000 plus, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You're going to give all this to the student. How about the next crops?
Okay, that's why we split the budget, the profit into two categories, which is 50% and the 40%. The profit that we get from the chili plantation, only 60% we allocate for the students. The balance 40% we use for the next batch plantation. This is called sustainability. So the 40%, for the first batch of 40%, we just need 2,892 ringgit and 67 cents. But for the upcoming batch, we won't use that much of money also, because we will start to reuse the poly bags, soil, seeds, and we already have some accommodations. So in the next batch, we will use less amount of money. So this project will be sustainable and will be very useful for the plantation and will be really helpful for the B40 students.
Okay, since you are going to make profit from planting the paddy, so basically what you need is only a starting capital. Am I right? After that,
yes, sir.
You'll be able to be self-sustained. So what is your initial requirement for the capital?
Maybe.
How much do you need?
Around as in the budget is around 7,930 ringgit. I already mentioned very clearly in my budget part that is the how much capital I needed, because only the first time I will use the budget is 7,930 ringgit. For the upcoming batch, I won't use the same amount of money. The amount of money will be reduced because we won't use the same amount of the money that to buy the material expenses, because some materials such as chili seeds we can reuse back by dyeing up, and the soil we can use it back with add on with the more fertilizer, and the polybags also can be reused back.
Shortish, I'd like to take you back to your proposal paper, where you wanted to kick off with the first batch of 5 students, right? And
yes,
and here, when you do the calculation of the profit, 60%, it comes to about 867 ringgit. The profit,
yes.
Okay, of 60% for the first 5 students. If you divide the 867 amongst the 5 students, each one of them will get 174 ringgit. Okay?
No, sir. Actually, the profit we get is 7. So we split into 60%, 40%. The 60% is that we get is 4,339 ringgit for 5 selected students. So we divide the 4,339 ringgit by 5. It 867 ringgit per person. It's not this 867 ringgit not for the 5%. 867 ringgit for only 1%. So the overall profit for the 5% is 4,339 ringgit.
So the profit of 4,000 something that you talk about is for just 5 students.
Yes, because they are working for 3 months, because the project will execute for 3 months. So the project will execute for 3 months. So that's why 867 will be considerable for 5 students.
Which means they have about 12 ringgit a day over the 70 days that they have to work.
Yes, sir.
So that's the base wage you are given to these 5 students. 12 ringgit a day for 70 days, because that's the cycle time for your plants, right? So the question is whether that's enough. But be that as it may, do you have any experience in farming chilies?
Last semester we have a we have a program that plantation for the lemongrass, and we also get a help from the biodiversity students. In our campus, we already have biodiversity students that are expert in the plantation. So they will join to our program to help to execute this project.
Yeah, because each student have to look after 800 plants. If they don't have the know-how, 800 plants is not easy to look after. Yeah. The next question I have is that your $13.95 per kilo for the chili is the consumer market price. So do you have the skill to sell to the end customer? How are you going to sell?
Actually, sir, in our campus, they are already have 5 cafes. So we already have a dealing. We already talk with we already had deal with the owner of the cafeteria. So they joined with us and they said they will buy the chili from us.
All of it.
All of it, yes, on the market price. So this will be easier for them, and it is also easier for us to sell with them. So there will be a partnership between both of us, because somehow this project won't stop. Once this project has started, this will continue until long term. So I need to find someone, the supplier who is very confident and trustable. So that's why I choose since they are cafe here, so that's why I choose the owner of the cafe, and I would like to sell these chilies to them.
Yeah, so he's very kind, because normally when you buy in bulk, you buy at wholesale price, which is not the end consumer price, right? So why should he buy your chili if he can buy it cheaper? Because he has to pay you the end price, right? Of a consumer like me going in to buy some chili padi, I have to pay $13.95. But a person who wants, 100 kilos, he pays a different price. So do you have those kind of arrangements sorted out?
Maybe I don't have the specific arrangement for that particular part, but I just have an initiative and dealing with the owner of the cafe. Maybe after this, I'll take a consideration about this.
For example, you have to look at the risk. What if he stopped buying? Who are you going to sell it to then? Your chili is rotting.
Actually, sir, I have already an alternative way also. If this seller stop to buy my chilies, so there are some groceries nearby here. So I already talked to them also about this. So if this seller stop, so I will sell all the chilies to that grocery, which is just nearby here.
Okay.
So there is an alternative way.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You see, when I look at your calculation of your P&L, your profit and loss, okay, from the survey, it seems that it's highly profitable. However, you forget one thing, which is the labor cost. There is no labor cost in your cost costing. So you are expecting the student. Are you expecting the student to come in to help, and at the end of the day, they share the profit? So from the money they're going to receive, is it enough to really encourage them to spend time in the project?
Sir, for the answer for this question is, the students are not working every day. We just allocate only few days they have to work in a week, and if that's for few hours, just watering the plants and take care of the plants. So I think there are few students really have interest work in this, because in this side of campus, if I'm a student, I will join this program and help able to help this project, because it's really hard to get a part-time job over here. So if I start up if there is a chance to get an income by doing this project, definitely I will take it. I will do this opportunity. I won't waste it. And the working day is also not every day, as I mentioned. Because already I mentioned in the proposal that the working day will be just less than 2 hours.
Mm. So have you had the experience of planting chili yourself?
I was trained by the biodiversity student, but not fully complete yet. I'm waiting for approval of this project, but I get knowledge from the biodiversity students who are a part of my team member.
No, I mean you personally or your team member, they know how to plant chili?
Yes.
Okay. Labhang, any more questions?
No.
Okay. Okay, give us a few minutes. We'll come back to you. Thanks.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you, judges.
Let's allow our judges to have a brief discussion. And meanwhile, hello, Satish. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm superb this evening. I feel a little bit spicy. All right.
I know, for sure you feel tiring.
That's fine. I'm still fine and happy over here. And I'm a little curious about your spicy project. But first and foremost, will you mind sharing with us what are you currently studying for degree?
Okay, my name is Rajkumar. I'm studying for industrial statistics in Universiti Malaysia.
Industrial statistics. Very interesting. So will you mind sharing with us how does an industrial statistician ends up doing a farming project?
Oh, actually, as I said, there is an empty land in our campus that are not using for few years. So I'm a 13th student. So I would like to do something. I want to do something for my college. Maybe I get an idea from the Starfish Foundation. So I discussed with my supervisor about this project. So he helped me to put out the project and my team members. So that's why I have this project. So once I started this project, this will be benefit for all the B40 students. Even after I graduated, this project will be continued by any of the people who are interested in this project. So that's how I end up in this project.
From a very simple observation into a very passionate journey for you into my Starfish Foundation. All right. Talking about industrial statistics, will you mind elaborating to us what is industrial statistics actually?
Okay, industrial statistics is a course. Mostly you will study about mathematics and statistics, about all our data. There are a lot of types of data. Even until now, I'm also not sure what kind of data I need to use to do a data analyst and data scientist. Mostly from my course, mostly they will learn all kind of maths like economic, finance, business, accounting, statistics, regression. There is a lot of type of mathematics. So if you study this course, this will be really benefit in upcoming years, because data analysis, data scientists, and data engineering are the future lead to make this world become more advanced. But I hope I will be one of the successful person by studying this course also.
Inshallah. I have a feeling that you're going to. Okay, let's talk about industrial statistics. Let's say that you're going to become an industrial statistician. I understand that it can be in a lot of fields, probably in finance, probably in politics even, or even in labor. So what sort of field are you looking to work into?
What type of field that I'm working into?
Yes, as an industrial statistician.
Actually, I don't have big dreams. I just want to work somewhere which is very safely for me. Maybe I plan to work somewhere where I can dress up like formal, maybe a bank as an accountant or data analyst. So that will be a happier place for me to work in.
Oh wow, this is like the first time I heard that people are happy to see numbers inside a computer. I usually get very confused. Right, so as an industrial statistician, I'm sure you view numbers differently from us engineers or even our normal people. So how do you when you see a number, how do you understand it in your sense?
I think everyone assumes the same thing, because I'm not good in maths also. I just it's not about there is do you have interest or not. It's all about your effort that you are going to study. So if you have a real interest, you want to be successful, you can achieve anything that you wanted to be.
Yeah, this has been a very fun conversation, but our judges are back. Now let us hear what the judges have for you.
Okay, Sadish Kumar. We have really looked into your proposal. The intention to help the B40 is good. However, for the investment of almost 8,000 ringgit, and you're only helping 5 B40 students at a time, am I right?
Only for the phase 1. After which we can have. After that, we will able to increase the number of students, maybe 10. Because after that, we don't need 8,000 for the capital. We just need few around 2,000 plus only for the next project.
Okay, you see, this project, it seems to us like a business venture. Okay, you invest this money from the harvest of this, you help some people, and then you invest again. I mean, it's like something like social business, so to say, because this social business means the profit do not go to the shareholders, but actually make some good cost, right? Your proposal have a lot of assumptions, and a lot of those numbers seems to be very, very optimistic. Okay, from what we know, a lot of farmers they don't make a lot of money from farming. Sometimes the market price of their crops might not be that attractive, and very often they lose money as well. Farming is not a very, very highly profitable so-called venture. So based on all these, all these so-called reasons, we are sorry to say that we will not support your program. However, if you think that this is really a venture that you can make a difference to help the underprivileged community, maybe you should look for other people to loan you the money. You go ahead, and then later when you make the profit, then you take back the investments. Okay, very sorry, but anyway, thank you very much for your application. We wish you well for your project. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much, Satish Kumar Paneerselvam from Universiti Tun Hussein on Malaysia, for sharing your wonderful project with us. With the final project just now, we have completed the second judging session for Projects for Happiness 2020. As of today, and also the judging session from last Friday, we had 29 teams who had participated in these presentations, and also out of those 29 teams, we had 14 selected teams and also 10 teams that are up for a submission. And the data from My Starfish Foundation, they have noted that they will be giving a total funding disbursement of 47,800 ringgit to all parties who have got their proposal accepted. On behalf of My Starfish Foundation, our judges, and our supporters, we would like to thank everybody today for sharing their wonderful time with us. Your support means the world to us. Do follow us on social media, our Facebook, My Starfish Foundation, or on Instagram, My Starfish Foundation, no spaces, and visit our official website, mystarfishfoundation.org.my. To end today's program, I would like to end with the English pantun. With a piece of amber, the fire rise a mile, and to start we need is just a tinder. With a group of members, faces will smile, and once we start it, all shall be better. I am Amin, your host today. Thank you for joining us in Projects for Happiness 2022, where your action changes the world. Bye!
All right, thank you, Amin. You've done a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Thank you, Mr. Wong.
Okay, Lapang, I call you shortly.
Yeah, okay.